gladiator can buy his own freedom. Because this is what they believe in. Power. Rage. And rage is your gift. It will carry you to greatness.
When everyone's caning the broadband, Wi-Fi 7 on EE makes every device work better, even yours. Search Wi-Fi 7 on EE.
What are you doing in my seat?
Yeah, you took time with your little tongue.
What are you laughing at?
Chicken, yeah. Thank you. Oh my God. Family means everything to me. It's love on a deeper level.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, disent que la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitte et je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche droite esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
Judgment Day is finally here. A magnificent trophy awaits those who dream to lift it. BDS, the superstar team armed with one of the greatest to ever do it. W7M, the historic franchise with young bulls charging into their own era. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand final of the Blast R6 Montreal Major.
歡迎咁多位翻到嚟Montreal Major 嘅總決賽啊！可以見到兩邊嘅隊伍都已經出咗嚟列陣嘅啦。呢邊鏡頭 show 住嘅就係 BDS 啦，而另一邊黑色衫嘅就係 W7M。
Of what has been an epic weekend here in Montreal, but we've got plenty to get through before we get there. I just need to check with this tremendous audience who they think will raise this trophy. Will it be W7M?
哇，都聽到有啲噓聲，好似。
Or will it be BDS?
就咁聽就 BDS 就嘅支持者會多啲。
Right now, so they're going to go off into the wings and get ready for a phenomenal grand final. For now, you are very excited at what's to come, including the panel reveal.
哦，FBI 嘅重勢。
When I enlisted, I was told what was expected of me. Be unwavering, unstoppable. Unbreakable. It's about time the gear matches the operator.
In the home of Siege, Montreal hosts the final major of the year. BDS take on W7M. Europe go toe-to-toe with Brazil once again. Joining me on the desk, I've got Leo. I've got my boy Laxing. And at the very end, we've got Jack. How are we doing, Leo? Are you excited for this one?
I'm so excited. It's Europe versus Brazil. I want to define who's the best region in the world. Obviously, I'm kind of, French, so I'm kind of for the BDS. But I have to say, guys, it's the super team on paper that wants to prove they're a super team in real life. They want to add official trophies to that trophy shelf. On the other side, W7M as an organization wants to keep picking the right bull because they've picked the right roster for 2024. They've picked a new roster now, and they can start that legacy of their own.
Like you were saying, for BDS, they want to add more trophies to their case, but for W7M, they want to step out of the shadow of that Fury roster. They want to show that they can be legends, that they can create the legacy of their own, and they can start that by winning here.
I honestly can't wait for this. It's the culmination of a whole lot of blood, sweat, and tears for both of these teams, both with their own agendas to step out of the shadows within this current five, and honestly, it's back-to-back grand finals with the same teams in it as well. I cannot wait.
There's a lot to talk about, so let's get underway with this one. We've already said it, BDS and W7M, storied histories for both of these rosters, both of these organizations. Things now really start to look like this is shaping up to be the grand final we've always hoped for.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is going to be history in the making here. It's two teams that are in the back-to-back grand finals. We saw it EWC win BDS's favor, but that isn't the same W7M roster that they're going to be fighting here today, so I'm expecting something big and better from both these teams and giving us one hell of a performance.
Jack, BDS have had a phenomenal start to this Montreal Major. Can they do it here when it matters most?
Yeah, I think they can. I think everybody probably expects that BDS are the best team in the world right now in terms of, on paper, right? We've not seen them get over the line in an actual official ranking tournament for BDS. However, I think it's so hard. If you're going to pull a team inside of Europe and who do you replace on this that makes an upgrade? Nobody. They're literally best in class in every single role inside of Europe, and they've got back-to-back major finals now with EWC in the middle.
And when you think of super teams and everyone went back to G2, things didn't work out for them. But when you look at BDS, this is what a super team actually is. When you are picking up players and you are immediately finding success out of the gate, that's exactly what BDS has been displaying.
Jack, it takes a long time to get to a spot like this, and BDS, they have been consistent, they've been clean throughout, but it started all the way back at Swiss.
Yeah, it absolutely did. Obviously, they were our #1 seeded team coming out of Europe, and they got matched up with The matchup going up against W7M.
佢喺 Phase 2嘅唯一輸嘅一場就係對 W7M， 係打到第15局先輸。所以雖然話喺上一次嘅 World Cup， 雖然係 BDS 一個比較強大嘅、比較碾壓嘅勝利啦，贏咗啦。但係嚟到今次嘅 Montreal Major 其實都可能都係得 W7M 可以俾到啲威脅俾 BDS。Phase
2-0. But not just 2-0, 7-1 on Nighthaven Labs as well.
Yes, that one kind of blew me away because they didn't have any pre-planned prep for FaZe. I mean, FaZe didn't have pre-planned prep for them, and it went to go that BDS was just taking full advantage of that map. That was the first time I've ever seen FaZe in a long time look completely disconjointed, look discombobulated, not knowing what to do, and going into that skyscraper, I was like, okay, FaZe can bounce back. This should be possibly going to a best of 3. This should go to a third map. Absolutely not. BDS showed up, was clean and concise throughout that entire match, ended it there, and now find themselves right here to win a championship yet again.
Jack, every team needs key fundamental facts when they get to these stages. You don't get here without having the whole package.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got some key strengths for BDS, and it's not just key strengths. These are the reasons why BDS, in my opinion, could and maybe should win this Montreal Major. The first reason is they have the best players in the best roles. We talked about super teams. You mentioned G2, where G2 kind of just threw, let's get all the best players, but even if the role doesn't fit, let's just get them in. BDS have got the best entry fragger in the world in Shaiko, the best IGL, in my opinion, in the world in Leakyfag, the best support player in the world in Brede, and some incredible flexes there in Users and Solitov. Speaking of Leakyfag,
你哋認為 BDS 係有最好嘅角色嘅玩家 ？Shaiko 作為一個突破手，可唔可以話世界第一咧？世界第一嘅突破手 ，Leakyfag 都可能係世界第一嘅 IGL。Brede 亦都會可以討論世界第一嘅輔助手。所以其實呢隊 BDS 唔係淨係得 Shaiko。其實5個合作 L6 會演啊嘛，5個合作其實反而係好適配佢哋嘅打法。
is so versatile across the board. They can step up at any given moment. They can play any of each other's roles if they need to, if they go down in the round. This team is a super team. They are versatile, and they are here.
Well, it's all good and well to say that, but we actually have something to showcase it. Leo, what have you got for us?
Well, I wanted to show you some proof that BDS is just so good individual prowess, but also abusing these initiator operators. We are taking a look at Skyscraper, one of the most defender-sided map in the meta right now. And this is Koraki and T-bomb side. Usually the way it's defended, you have here 2 defenders working toward dark stairs and T to watch that first entry point. You have obviously a Karaki player and Geisha players preventing Geisha, preventing main stairs jump-ins. And at the same time, usually a lurk watching towards Dragon Statue, Garden, and that also has a long angle onto Geisha. Now, BDS will pick apart that defense amazingly. If we take a look at that round, we're in quarterfinals against Secret right now, exact same position as I mentioned, and take a look at Solotov. As you can see, he's with Grim, sending his bees, and at the same time, look at the Dokaidi call. That gives him a sound cue, someone is in garden. That's Leakyfag calling for him. He gets an amazing shot here with Grubby. Now, speaking of those bees, look at what they're doing on Geisha. They're forcing June to play at that rotate. Leakyfag knows that. It's been called. He can go up main stairs and get that pick. At this point, they're burning with a grenade, a Wamai here in dark stairs, which enables Brede to send a smoke grenade, enables Shaiko to walk with him and get that kill onto dark stairs. Amazing play here, coordination, initiator operators, and straight kill. At this point, Leakyfag lurks around, gets the anchor, and I want you to focus on this very final part. It's a 5v1, and even then, there is 0 chance for Virtue to make it out of here. If you look at the setup here, we have Leakyfag from Geisha angle, Yuzus onto Virtue, Shaiko here. It's a triple pinch. Virtue has no shot here, and he gets killed. Amazing display of unit coordination, initiator, meta abuse from BDS. Incredible player. That's you guys. That's BDS. They're the best in the world right now when it comes to this.
可以話 BDS 嘅執行力其實真係
Can we just give a round of applause for Alfama
即係
just
獨
breaking that
自
all down? I mean, that was
手一
beautiful.
指
He's the
獨
best
一
in business for
獨
this.
He is. I mean, like, you know, when I see Telestrator segments, I'm like, oh, okay, what are we going to expect? He has consistently delivered.
Yes, absolutely.
But so too have BDS. I don't want to move away from this roster.
，free 地
BDS
呢個樣嘅俾個
has
心
been even better,
好奇
Jack.
怪。
It feels like they're reaching a potential that may exceed what we've seen from them in the past.
Exactly. Do you know what's been crazy is the whole stage when we've been on the desk talking about BDS. Maybe their team, maybe their fans got like a little bit upset with us because we keep saying they're winning. They literally won EUL, but we don't think they've played anywhere near that potential. Leakfak even said it himself. He told us we're only playing at 50% of our potential. And he said this in an interview in EUL Stage 2. Now, what I want to say, and the results that we've seen, is through this tournament, they're stepping that up in their potential. I would argue right now, BDS are about 85% of that potential. I think they can still step that up even further. But it's important to note that this is still a new team. This is a team that is winning Europe without really playing, you know, as good Siege as they know that they can play. If they step it up and they keep stepping up the way they are, this team can be a scary, scary team going forward.
Well, as of right now, there is only one team that can stand in their way of reaching their full potential, and that is WSECHIEMI, the roster that have blown us away in 2024. They had such great potential over the last year, but realistically, there were so many questions asked. What were they going to be able to do? They were on the backs of giants, and they have done incredibly to match like for like.
Absolutely. I mean, on the backs of giants of that Fury roster, these guys are creating a name for themselves. When you look at Dash, Dots, and Loban, they came from that Los roster in Atlanta that came so close to winning it. Then they pick up Bulbs, then they pick up Dotas, and they have been performing exceptionally well. They were so close at EWC. I know we keep referencing that, but we have to because that's where we really saw them shine there. But a player that really has stuck out to me as Bulbs, this IGL has so much experience, so much LAN experience, a historic player, a prodigy. He has been making a name and leading this team to this grand final.
I think for me, W7M coming into this tournament again was in that category that wasn't a favorite to come and get to the final or take it. I think they were in that dark horse category.
Yes.
And for me, that's maybe actually a little bit disrespectful because out of the last 5 finals, the core of this roster has contested 3 of them. Atlanta, EWC, and then now today again. And genuinely, they've got a really, really good thing going. My one concern before this tournament was a little bit of a lack of team play. You know, not really buying into that Bulbs division. Lobin going off and doing his kind of own thing. However, this tournament has proved me wrong on that. They're very together and their team play has been incredible.
Just like BDS, they started back in phase 2, but it has been even cleaner from them. This has been a great run for a roster we had so many questions about.
Yeah, absolutely. And a key thing to take away is that they haven't lost at all. They beat BDS in the beginning of this, but something that you have to note when you look at every single team that they've played, and we're talking about teamwork, we're talking about being able to adapt in every single situation. They have played probably against every single possible play style so far throughout this tournament. So being able to switch on transition, knowing when to get aggressive, knowing when to play passive, truly is one's testament to an entire team's fundamentals and how they play Siege.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm seeing, you know, SSG, a great pre-planned counter team, VP, they will test your team play, your fundamentals, completely different opponent, 2 regional rivals and a BDS in there. They've beaten every single one of them.
Generally, when we talk about aggressive rosters, right, we're always talking about, there's always a pitfall, right? There's always somewhere where it gets lost in translation, but this roster has been immaculate throughout this phase, but realistically, they have things that hold them together.
Yeah, I mean, the 3 pieces that I specifically want to focus on, especially in that VP game and just throughout this entire tournament, is their ability to adapt. We talked about this just recently of seeing all the different matchups that they had. They had to be able to adapt to each and every single one of these playstyles, and they did it tremendously. The discipline. We talking about aggressive teams. So many aggressive teams lack discipline because they always want to get in your face. They always want to take a gunfight, and especially coming from that Brazilian region where it's nothing but in your face, they have been practicing and demonstrating such great discipline, and then incredible team play. Like you were said, you weren't sure about them because their team play. It didn't look like they were all on the same page, but each and every single match, all 3 of these have been being displayed each and every single moment, which is why they are now seeing themselves find the success at the rate that they are, and again, being in this championship match right here to claim a title for themselves.
The discipline was the big one for me there out of your 3. I think, you know, some of the teams they've had to play against, they've had to be disciplined into a style that isn't necessarily natural for W7M. They've had to adapt to their opponent and be disciplined within it, and they did an excellent job in both main stage games so far.
Well, we've hyped him up. He's got to deliver now. Leo, what have you got for us this time?
we've been speaking about adapting to a playstyle here, and we're on Cafe, and it's gonna be about their semi-final versus VP. As you can see, we're on the basement bomb site, and usually the way it's being played, first floor extension, 3 layers. The first one player in bakery, 1 player inside, they have multiple crossfires. At the same time, 1 in brown cereal luggage, 1 in minibar that can help towards the bakery side or help towards brown stairs, and the third layer is that VIP player that can help with brown stairs or hatch drop. That's the usual setup, and that's the setup that W7M has chosen. You can see it here, right? I just want you to pay attention at the lineup. We're speaking of VP, a team that's slow. Look at the lineup. Goyo, Tuberao, Maestro, Smoke. All of this is to slow down VP and play towards that execution. Now, we're looking at VP, and they're quicker than usual. 144, they've already cleared up top, and they're looking to breach the side hatch for the execute. There's already a Goyo canister here, but look at the Tuberao setup. Something you can steal for ranked, by the way. That lineup from VIP to slow down the opening of that hatch. Now, as you can see, 114, we're looking at all 3 Tuberao have been sent, and now at 105, he's burned 40 seconds of the round solely with that utility. It's not finished though. When we go into the bomb site, what do we see? More Goyo canisters, an Evil Eye. Wait, a second Goyo canister, a second Evil Eye. All of this to call information about the execute. We're not 40 seconds left in the round. They need to execute. They go for plates, the Evil Eye has the information, Smoke can react to that and sell all 3 of his gas grenades right now in the last few seconds of the round. Gets the kill on the diffuser, gets the kill on the trade. At this point, look at this. 0.001 seconds, 5v3. 8 players are alive. W7M won that round only based off utility. That's W7M for you. Adapting to a playstyle. That's discipline and that's strategy. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you very much, Leo.
I think I'm in love. I know French is the language of love, and his accent and the way he just breaks that all down. I'm in love.
Yeah, that's why he's award nominated.
That is, it is indeed. But now let's just have a look at this holistically now, right? W7M, they're looking tremendous. We've seen them kind of bring everything together. They're the whole package. But the big thing for me, Lax, is they have already versed this roster, and not just this event.
Yeah, I mean, Loban said it in that interview after they won yesterday, that them playing at EWC, that loss was just experience for them, which that goes to show. I mean, that is a fierce thing to say when you look across that side and you see BDS and how well this roster is, to just look at that and be like, you know what? That was just experience for us. We know what we need to do against you. And realistically, they showed what they can do against BDS by winning that first series against them 8-7 on border.
Yeah, especially the nature of that loss against AWC. It was one of the quickest grand finals ever, 0-3. So, you know, hopefully for W7M's sake, they've learned from that. And I think they had a big point to prove when we got to this tournament, when they drew BDS out of the hat in the very first day, and they knew that they had to beat them, and they did.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for breaking this one down. The grand final is yet to come. But before we get there, a message from Blastar 6 about the future of esports.
Hi everyone, I'm Maxime Vial, esports director for Rainbow Six Siege.
And I'm Christina Martel, executive producer for Rainbow Six at Blast.
We're excited to be back for an update on the Blast R6 circuit for 2025 and onwards. We got a lot to unpack today, so let's get started.
Previously, we shared an early look at our revamped competitive calendar. Here's a quick recap. After the 6th Invitational, we'll take a break from Tier 1 Siege esports and focus our attention on up-and-coming teams during the Challenger Series. Throughout its different layers of competition, the Challenger Series will see teams from open qualifiers face off against Tier 2 teams, as well as former Tier 1 teams, for a spot in regional leagues in the upcoming season. We'll then begin the new season with a kickoff event in May, followed by the 2 stages of our regional leagues, split by a summer break in August and concluding with the November Major. December will then be the time for regional finals before wrapping things up with the SI Last Chance qualifiers leading into the 6th Invitational.
編埋下年到2026年3月
To strengthen
嘅
regional
賽程。
competition, we're introducing a new global structure to all leagues. A few years ago, we expanded our global ecosystem to include 9 leagues, aiming to foster local scenes and talents while bringing a more personalized experience to Siege esports fans worldwide. This structure led to the emergence of new players, teams, and competitive scenes, allowing our global events to truly showcase teams from all corners of the globe for the first time. However, balancing such a broad structure made it challenging to ensure consistent growth across all regions, which sometimes impacted the overall level of competition and development.
As we look to the future of Siege Esports, our goal is to build upon the successes of the past while streamlining our efforts to deliver the excellence that fans expect from top-tier leagues. To achieve this, we'll be merging our current 9 leagues into 4, creating a more focused and competitive ecosystem.
Wow.
The EML, Europe and MENA leagues
Fun.
will merge leagues from Europe and MENA
Easy.
while also welcoming teams from Turkey for the first time. The SAL, South America League, will merge leagues from Brazil and South Latin America. The NAL, North America League, will merge leagues from North America and Central America. And the APL, the Asia Pacific League, will merge leagues from Japan, Korea, Asia, and Oceania to create 3 subdivisions. The
Wow.
EML, SAL, and NAL will share the same format, while the APL will have its own to ensure that teams from every corner of the globe still have the opportunity to compete at the highest level.
With the
Wow.
big picture revealed, let's now
咁樣
dive
合
in deeper into
併
the new regional structures. The EML, NAL, and SAL each will
都
feature
好
10
大
teams,
嘅
but
改
laid
革
out
好
in
似
a round-robin format
算
followed
唔
by
算
a
呢？
6-team playoff each stage. At the end of Stage 2, the top 4 teams will be qualified to the Major. And in December, the combined standings of Stage 1 and Stage 2 will establish the 6 teams making it to each regional final, where they'll compete for the title of regional champion. In the newly combined APL, we'll have 3 subdivisions: APAC North, comprised of Korea and Japan together, Asia, encompassing the Southeast and South Asia areas, and Oceania, the combination of Australia, New Zealand, and Polynesia. These subdivisions will play through their own familiar format of an online group stage and playoffs to find the top teams of their division. For Stage 2, the best teams from each subdivision will fight it out in a LAN Major qualifier to ensure the best of APAC represents the region at the November Major. In addition, the top 2 from each subdivision will also qualify for the APL regional finals, where 6 teams will compete for the crown of the best team in APAC.
都
Now let's talk
我
about the R6 Share program.
我暫
This
時咁
year,
樣
we're
我嘅理解
evolving
係
R6 Share to focus on
我覺得
deeper
係好事
partnerships.
嘅，
We're thrilled
即
to
係
reveal 18 of 20 partner
你一個
teams
賽
today,
區
with the
會
remaining 2
更加
teams
競
to
爭
be
力，
announced early
即係
next
唔
year.
係淨係變咗
The
咩
detailed
月先睇到
application，
你想
process
睇嗰
considered
啲
the
對
best group
戰
of partner
組合，
teams to
可
represent
能
the
變
future
咗
of CG Esports.
你就係 group stage 已
Applications
經
were
可能已
focused
經
on showcasing
多咗
the
興趣想
potential,
睇。
organization stability, and the community impact that these teams bring to their operations and our ecosystem. While we had some tough decisions, we're happy to include long-serving members as well as some up-and-coming teams of our scene. By focusing our resources on the partner teams, we're able to offer whole new categories of in-game items for fans to show their support. Joining the operator uniforms, weapon skins, and operator background cards fans know and enjoy, players will see for the first time team-branded items like operator portraits and drone skins, as well as the return of pro team charms in 2025. But that's not all R6 Share is about. Through the affiliate program, we're expanding our support to up to 23 additional organizations worldwide. Affiliates will automatically join the program once they qualify for their respective leagues, with the exception of APAC, which has distributed slots based on their respective subdivisions. The affiliate program ensures that teams outside the partner program also benefit from revenue sharing. Through a percentage of the sales of their pro team bundles, partner teams will contribute to the fund that will ensure the strength and stability of the leagues around the world. Ubisoft will similarly contribute a percentage of all esports bundle sales towards this fund, from which all affiliate teams will receive an equal share to support their operations.
Let's dive into our exciting new May Kickoff event, officially named Reload. Reload will exclusively feature our 20 R6 Share partner team. It's designed to kick off the competitive season in style, setting the tone for an incredible year ahead. This event is not just about competitions. It's about celebrating our community and the players who have shaped the scene. We know you're eager for more details. While we are saving the full format reveal for the 6th Invitational 2025, we can't promise that the fans are in for something truly unique. We are pushing the boundaries to deliver an experience unlike any event we held before. So stay tuned for more info.
With all these exciting changes, we've also updated how teams can qualify for the 6th Invitational. Next season, we're introducing a hybrid model that combines direct qualification and a point system.
Here's how it works. First, teams can secure a spot directly by winning specific competitions: the November Major, their respective regional finals, or one of the SI Last Chance qualifiers. Winning one of those will automatically qualify them for the 6th Invitational. Second, we'll also be awarding SI points throughout the season, which means teams can make their way to SI by performing consistently. Points will be given out during Stage 1, Stage 2, at the Major and during the regional finals.
This system ensures that the most deserving teams, whether through winning those key events or being consistently strong across
Town
the
Nine Beast
season,
球應該係已經到
With these
個門
updates,
票，
we're excited to bring even more
佢哋
competitive
係
action to our community.
贏咗
Stay tuned for
Manchester
more
Major
updates,。and don't forget, we'll be revealing the
但係
final two partner
嗰個
teams
格
at
仔
the 6th Invitational.
即係嗰個
The
呢
journey
個
to
我肯定
2025 has
佢
only
哋
just
係咪可以直接進入呢個世界邀請賽？2月3號到16號。
Seen how this road unveils, it looks like an exciting 2025. I mean, if this past 5-6 years haven't been exciting building to this point, then I mean, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about the Challenger Series. I mean, I think that's like an important factor to note that, you know, our T2 scene is getting some love. Even for me being, you know, a former professional, being able to scrim those guys and being able to give them a chance, give them the taste of, you know, what they're trying to get to, reaching that T1 level. I mean, just having a healthy grassroots system, I think that's massive for the scene.
And then what about the kickoff event as well? I think, you know, calling it Reload, getting us out there in May, 20 partner teams invited. There's going to be some teams there that haven't played a LAN because they haven't qualified for one this year. So there's a few getting some of those, you know, invites that G2 got back in the day.
Look, the path to SI is exciting. I'm more excited for the APAC rework, by the way. I'm looking forward to that new logo. It looks the sharpest out of all. Of course, I'm biased.
I got to agree. It definitely
Come on,
it looks solid.
You're going to go hard with the purple and the logo. It looks unbelievable. But it is time for us to transition into our Creator Show match. Let's entertain some people here in Montreal. I'm excited for this. Now, just very quickly recapping how this one works. It is Pro League format, so it will be a complete 7-round to win. And then if we go OT, it'll be 3 rounds. And obviously, it's a best of 3 from that point on. Let's have a look at the teams now. Denoting it's important.
跟住係表演賽，
2 devs for every
創作者嘅表演賽。 呢
mean,
兩邊我就係識中間同最右邊嗰個，雖然我都唔係好知你嘅名點讀。
Well, I don't know. I suppose it would be you, Lex, that would support the Americas team.
I mean,
because we're all about Eurasia over here.
You know, Narcoleptic is my boy, but I got to root against him. I just have to root against him.
Did you? Was it? Who was it that caught you out the other day? Was it Coconut?
Mika.
Coconut
Coconut Bros. We were doing a hide and seek, and I was just about to win, and Mika found me at literally the last second that made their team win. So honestly, I think I'm gonna switch my prediction on that. I'm gonna have to go against Mika's team specifically.
Who have you got?
I've got Team Eurasia.
Team Eurasia.
Team Eurasia.
Let's go. Let's show some support. Well, we hope you enjoy this one. Over to Ian on the stage.
All right, let's do this. It is time for the show match. But before we get there, I just want to give a quick shout out to a couple of people in this crowd, because I know that all of you travel internationally to be here at this event. And there are all different types of stories that I hear about as I make my way around this arena. But one in particular, I just had to give a shout out. Anthony and Jace. I know that you are sitting just down there in the crowd. You can see them on the big screen right now. I want you to give these guys all your love because they are just right now engaged. Anthony asked Jace Samaria over here in Montreal. And I think, just to check, she said yes, right? She said yes, guys, she said yes. We love a bit of love on the R6 Siege stage. All right, let's bring out our 2 show match competing teams. Let's start with the Americas. We absolutely love a show match. Anything can happen. The rule book is thrown out the window. And this time we've got a really good mix of content creators and devs ready to put a show on for you here in Montreal. Their opponents, let's bring them out. It is Team Eurasia. Kitty up front, some very recognizable faces out here. Again, a nice mix of content creators and devs. I was just chatting with them all just behind the scenes there. Mixture of nerves, mixture of pressure, but I know that every single one of them wants to perform for you here on the stage. Right, guys, take your seats. Adrian and Mika, if you could just come up here just before we throw you into the server. Mika, come over here. Adrian. Give it up for our dev, Adrian, first, please, ladies and gents. And, of course, for Mika, all the way from Japan. Adrian, when it comes to being a dev in this game, I have to ask you, what keeps you so focused and driven to keep evolving this beautiful game?
I think the community is very important in our game. I mean, I started to play the game 8 years ago now, and be here at the show match representing the dev team, it's kind of a dream, so yeah, very exciting.
You know what is exciting? Coming out to a major all the way from Japan. Mika, you traveled 31 hours to be here. How was that journey?
I'm so excited. Yeah. So.
You've been a big part of the scene. You're a cosplayer, Asami, and we always see you out. Yes, we always see you out here. Do you want to give a shout out to the cosplayers of this amazing community?
It's so so beautiful, so nice community. Yes, in Montreal. Yeah.
Can you tell us what you're working on at the minute or not?
哇！呢個太撐架，同埋 Black Bear 呢個 cosplay，
There's a reveal panel at 2 PM today, and we're gonna have exciting stuff coming for sure.
All right, how much do you play Rainbow Six Siege?
Oh, 7 years. So every day.
7 years, every single day. And Adrian, do you ever get a chance to play it casually, or you're always just in work mode?
I think I have like 3,000 hours in game for the past 8 years. What can I say? It's like when my girlfriends come into my room and see me playing, I say it's for work.
I love that. Just need to ask really quickly, who's going to win?
For the grand final or here?
Right here.
Oh, us, definitely.
Are you going to win?
Yeah, my team will win.
That's what I'm talking about. Adrian, do you want to give a quick shout out to anybody watching at home?
Yes, I want to shout out to my mom, my dad, my brothers, I love you. My girlfriend here, I love you as well. And yes, have fun.
Love is in the air. All right, guys, shake hands. Let's do this properly. Mixed bag. Love to see it, guys. Go and take your seat. And over to you, Stokes, to cast what is going to be a crazy show match.
Oh man, thank you so much, Ian. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Stokes, and I'm here to walk you through the show match, but I can't do this alone. I don't know if we got something a little wrong here, but what, where?
What the fuck?
Where
Did you think I would be in Montreal and I wouldn't find my way to this desk? Yes! To everyone in Twitch chat, I was the Twitch that was on stream the other day. It was you! One person woke it up. It is so good to be here. I'm so thankful to be part of this with you, my love,
come on.
Sam, with all of the others, and with Montreal!
Beautiful crowd here. Beautiful crowd here for this grand final. Beautiful city, as always. We love Montreal, especially as the Siege scene. But guys, we're going to be getting into this pretty soon, and I'm very excited, Emmy. Let alone the fact that we have a show match with all of these amazing people, but it's going to be on Villa, one of my favorite maps throughout the history of Rainbow Six.
Really?
Listen, I know a lot of people hate on the basement, but it's a lot of fun overall. I know. I'm a little bit of a rat, I'll be honest.
You're crazy. You're wild.
Yes,
Villa is a test. When I found out they were like, do you want to do this? I'm like, sure. They were like, Villa. I was like, maybe less sure. It's fun. But let's see what these guys can bring it. Oh! That is a bit
Wow.
Everybody.
Yeah, looks yeah.
Listen, I know we went in quarters, guys, but we're not that bad, okay? I promise. I promise. I will say this, though. The Team Eurasia logo, it is much better. I like the bear, but the dragon with the castle, like...
Yeah, well, it's a map of secrets, and it's a map of some things. I don't know, maybe we'll even see it later today. I'm not going to say anything. I don't know anything. I'm just here having a good time, having a whale. You know this coat? I stole it from a makeup artist. It's not mine.
Oh, well.
I wanted a dramatic reveal. So, I've been investigating Montreal, the offices this time. I've been very lucky that Ubisoft were able to get me out here, which means I got to creep around the studio, something we've not done before. But it also means I know some of those devs on screen. I know the crazy things that they're capable of, the crazy things that they're going to do. And we'll be able to cut through them, but represented here, you have gameplay programs, you have some of the ones that just lead the community team, you've got some of the people that are just working on things in the shop. Now, they don't set prices. They told me very adamantly that is not their job. Please do not confront them. But they did say they put more things in the shop for us to see. I'm curious to see, in the kindest way, if they're any good at the game.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that a lot of people share that same idea. How good are the devs at the end of the day? We know they play the game. We heard it right from Adrian's mouth right there. 3,000 hours over 7 years. That's nothing to shake a stick at. And, hey, I mean, when it's your job, it's also a beautiful thing. You know what else is beautiful, folks? We got the game ready for you right now. So let's jump in to our match on Villa.
Now, if you are unaware of how we do a show match, well, there's some rules. Rules in a show match? Yes. Because if we don't open with a Nomad knife round, what are we doing, Sam?
True.
What are we doing?
True.
Wasting away. So I believe the first round is going to be all of them gathered up. Now, do you want to explain for the kind people what a Nomad knife round is?
What a Nomad knife round is? Well, this thing was born all the way back when we did this little thing called Wind Bastion.
Ooh.
Yes, we had this beautiful map came in. I think all of you guys loved it so much. It lasted so very long. Fortress, I know, crazy. But the air jab was really the main component of this. You plant the air jab on the ground, it has a nice little timer to activate. You know what that makes, really nice for, Emmy? A knife round. You all get around that air jab. It plops you all on the ground, and you all get up at the same time, and it's fisticuffs from there.
Way Blitz. Shields. What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's
Listen, we got more on shields later today too. You guys, I'm telling you, you guys better be ready for that one. But the defense, what are we going to be looking into, at least from America's side?
Matt, does it fill you with pride to call Team America out? Fenrir, terrible ban.
What?
Do you want to be really biased? You're biased for America, I'm biased for Eurasia.
I love that.
All right, cool.
I love that so much.
America sucks. Team America's in the dirt.
Euro-Asia doesn't even, they wouldn't even use Vigil anyways.
Brilliant ban. They're on top of everything.
Vigil.
We could see some No Boss G.
No Boss G.
Kitty, once it gone. French creator, Heideltraut, Germany.
都仲有到 KB， 真係冇法到 KB。
That's why I always love these show matches so much. You get to see so many different personalities. You get to see people from across the world all impacted by Rainbow Six Siege. It's such a cool story to tell, and it's cool to be a part of this. So we're going to jump into things now, folks. And do we have anything on the docket for the first round? I know you have
First round is the Nomad knife.
Oh, okay.
There's the slow build up towards it. I also like we're on a platform with all the other creators, so I can sort of keep an eye on Rollo and Britta right next to us. I'm wondering if I can just get in their stream.
I think you can. Yeah, the cable
is just like lean in their stream whilst I'm casting. Does this complicate things? Am I ruining your audio? Who are you rooting for? I didn't hear a word you said, Rollo, but good luck. Okay.
She said Team America is the best. Team America is going to win.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? First round. Everybody gets outside the main door. They get themselves around a Nomad air jab. They will explode in several different directions. The last one standing with a knife in a hand and a pip in their step is the winner. So, eyes on that very important pop that Atheno will be laying down in the room. Quick bets, who's going to be single player?
I'm going to say it's going to be Team America's and Nuggets getting 2 kills.
I'm going with Dev 2.
Okay.
Vibes about the second Dev, not the first. But here they are. Gather. Can I get another? Oh, from the
Solus 係3速 ，Solus 好似2速2格。OK， 哇！即刻閃啊
She's insane. She's off the edges. Everybody's blind, and people are just running in different directions.
哦，黃咗最後，哦，2打2，閃光，哦，要1打2啊，哦，1打1，哦 ，catch。
You never know how a Nomad knife round is going to go. But a decent amount of pop out of that one. And Mika literally playing herself in game, by the way.
I mean,
gets 2.
That's the dream, right?
Yes.
That's always the dream, is to be like, hey, I'm just going to roll as me this time.
What a flex.
What a flex.
What a flex.
America's winning out. Damn it, Rolo.
I tried to tell you. I tried to tell you.
You did, but second round, normal round. We're just into a game of Siege at this point. Yes. It'll get weird again very quickly. Ian Chambers is still in the building somewhere. And he does things. Look at that. Look at this. Oh! Never seen anything like that. That's my team in ranked. But the two that get knifed in the face.
Yeah.
That's my usual.
Yeah. It happens. It really does. And usually when it happens to us. So
we're on to AVG. We find ourselves here, and although it does say it's a normal round, although it does say it's a...
That is a complete lie. Because we know what's going to happen.
Yeah. It's content creators.
Yes, it's a normal round, but it's not a normal round in really any sense of the term because there's this thing, guys. It's called free will. I don't know if you know about that.
I've heard rumors.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I've gotten to partake once or twice. Quite nice. You know what? I thought we were going to get the collie off of Nugget here, but no. I was hoping for the sniper.
This is maybe they've learned lessons this time around. Now, obviously, there are references to Dev 1 and Dev 2. They do have real names.
They do?
They do, yeah. And I'm getting my list.
I thought they just numbered them out.
So here is Thibault. Dev 1 bringing themselves. They're a gameplay programmer. So their job is making sure that things work well. There's actually quite a few of them in this.
Listen here, spectators. No, go back. We gotta watch that guy. Gameplay dev, I gotta see what this man does.
I'm excited for them to pull out some real weird stuff.
I just want to see an angle I've never known existed in my life.
This is like the perfect time to be like, these guys, technically, they do play a lot, but it's to waste it. There's a weird angle. Up from the basement. Nobody uses that floor.
Hey, we were talking about the basement, one of those parts of the world that a lot of people just perfectly. And expeditiously as well. Quick to the punch, quick to 2 kills.
我呢邊已經兜後偷，哇！冇清到入樓啊！
You had to practice that one.
I have been practicing all morning.
呢邊
Sent them.
嘗試阿揸面上去 pick 喎。
Peeked off by Dev 1. Hey, you wanted to see an angle? There is one.
Hey. Thibault might be kind of a shooter. I don't know. I don't know.
Get him in. Get him in the final. How many subs can they make? They're great teams, obviously, for our final later on today, the best of 5. But could they be improved by a Dev? Who knows? A minute 30, a 2 versus 3, and you have maybe one of the most famous people from their region, Zig, still alive. They're cooking. They're always cooking.
Of course it's Zig on the upside down rappel as well. That's something that during his, time in the competitive scene for Siege was like one of the best things you could potentially apply. Looking to try and do that here in this round. Does have one close inside of Study, but you can see Azami doing her best to try and keep those up. There's going to be Dev 1 instead, but Zig, is he going to wait for some help? It seems like he is. Dev 3 on the rotation down low.
Dev 3 is Adrian, the one we saw talking on the stage before. Let's see those 3,000 hours in action. You said all the people you love, your girlfriend, your family, they're here. Don't be an embarrassment is probably what they're hoping right now. Support Zig. All of the Brazil community is screaming at you in Portuguese to come and help their main man. And, well, that's the team, the faces against them. 3 versus the 2. They're sat and steady.
呢邊反而係冇人 cover。
With a bit of a spray round on towards the back of Bolt.
All down to the 2 versus 2. Dev 3 does have the oversight, the overwatch to try and assist Zig on this entry. Gridlock not the fastest in the world, but she can make it happen.
呢邊 pose 其實佢仲有 C4 可以落樓下。
Something has to give, and it's going to be the gunfight. The
但係佢哋係冇 diffuser 喎 ，Gridlock。
What a great position down low. This is actually such a
diffuser 係 drop 咗。哦。
Either as Mika the Hashom angle.
Eurasia, baby! Mena's part of that region, and we get the Hashom angle because of it. Representing here, 1 apiece. Let's go, Sam. You thought it was over. You were waving the flag.
I was.
To a white one. We are moving on, though. So, we'll change things up a little bit. We got the button.
When's our next follow-up competitive round? Round 4. I might need the coach headset for that one. I have some words to say. It might be some strong words, but I do have some words to say. I mean, look at this flank. Where's our droning? Where's our droning, America?
There he is. Is that a Bayern shirt?
It is.
As well. Yes. He's got the representation there too.
Clean kit, by the way. Very clean kit.
Clean kit. Now,
I can't believe that out of Mika. I'm lost for words. Hits the deck, man.
I believe them when they say they play every single day. I believe them. Pistols and shotguns. That is the ruling for this next one. Now, I am already looking at people's loadouts and seeing secondary SMGs. Heideltraut. What is that?
If I don't see Legion with his primary suppressed shotgun, I will be sad, which we won't see, because obviously there's no defender
sad
pick.
now.
I am, because, I mean, that gun, it's kind of a meme, but at the same time, it is a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun.
I love the idea now of being like, how do we pull production? Can we get production to give us some stats?
Oh, Nook's got it! Guys, Nook has it! Oh, yeah! The eternally suppressed! Oh, dude, I love it.
Oh, can we get a 1D?
Whoa.
Give me a 1D. The secret source of every single slammed clip that you ever get to see is the 1D. What are we looking at, production?
Assassin's Creed references in Villa, you silly goose.
It's a lovely shot, but that's a different game. Who cares? No, I care. This is my one time on the mic, so I have to be as horrible to production as well, so I'm never back.
Pistol.
And as I said,
呢邊
pistols and shotguns, but
或者
otherwise,
散彈啊，
a standard
但係呢邊
You can never trust him, though.
好近喎，有冇聽到聲音咩？哦哦
Oh, Atheno, you're not getting that one back.
Pause the game. Pause the game and someone rub it in right now on stage.
That's fresh out on the airways, Emmy.
That's a team captain, I believe. Gone. Caught in the crossfire. Oh, in fact, no, Nugget is the team captain. But he's got to try and rally.
哦呢個
Now
哦
there's
中咗一槍啦，
Deeg, but a 5 missed. Deeg, the swing round here on towards the top of
哦
Red. Balance out.
snatch 住
On the
pistol，
back end, Heidel is caught, revenge is put forward, but you're up against Mika, baby. You're up against the tour de force, the form and the sharpest blade we have on this stage. You better run, Nugget. You're not going to be able to do it with all of your team. The keeper barricades keep finding themselves formulating some sort of hold here, but it's shaky. It's spraying.
哦 box 出單咗一個，
Takes a blast, but it's broken through. There is America screaming their way all the way across like an eagle, soaring over the top of the site. But it's not got locked. Kitty for the pride of France. Trying their best to hold on either side. They're disco dancing and dropping bodies like flies.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Here is ooh, not quite safe.
哎呀，都係打唔翻。
Hey, when it comes down to shotgun play, it's got to be America at the end of the day, baby. That's how it works.
You gonna hit him with a yeehaw? At some point?
Yeehaw!
Can you get a yeehaw from the audience?
Oh, we got some Texans in the crowd, I see. Come on, bring it back. One more time, guys. On 3, ready? 1, 2, 3. Yeehaw! There we go, there we go. We're all Cowboys today. And America's shooting from the hip. The shotties are landing. That M590, what do you know? It boils to the top again.
Now, I don't want to point fingers.
I do.
Okay, that was very funny.
都笑得
There's nothing better than
好
just seeing
笑。
somebody having a grand time, right?
Oh, loving it up on the stage. But at this point, so far, the 2 rounds with a couple of rules, America has reigned supreme. However, round 2, that was a regular round. He's having a great time. Whoa, really great time. That clip is going to go around all of your group chats for a while. But the normal rounds, the regular rounds, round 2, round 4 is just like that. So I think it'll be just the same. Eurasia, bring it home.
Oh, you're all talk, Emmy. Where's the bite? America's got it, I'm telling you. We got Christina Kyle out here now, Nugget, bringing the collie.
You know law? I don't. There's law to these guys. Actually, we've had a really great time. Whenever you have an event in Montreal, sorry, Milosh, somewhere there fuming at me for pronouncing it as it's written. You get all of the devs here. The devs are out in the community, and it's so amazing to get to meet them, to get to talk to them, and in this case, have them on the stage because they are so excited to share this stuff. They love talking about it. They love everybody's stories about it, even if they just play the game, if they love particular operators, the cosplayers, every part is so dedicated and is so driven by love. And this is maybe going to be a kiss from a very long barrel. Nugget scanning, but not quite suffering.
Nugget even thinks I'm going to get cheeky over on Study. Somebody pulls that in a show match. I mean, We got to see some hands or something.
Oh, yeah, I want to... If we don't have... Because we are in a hockey arena, right? How come we haven't had two players start just wailing on each other?
Somebody hit somebody. What's going on?
Somebody hit somebody. I've watched hockey before. It's supposed to happen. A minute. Nothing has happened. Come on, guys. Pick up the pace. Villa's a big man.
There we go.
Oh, Carly.
No way. Where was he?
Art or... I don't know.
Me neither.
His one moment so far and we missed it.
Man, it's got to be easy. Has to be.
Oh,
that guy
sounds like Steph. What's he doing? Oh, it's FedEx. A minute 20 now. A 5 versus 4 at this point. They have not a lot of control. They're trying to make their way across the bedroom, but to be honest, they're caught sleeping. Oh, underneath though. Kitty, Sacre Bleu, is able to cut them across the side. Atheno contribute a little bit more, but there is Dev 4 popping up.
但係佢哋暗晚 C 科太遠啦，太遠，佢冇即刻進。哦，反而都係捉到一個，但係 Ace 即刻揾一個位 pair 啦，已經算唔算安全呢個位？其實冇 cover 咯，佢個位暫時。哇！但係都係 stop 唔到 plans。哦，一打一，仲要單咗。哦，踩嘅。啊！佢唔拎埋個 ace， 可能。
Parfait, Kitty, parfait. Very well done. You can't be mad at that, man. That's just pure talent. Jess has been cooking. She's been cooking when it comes to Kitty. I don't know what you're feeding her, Jess, but damn.
For context, that's not Jess, that's a cowboy.
That is a cow. Not to get confused.
Not to get confused.
Yes. Jess just has the mentality of a cowboy. That's
2-2.
Yes.
2-2. So I think we go a little bit old school.
Okay.
This round here, I think we go with the OG operators.
What the fuck 第一回show 特差佢吊上，但係好笑佢吊人。
I'm already looking at the operator selection and how it is wrong. Only operators that were in the release of the game.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to point out, I see a sentry. Does that count?
In my opinion, no.
Dev 2.
That's not recruit.
That
Dev
is
2.
Marc-Andre, a gameplay programmer as well. Now, maybe they can make some justification. Yeah, we called it a rework, but should we have? It is just new recruit changed round, simplified, fine. But I'm not going to argue too much because they make the game. So they could just turn it all off right now.
They could.
They have a button on the stage. Tutsu. Normal operators OG. Who was your OG? Who was your classic on launch?
Oh man, there's a lot of people. I gotta come out with it forthright too, because there's a lot of people who like Stokes your line if I go with anything else. It's Ash. It's Ash R4C, man. You know, it always has been, always will be. Just how it is.
With the ACOG again, chat or people out there. Who was your? I was Thermite back in the day. Fragmite, loved it. Being able to roll through the drone hole, open my own breaches. Who needs a Thatcher? In those day and age, you're able to just clean your way across. Please bring it back. I want to feel that powerful again. Droning the basement as if anybody is ever there, ever. They're not, is the secret there.
Speak for yourself. I live down there.
It's a big space. We've got eyes on towards China and approach here. Straight across. Lateral movement on the ground floor. They're not going to mess around with the top. Not going to mess around with the bottom. They're playing a little bit scared. I kind of want a little bit more bravado from the players.
Scared play is not associated with droning. They're just droning right now. That's it.
Yeah.
I think the proper things.
I think this thing is obviously... Oh? We have a little bit of motion.
Ask. You shall receive. Zig.
Zig's
across
Kitty.
She's too good. She's still on fire.
Found a sense in the settings.
已經偷摸入嚟啦。
To the faces
難啲。
of the opposition of 5, almost 4 versus 4 is the Pulse fishing, but not so successfully. The C4 missed a moment. But this, with a minute 30, you're circling the site, but you have hard breach. Maybe start trying to use it.
C4 Pulse 反而 spot 到佢啊！哦，但係有第二個 swing 出嚟。
That is the Bolt gameplay program.
Man, where's our verticality? What's Zig doing? Walking right in the memo door? Tis.
Well, Battle is very quickly locked out there. And Mika, I think, was one of the final kills. They tried to find their way, as you said, onto memo door, on towards the China room approach, but they just could not get the connection here. Back and forth. I think we need some generic chances. What's the American chant? It's just USA, right?
Yeah.
No, it is America's. Does Canada count? Canada. Canada,
I mean, like, usually they go with the "Oh, Canada," but I'm not doing that.
Oh, Canada. It is very cold. 3-2-2. Team Eurasia pulled themselves ahead. Back to a normal round. I think Ian should start getting on the stage and just messing with people at this point.
He's got to start messing with Kitty. She's too good.
All right, we think about how we've rolled things back right before. We've had Parker and a cowboy hat feeding people bananas. We've had people stealing monitors. We banned Bikini Bodhi from the stage. We need people doing some shenanigans up there fast if we want to keep this Eurasia lead.
I still remember him in the Clash fit. Yeah. It's been a while now. A little bit. But 3-2 lead in favor of Eurasia. I hate saying that, and I hope I don't have to say it any longer after this. Team America all day, every day, including Sundays. All of the days. We're gonna get into the round now, folks, and this one is supposed to be, where are we at right now?
This is a normal round. Regular, by the book, brawl, though I still do want a hockey fight. I'm assuming that there is still some sort of like fourth quarter alarm sound that we could pop on the top here, pull things together. But at this point, Ian's just walked over here. Ian, you ever dreamed of being an esports caster?
Hello, everybody. Yeah, this is my dream. I've dreamed of this all my life.
All right, do some play-by-play.
Oh,
right
not
now.
this again. I don't like it when we do this.
Right now.
I don't like it when we do this.
Do it.
All right, here we go, guys. We are about to witness something special. Guns are blazing, early doors. Stokes, I want you to hype me up here. Do my ad-libs.
Keep going.
I think they're called color casters.
Ad-libs. So I just like, when I say something, I'll be like,
yeah.
That sort of thing.
I got you.
Yeah, you got
it. They've stolen all of my disc.
All right. All right, as you can see, as per usual, they're shooting guns.
Whoa.
Unbelievable scenes. Strapped, locked and loaded, about to do some damage to the brickwork.
Don't quit your day job.
What do you mean? This is good, isn't it?
He's got it.
He's got it, yeah.
We need a true moment.
I'm quitting my day job.
Yeah, we need the kill.
Yes. We're going until we get the kill.
I'll jump in for the kill. You guys do your thing, and I'll jump in for the kill.
I think it's going right now.
Amaru.
Swing all the way down.
Swing.
Oh.
Bada bing, bada boom! Dropped it there, and well, as Ian said it, couldn't have put it in better words, because what does boom go? The dynamite!
Whoa.
Absolutely exploded, Ian, right?
Yes, sir. All right, I'm gonna let you guys do your thing. If you want me to do anything wild, just let me know. I've got to go on stage in a minute.
No. I want you to go up there and stop. Shake things up, baby. Shake it up. Now, 2 versus 2. All down to this at this point, but you have Mika alive, son. You got Mika on this board. They're sitting scared over there in America.
Boom, 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 boom. Nah, that's all I have for ad-libs.
Oh, that was good.
Thank you. Those are actually some of my favorite, honestly. West Side Gun, shout out. Boop, 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 boop. Dude, hey, yo. That's it. That's all I got, guys. That's it.
Creep their way up to the top.
Oh, çok
there is an 8th and a triple kill.
Man.
Now it is all just Dev 2 finding the spray over the side of the vault door. Here's the smoke pop here, but they're doing their best to get a little position. Marc-Andre, for all of the gameplay programmers out there, he's going for the default, but they've swapped it, dropped it, rocked it, rotated it behind the bomb chassis. They are gone. One top red, one study. They get the first. They couldn't find the door. It's tricky on your way out, but there's the smoke for one more. Huge round from a player who was knifed. Now, Ian, he promised us something. He promised to shake things up. Well, I've heard he's going to deliver something on the stage itself, because they need to pick things up, right, Ian?
It's beautiful. All right, look, we love the devs, don't we, guys, here in Montreal? We love the devs. So we thought we'd just involve a few more. So we're gonna do a little bit of substitution right now. So 4 devs off, 4 devs on. Where are our new devs? Come on out here. Here we go. All right, come up here, sir. I want a massive round of applause for every dev. Come on! What's your name, where are you from?
NC Jack. I'm from North Carolina.
NC.
I'll be playing for Team Eurasia because I'm a traitor.
And just like on every show match, it doesn't make sense. Go and take your seat. Let's bring the next one up. Here we go. Hello. What is your name and where are you from?
Emily from the UK, and I Floki.
Oh, you can go and deliver that. Come on, make some noise, guys, every single time. Go and take your seat and get stuck into this show match. Come on up here, sir. What's your name? Where are you from?
My name is Walter. Team America!
You're the man, Walter. You're going to go help win this game?
I hope so. We'll see.
All right, Walter, go and take your seat. One more to go. Hello, state your name. Where are you from?
Melinda, Team America.
Team America, Melinda! All right, let's get back into the madness. Should I deliver that little dog for you, Flute? I'll bring it over if you want.
What?
What do you mean?
What are you saying?
The little teddy bear. Do you want me to bring it over?
No, it's playing. That's the idea, Ian. It's a gift, so they will win.
How would I not understand that?
I like how we get the 2-shot, though. What I do want and what I would like to see is maybe a graphic, maybe something to show off who the new players are, because, you know, players get that. That's kind of cool. There it is. Look at that. Production's quick.
They're on it.
When I'm at the helm.
Why does Walter look so scared?
Walter is terrified.
What does Walter see?
I mean, they said up there, they were like, Team America, and they were like, I hope I do okay. Which I feel every single day. There we have the other side as well. Emily and Jackson.
I can't. No, I don't like Jackson.
What?
How dare you?
Why?
How dare you?
Oh, right, because they've changed sides.
Yeah.
I believe they are.
It's an American thing. We don't take turncoats, man.
Well, there's a French flag now on the table. I don't know if that's from us. There is Shocky. It's a small little dog.
It is a very cute dog.
Yeah, it's a team mascot. They were very nervous about getting up on the stage. I was like, well, you want a dog, right?
You got that dog in you?
Got that dog in you. Everyone say, hello, Shocky. I like how a couple of people did it.
He's got like the little whiskey barrel, too.
Oh. It's coffee in there, though.
That's way less fun. If I got caught in an avalanche, honestly, neither one of them would really help me, but I prefer the whiskey. I'm just putting that out there.
So, as they get themselves set up at this point, it's otherwise going to continue, though I still think Ian should be on the stage causing trouble at points. I believe we're up to round 7, which we're going to flip it, we're going to reverse it, we're going to do modern operators only.
Twist it.
Twist it.
Pop it.
Pop it. Reverse it. Change it. Shape it.
Okay, mix it.
Mix it.
Hey.
Hey. 3, 2, 3. Still on Villa. Oh.
We would have killed it in the 80s hip-hop scene. Did you hear that? Put a beat break over that. Done.
That we got to move back. We got to do like a DJ Jazzy Jeff, Fresh Prince thing. And then Ian, because we got to bring him along. Now, who's your favorite modern operator?
Oh,
favorite?
Man.
Who do you bring? Who's the one that's like, this was the addition that changed my life?
Honestly, right now, it's probably Grim. I love Grim so much.
Well, it's not.
Kitty is a menace. Kitty! Oh! Kitty, it's a show match!
Hit him with the G, and I can hear Britt and Rollo screaming about that next to me.
That's that French toxicity. I can say that. I can say that.
Welcome to EU servers, baby.
My wife is going to kill me, but I can say that, okay?
Get ready. The pressure on towards the side is... Oh,
no way. Stop it.
Ooh.
Nuggets! Hit me. No, again in slow-mo. Give me that again in slow-mo, please, production. The slowest of Mo.
0.25. That's what I needed.
0.25 slam. I want to live in that moment forever. Dropped. Pressure on towards AVG. Well, that would have been insane. But it isn't quite. At this point, I believe, actually, we're going to get a live GN reporting. Ian, what's the story?
Hi, it's Ian Chambers here, reporting from the show match. Kitty, you know this is for fun, right?
Yes, I'm having so much fun.
You're killing everybody!
I'm trying.
Evil, wicked. How much are you enjoying your time here in Montreal?
it's so good. I was there for Six Invitational in 2019 and 2020, and it's so good to be back.
It's good to have you back.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Look, I don't want to keep you from killing people, so I will just ask one more question. Who do you think is going to win the grand final?
BDS.
Oh, BDS, what do you think? Oh, it sounds like you've got some agreeing fans in here. Back to you guys.
Well, in the meantime, their team has slightly fallen apart. Ian, when you cause trouble, make it for the Team America side. They've got themselves back into a 3 versus 3 here. Now, Atheno is quite hurt. Zig is on the board, and there's the end of them. And they still have, obviously, Kitty and Mika, the 2 absolute killers of Rainbow Six Siege. We've always known that.
Yes, yes. AK-12 to Mika's name. She flies into study. Knows there's some potential around that player over on main stairs as this plant starts to go down. Zig with a nice find though, and Dev3 will follow it up. It's down to Dev2, and a clutch moment for the offense, and a clutch moment for EuroAsia.
They have the ping, but it's wide swung. Pulled it back round at the end there, and oh, there's the close zoom. This is intense. Now, they've told me they're from the ComDev team. They develop the community. They get us all here feeling good, feeling great, and well, they're probably feeling a little bit bad after that, and they just sort of lost.
Emmy, did you hear about the fire at the circus?
No.
I heard it was intense.
Yeah. Rollo, I don't know if that picked up or not.
What happened,
What did you
Rollo?
just do?
Tell us.
Do you want to talk down production? There you go.
No, me and Mika is the best.
Yeah! Titanium Rollo, everybody. If you
Such a sweetie.
such a love.
Lovely person.
Hyping so I can't get you. You cannot use that excuse on a LAN environment.
It's literally 0 ping.
I think I will point out that doesn't work here, but I appreciate the energy. 4-3 Americas.
You're just like, who's running these servers? Looks over at Dev.
like playing.
It was you.
Like, they're doing their best here. Now, back to a normal round, I believe, but I still think loose the Ian at points. Like, we could get Ian in like one of those t-shirt cannons.
Oh.
Fire him at people. That's a big idea.
Fire him out of the t-shirt cannon?
Yeah, out of
So that's just a normal cannon.
Right, we need a cannon. Prod, how do we get a cannon
You're getting medieval on the broadcast right now.
Yeah. I think, we need to, people want to look to the future of esports. I'm going to look to the past of warfare. And I want to get a cannon operator.
I mean, I'm terrified as to what you would do as like a queen or like a princess back in the day.
That's why I'm wearing this coat. That's the look today.
You're a duchess.
Yeah, I came in like, whose head am I cutting off? What does it mean? Now, they're trying to communicate something here. Zig said...
Something in Portuguese, I'm pretty sure.
Go here.
Oh.
Where is he?
Where?
Can I get that over the...
What the fuck?
Oh! He's in the... Okay. So if you punch the little clothing rails to hang up stuff in your closet, if you punch them inside the master closet, you can actually slip into that entire building.
Okay. Right. So, I believe that was Dawn of Shadow as well, the fantastic cosplayer who did all of my Twitch cosplay. It was their gear. Oh no!
Seriously.
There's no way.
Oh, no.
I have to be a part of this as well. I'm an American. This is somehow my fault.
Well, it's Team America, so it obviously includes Brazil, South America, all of the great regions and players down there as well, but they're being all dispatched. An impact, probably impactless as they get, I believe, Dev2. That is just Emily, the community developer.
Oh.
And there it is, locked out there. We're back and forth, baby, but I don't know. I'm thinking we need to spice things up a little. Dribble it on there.
I mean, but what could we do? We've already done, OG operators. We've done modern ops, a nomad knife round. I mean, Emmy, what else do we have in the tank?
I think Ian probably has an idea of some chaos that can be delivered. I can see some busy hands making some work on that stage right now. The best players will lose their screens for a round. They're too good.
咁佢點樣打？佢靠隊友，佢一定要。
Get him gone. Do you know there's...
真係聽聲。
Well,
if Kitty gets a kill,
And Kitty gets a kill.
Is it
yeah.
Indiana on the other team that has their monitor turned around? We can see their screen. They don't even have their operator selected.
This is fantastic.
How are they going to choose? Because, okay, there's a story once of original release Lion. Horrible idea. There was scrimming, the G2 of the time, and Fabian had a screen that did not work for a round. So he picked Lion and just pressed the button when his team told him to. They won that round.
I bet they did. I bet they did.
I'm not sure what else they're breaking. I'm breaking the table. Ian, I think, is also going to try and find out a little bit more. Now, it's down to communication. If the team can tell them where to go, then they can be able to find things locked in. And, well, I'll send it over towards Ian. That's where we're going to go now.
I am Ian Chambers. Are we having a good time, Montreal? I may be a bit bigger than Ian, but I've just been on summer vacation. So what I need, who wants a control cookie? You want a control cookie? Come and join me. All right, what's your name?
My name's Shane.
Who you here for?
WCGM!
What about for BWBDS? I'm sorry, but you're gonna get a cookie here. But I need you to scream into the mic, I'm the Cookie Monster.
I'm the Cookie Monster!
Give it up for the Cookie Monster! Back to the casters!
Oh, man. Hey, kid's got some pipes. I'm telling you.
Yeah, Ian is looking rough nowadays. He's had a tough 20 minutes, apparently a very tough 20 minutes, and they've had a tough minute. Kitty, is she looking at someone else's monitor?
Kitty?
Whoa.
Kitty!
Refs, where are you?
Where's Ian and where's bigger Ian?
Where's Ian and bigger Ian? Is there a biggest Ian out there somewhere, or a smaller Ian?
Well, the size of Ian is a spectrum, so technically speaking, there is an Ian that is the biggest.
They are trying to find their fight now. Kitty is getting the spray over
What the
top,
fuck?
but it
Kitty!
Kitty, you are looking at their monitor. They're trying to find the swing round here. There's a lot of support. You can see Mika is feeding all the information. But it is Kitty, because cheaters never prosper.
Can I look at my monitor now?
Can I look at my monitor now?
No, it's gone. You're never allowed to look at it.
Oh, man.
Again, now it's just knife, I believe, for the rest of it. I can see them typing that at this point. Make some noise! We need to do like the cams. They just need to find a single person, and it's just a make some noise. just like a big crowd of a make some noise, and then one person for all the pressure of make some noise. It's knives out, and away we go. I don't know what the Prisma's gonna do, but if someone falls for it,
Atheno!
I mean,
that wasn't very nice.
It wasn't very nice.
That was pretty nice.
Pretty nice of them. All right, round 10. Round 10. Bleep. One of them swore. You'd think content creators would be better at it than players.
Well, no, they just get to take it out of the post.
Oh, that's true.
So they're probably worse.
Yeah, they're probably way
worse. Have you ever sat down and watched like one of your favorite like content creators on YouTube and just paid attention to the cuts? I promise you, go home, watch anybody, guys. Watch Critical, watch whoever your person is. Watch them and just watch the amount of cuts. And you're like, how often are you messing these up, man? Like,
or any of our wonderful content creators that are on the stage as well. Now we get the moment.
Oh.
That was so clear, like 2 knives dodged out.
It was way more janky than I thought it was going to be, too.
Yeah.
Like,
make some noise. That guy's like, he's like mildly approves. That was
he's
such like a,
adequate.
That was Siege.
Yep, that was
that was good.
stuff, and it happened.
The tame, this is like the golf clap equivalent of being at an esports major. 5-4, America. They stand tall currently, but it's round 10, and this is a normal round. So we get another taste of how good these devs are now. At this point, obviously, there's been a couple of changes. We include having Walter. Yes?
Huh?
Huh?
What? I was getting photos taken. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, there's photos. Yeah, you know, hang on. Stream, you can wait a second.
Yeah, guys,
We have Eric and Anne Malay, I believe that is. Oh, it's not Eric.
It's not Eric.
Oh.
It's a different beautiful gentleman that is taking our photos.
Beautiful gentleman.
Yes, yes, indeed. But if there is one thing that I know about a normal round in between these two, somehow, some way, America is going to screw it up.
America. Swing round, sprayed over the top of the workshop. Nobody is sitting in. Oh, but you're almost knocked right out. Get in the bath, mate.
Oh.
Get yourself washed. You gotta get dirty to get clean. And they're just halfway out. Hunted down. Dev 2 felt froggy, took a leap.
It works out for him. Nugget, a very aggressive stretch over to the Master's side. It will not go unpunished. But America still has a couple of things in the tank here. We got that pulse down low. He's going to be the only one that has a nitro cell, though, to potentially blow this entire round sky high.
Now at this point, with a minute 50 and a bit of a down onto Kitty, they're gone, but they did get with a fuse charge Zig. So that is two different explosive devices they have used to remove the man of Brazil off of the board. Here, that's slightly directed towards you. They're doing their best to remove every single piece of the floorboard ahead of them. But a minute 30, we asked for verticality. We also kind of want you to attack the site. Sprayed. Not quite making the connection here. The Legion will pull themselves back. Further pressure angles onto China, but it's crossed. There goes Dev.
Atheno even pointed at the camera. He was like, that's for you.
We need more playing with the cameras at this point. Can someone give them that memo? I want to see some screams. I want to see some reaction shots. I want to see some tears.
No tears out of Kitty, though. She's been playing fantastic this entire game. Doesn't matter if it's a meme round or a real one. 11-6, consistently finding a way to keep EuroAsia in these rounds. Atheno, you could say the exact same thing. 16 kills to his name. It might be another one here through this verticality. Not able to tag up the player in the slightest. As EuroAsia, Emmy, they're starting to run out of gas.
They got to make some motion here. They got to make things happen. It's a 4 versus 3, but as I said, the deploy is the important part, and there is the first. Heideltraut's been silent for a bit, and he started the plant, but he decided better of it instead. Wait, round the corner, but who's round the corner? It's a man with a mission. There's the first, sprays on towards the second, can't get the connection. They can pull themselves back. Walter, he was a little bit scared, a little bit worried. Now he's on a little bit of a hunt, trying to bite and buy his way back in towards the kitchen and cook up a little bit of fresh dish of pain. There's the swing round onto the back of one. There is America screaming across like a 4x4 with flags trailing in the wind. Can you hear it? The quarterback QB of Atheno is leading the crossover quad. Baby, that's America.
It's America, Jesus, Atheno. There it is right there. Yes, sir.
Country western music. They're gonna write a song about that.
They are.
It's one of the things that, you know, it's about your truck. It's about your love, your wife.
Your dirt road. Can't never forget that dirt road.
And never forget that dirt road. And then Rainbow Six Siege.
right there. Right next to cold beer. Rainbow Six Siege.
Rainbow
yes, sir.
Six Siege. You ever play Rainbow Six Siege in your truck, in the cornfields, playing with your cold beer? Wife's gone.
Oh, man.
Yeehaw. This was horrifying.
Yeah. No, I actually felt for Nugget. He was in the spin cycle.
Him saying everywhere?
Yes.
Oh, they blew them. Was it? Wait. No. Oh, no.
No.
I thought they blew themselves up for a second.
That was Ziggy. And then he ate 2 hockey pucks.
It was a risk.
Oh. Hyde, I don't think you're supposed to be in there.
Well, America's agreed. Got themselves a 2-round buffer. Now.
We're on what?
It's first to 7, I believe. And at this point, I've run out of ideas. Have you got any ideas, or are we just running this to the end here? Will America lock it out for some pride here at an event where, let's be honest, you don't really have any. And I know it's America's, I'm being specific, Zig's representing. They're in the final, baby. They're there. South America and Brazil, but America? Where's your pride, sir? Where is it?
It was left with SSG. Oh, Ziggy. That's just not nice, man. I mean, it was clean, but that's just not nice.
It was to Kitty, though. And if there's anybody that you would like to kill in that situation, there's the risk. Kitty hurts, knocked back down, picked back up, but a breeze would be their removal here from the map. Dev 1, Jackson, creeping their way up. They're another gameplay programmer here. They're actually quite active on Twitter, but I'm not going to give their game away. You've probably interacted with them before. They're always keeping an eye, but apparently not a good enough one. There's the C4. Goodbye.
Basement comes back to bite yet again. Map hasn't been in the pool for a while, but a lot of similar interactions, even inside of the show match. Now Hyde, but specifically Kitty, after those earlier antics out of Zig. Low on HP, but high when it comes to the fire in the belly. Flying in through the 90. Window has one over on the bench side, but Dev turns and burns Hyde. It's up to Kitty now on the cross. Knows that she's here now. Kitty in a lot of trouble as she backs up to get the default cam, but she's getting pressured from both sides. Team America starts to back off when it comes to the bench side, though. This should make things a little bit easier for her.
The hope here of Eurasia lies in the hands of Kitty, of Mika, and of, oh no, only Mika left. It is the one, the heart, the soul, the screaming champion of Japanese Siege. Holding on hope. There's a spray round. They can't get the angle. They're hungry, Sam! And there is the biggest yeehaw of them all. The winners, your champions of the show match, Team Americas!
I knew we could do it.
Yeah.
I always do.
Yeah, they're all great players. We love them all. Everybody's a star, but somebody has to lose. And unfortunately this time, we are the losers.
It's a close one and a lot of different portions of that game. But when it came down to it, we found out who was just a little bit of a cut above the others.
Are they gonna...
Kitty, Atheno, fantastic, and are we gonna get the handshakes?
There needs to be handshakes and fist bumps, guys. What are you doing? Don't talk to Ian. Where's your camaraderie? Where's the siege? Oh, you just left the losers in the dirt. That's so Team America's of you. Let's just throw it over to Ian. Take it away, Mr. Chambers.
Yeah, so Team America, stay up here. You are the champions here in Montreal. How's it feel, Athena?
Feels great.
You're so chilled now. You were talking some mad trash over there. What was that all about? You took it really serious.
That wasn't me, that was Lucian.
You were all talking it. Guys, let's go. What do you want to say to your fans?
I spent way too much time on the spectating screen there, the entire game, but it was good, it was fun.
Hey, GG's, have fun playing the game.
Yeah, GG, well played.
Yeah, I told you we're gonna win, and we win.
Oh, I like this trash talk. We want to see more of this before the grand final, don't we, as well? That's for sure. Final words, guys?
No.
No words! What about you?
It was a good match.
It was a great match.
Yeah, it was.
All right, guys. For every winner, you of course get a prize. Here comes Big Ian with some prizing for you guys. Looking better than ever. Thank you very much, Ian. Anything you want to say? Big round of applause for this man.
Let's get this grand final on, am I right?
Too right, Rob. All right, guys. What do you want to do with all these prizes?
Give them away.
You hear that? Blacklight and control cookies over here. We've got all sorts of stuff going on. Do you want to start giving them out to the crowd? All right, tell you what. Who wants them? Who wants a cookie? You guys all want to throw a t-shirt out each into the crowd? Let's do it. You guys are sick. If you all just go out there and start throwing stuff out into the crowd, let's just create some mayhem here. I'm here for it. I'm out the way. Yeah, get more, throw it all out.
Who wants one? Hey, 15 grams of protein? Who needs the gains? Anyone over in the crowd, in the stands? Wave your hand if you want it. This crowd over here?
Nice, all good. Thank you very much, bro. You're a legend. Congrats again once more to Team Americas. Oh, man, this was wild, as you'd expect for a show match. Talk us through everything that went on the desk.
We'll try our best, that's for damn sure. There was quite a bit going on in that show match. Welcoming back, we got Leo, relax. And we got our boy Jack on the very end. Leo, we always love these show matches, don't we? What's your takeaway? What do you take away from a game like that?
I feel like the show matches are amazing because it's the only thing NA can win.
Does he know who the current major champions are?
Yeah, I mean, are you confused?
But
until EU actually wins it, you can't really be saying stuff like that because NA still holds the title as of right now until we see what unfolds.
All right. Maybe that's true, but all I want to say is that Kitty dropped a double digits. That's another French dominating the scene, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, Athenio dropped like 20.
No, but neither of them were the star of the show. Dev3 got a 4K with a shotgun.
Wow.
That was incredible for me.
At least we know the devs are playing the game.
Exactly. Proves that they can dunk on anybody.
That's fair.
Anyone else final comments? Do you have any more trash talk before
America's
we go?
on top.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Keep
Where are they?
That's the only thing you're
Keep a hold on that one. There's the grand finals.
We're in North America. That's the only thing we can give to you right now. But it is time for us to go to a short break. You don't want to miss what's on the other side. The reveal panel will be just after this.
When I leave my dentist, my mouth feels super clean, making me feel super confident. But the next day, it starts to fade. My dentist says it's because my manual toothbrush leaves 50% of bacterial plaque behind. So thanks to him, I discovered the Oral-B IO electric toothbrush.
Its dentist-inspired round brush head surrounds teeth, cleaning where manual toothbrushes don't reach, for 100% more plaque removal.
Now I get that dentist clean feeling every single day.
Oral-B, brush like a pro.
The reveal panel is coming up very shortly, but before we get there, teasing that grand final. This one is a big one. BDS taking on W7M. Storylines galore. It's rich. The history from both of these organizations are incredible because these gentlemen are incredible. All of you have your history in this game, and specifically when we get to these kind of matches, this is where we really get to enrichen your knowledge and your thoughts. Leo, how are we feeling about the overarching theme of this match?
You know what, I feel like from playing against these guys, speaking of BDS there, like I just hated it. Like I have to say, like playing against Prime Shaiko, it was so hard. Every time you play against these guys, like there's nothing you could do. You think about Bride, it's the same story. W7M on the other hand, I feel like they're more of a unit, more of a strategic mind to it. You know, it's gonna be entertaining. I'm just hoping we don't get the same result of their EWC final.
You know, I beat BDS, and I can say they were hard to beat, to say the least. And then for W7M, I never really got to experience them, but just watching both these teams play, it's truly an experience for me, being, you know, a historic player for so long and now being on this talent. I mean, I love seeing the vibrance that both these teams can bring to the talent of both these rosters. I mean, it's truly extraordinary to be in this situation right now.
And these 10 guys here are creating history. Yep. They are the first 2 teams that have contested an S-tier event back-to-back. Esports World Cup, they played against each other. Of course, BDS won that 3-0. And the next S-tier event, we're at the Major in Montreal, just what, 3-4 months later, and they're back here in the final again. They're starting history as the only teams to have ever done that.
The caliber of players, the caliber of teams that we have coming up in this matchup, there's no contest at the moment. But how do we feel like they've gone internationally over the last 12 months, Leo?
Well, you know, it's been domination, I feel like. I feel like BDS always there. They should have won Manchester, in my opinion. I think that was a crazy fluke from Beast Coast, but technically the better team was in Europe.
On the day, Beast Coast were far better.
Listen,
absolutely.
Beast Coast was not there at WC. They are not here now. BDS is the better team in the long run. If you look at W7M,
Sure,
they were there at EWC. They were also incredible international. So you're looking at the teams, the 2 teams that have been the most consistent at the top level, now fighting for a major title.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. Like you said, history is being made here already. The fact that we have both of them in another grand final to possibly see whether, you know, BDS is going to walk away with it here or W7M can conquer them and actually get their first title as a unit together.
And I actually like the psychology of it as well. I like the psychology of the fact that BDS has absolutely owned W7M in a final previously, but at this event, W7M have got the revenge on BDS. So both teams have, you know, they've got recent wins in their mind against their opponents.
The thing is, do you count the best of one as like a true testament, especially going 8-7?
I think it was just proof. It was just proof that W7M can beat BDS, which they maybe needed in their mind. Had they have not played them yet at this event, all we would be saying is BDS owns them. But the fact they've beaten them already allows that in their mind.
Now, in terms of the GOAT discussion, because we're getting a little lax here, we're just enjoying this. Where do we rank Shaiko in this? How far up that ranking with their history and now the presence? Where does he sit for you, Leo?
I feel like he's missing trophies to even contest with Pengu. I think Pengu will always be up there. Yeah. But as much as we go into the years, if Shaiko can then build his own dynasty with BDS, it's already quite late in his career. I've got to say, Pengu started when he was 18 and he started gaining titles there. Yeah. But if he can go with BDS and start winning so many S-tier events, that will be for sure a contention for that title.
I think just at individual prowess and what Shaiko brings to the table and what he consistently brings, that's more impressive to me than anything, is that he's been going for as long as he have, and he still puts up those numbers consistently across the board. That's truly what makes a top-tier player.
Speaking of Shaiko, we did have an interesting tweet come from him on X. Do we call it a tweet anymore? What do we call it?
Call it Twitter.
It's still an X? Do we call it an X?
Don't call it X.
How do you do this? Jack, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, he said merci beaucoup for the free EWC, and I'll tell you in a few hours, merci beaucoup for the free major. That was a message directly to his opponents, W7M, saying that he is going to win the major after he won EWC right against them. Whoever taught Shaiko English and developed this character arc has created an absolute monster.
I was about to say it's crazy to see him trash talk now, because we used to not see that from him, but he's been on a run on Twitter like the past 6 months.
I was going to say, he's been on his villain arc for as long as I've known Shaiko. I barely have seen him talk. I've seen him smile here. I've seen him talk the talk on Twitter. So he's definitely changing his just the way functions as a whole.
Well, we do have the teams getting ready behind us, but we've got something to get ready for that I think I'm excited about a little more. We've got the Year 9 Season 4 reveal panel coming up. Now, we've seen the advertisement, we've seen the trailers. What is the thought on Blackbeard? Are we going to see you back?
Dude, that was so long ago, but I did love Blackbeard, to be completely honest, so it's a possibility, and it looks like, I mean, he looks completely different outside of just his character model, that's to say the least.
Yeah, it was from the trailer I saw. I feel like it's like the only operator in the game that would have like an AR and a shield at the same time. I don't know how that's gonna work, but that's super. Seeing the shields right now, especially, that's crazy to me.
I think Blackbeard is a very interesting character, a very interesting operator to try and balance from a perspective of, you know, having a face shield. In the current iteration, it's either been way too strong upon release or way too weak, as we've seen recently. So I'm very much looking forward to see it.
Well, looking forward to seeing that, but also other things. Jack, what's your hopes for this panel? What are you looking forward to potentially changing if it does?
I mean, look, I would say I'm a super user of this game. I play so much ranked. Like, I absolutely love it.
You have a Discord committed for that.
Yeah, I have a Discord committed just for ranked.
I get notifications every day.
Every day,
So do I.
every single day. Do you want to play ranked? Do you want to play ranked? The one big topic in ranked right now is shields.
Yep.
So I hope shields do get addressed and that we can have a little bit more balanced gameplay with regards to that.
Leo?
I feel like for me, because I never answer his notifications, that's because sometimes I just solo queue. And my experience as a solo queue player in rank is it can be frustrating sometimes to face a 5-stack. I know we've been speaking about like having multiple letters or queue systems. I don't know what's being worked on, but like that would be my on my wish list to see how solo queue players can have a fair game matchmaking.
No, I mean, that's something for me even, that just being able to do that. But I think back in Brazil, they talked about like a cross-play or something like that, being able to bring Xbox to PC, PlayStation, whatever it is. That's something that's kind of unique for me, to be able to go back that far to now bring them all together. So I'm really hoping that this is in this panel.
Jack, what do you think the esports community is looking for the most? Do you think it is that shield rework?
I think so, because it's dominating the way that esports is played right now, because either the esports are banned and there's no strategy at the esports one. The shields are banned and there's no strategy, you know, really in the banning, or you try and play the strategy in the operator ban phase, and then shields just kind of abuse the meta right now. It's the big storyline of what's happened at this major in this season, so I think that's what they'll be looking for.
Lax, how much does it impact the community with these panels?
I mean, tremendously. I mean, you get to see a completely different look at Siege, a different approach to Siege, especially with certain operators if they get tweaked or touched, or just even certain aspects of Siege and how you play the game as a whole. So, I mean, it's great for the community, it's great for the esports as a whole.
Well, this is very exciting, Leo. I was going to let you talk, but we are getting underway. This is the big one. It's time for us to unveil Year 9, Season 4.
Hello and welcome to Operation Season 4, the fourth and final season of Year 9 of Rainbow Six Siege. I'm your host, Camille Salazar-Hadaway, here with a jam-packed reveal show. We've got a ton of new features to talk about, including some big player protection news. Now, let's welcome Creative Director Alexander Karpazis to give you a full overview of Operation Collision Point.
This is Operation Collision Point, and it's our grand finale of seasons in this year. It ends with a bang, and it brings to the table everything we've been working on together this past Year 9. We can't wait for you to get your hands on these new features. It starts with crossplay. We are allowing PC players and console players to finally play together with the cross-play feature, so that wherever you are, whatever platform, you can play together with your friends. You're going to see the reputation system come online with all of the feedback that you've provided us in the past. We are remastering Blackbeard, and he is the true point man in the Siege roster. Balancing teams bring some balancing changes too, not just for shields in general, but some other operators that you might see. We're so thankful for all of you who participated in the beta of Siege Cup. It launches for everyone in Season 4, so everybody can play Siege
Cup
in tournament mode.
用5人組到先係用，即係冇得
We
pop
announce next week and let us know your
所以
feedback through our 6 picks.
我到而家都未玩
So
過
stick with us.
Siege Cup。
We have a lot to cover, and stay tuned.
With Operation Collision Point, friends who play on console and PC can now join together in lobbies to team up, hop into matches, and then crouch, teary-eyed, over each other's fallen operators while solemnly vowing to get the refrag. Here's UX designer Abhishek Agarwal with the details on
Cosplay
this
我記得
crossplay
影響唔
update.
大，我記得係就係 console player 先可以連到 PC 唔會連到
As we
console player。
introduce PC and consoles crossplay, we know that fair play, especially cheating, is a concern. So we are excited to confirm that Mousetrap V2 will be a part of this feature to keep things balanced. We'll share more details about Mousetrap in our next segment, but for now, we are excited to bring crossplay between all platforms in Siege. Console players will have 3 pools to play in: the platform-specific pool, the consoles-only pool, and the PC crossplay pool. They'll be able to select that in the crossplay matchmaking setting in the options menu. To ensure a safe experience for console players in the PC pool, we have made console players indistinguishable from other PC players. Players will be able to invite each other seamlessly across PC and console platforms through Ubisoft Connect. Console players will be able to progress both their PC rank as well as their console rank by playing directly on consoles in the relevant pools.
What?
The Year 9 plans we revealed in Sao Paulo earlier this year included a lot of player protection features. And this season is the culmination of all those plans. Alexander Karpazis and UX designer Roland Poe are here to give you the full rundown.
With the changes to crossplay, we're looking at Mousetrap now. Now that keyboard and mouse is allowed to play on console with PC players, we will be re-examining the way that we tackle players who try to circumvent that. We have a new 3-strike system that detects if you are playing with mouse and keyboard in the wrong player pool.
即係要睇佢個
And on
mouse
the
chat
third
個
strike,
system
you'll be
detect。
moved to the PC pool for 90 days. Our machine learning model is constantly improving with
主
players
機嘅
playing the
鍵
game.
盤其實
So we're
其
becoming
實都易
more and more
detect 嘅，但
accurate
係
over time. And the fact that we are
對
releasing this
PC
now
玩
means
家
that
嚟
we're
講都
confident
冇
in the
乜影
system
響。
detecting
呢個
the
主要
right
都係針對
players.
主機嘅，真係。
Cheat match cancellation is coming in Season 4.
哇！呢個
That
真係
means we can react faster to detecting cheaters
用咗
and
9
getting
年
them out of the game as soon as possible. If you're
跟
in a
住
match with a cheater,
先
they're
至先至
banned,
叫做
you
有
will
呢
see
個
the
系統。
notification pop up.
有
and the
cheater
match
直接
will be
cancel
canceled.
啦，唔係
The
等你
player
打
will
完
be
成日
removed
比賽
from
要
the
同你
game,
扣分
and
啊、
every
加分嗰啲
legitimate。player will not be punished for canceling the match.
Throughout Year 9, we've worked on the reputation system refresh. That means we've changed everything top to bottom, front to back. And everything starts with the actions that are tracked in-game. We're introducing a new concept called units. And these are standardized ways of understanding actions and act as the building block for your reputation. The goal of the reputation system is to catch recurrent and highly toxic players,
呢
guide
個
and
好，
reward
因為
players
R6
who show
係
positive
真係好多 toxic
And the
player，
way we're achieving
真係
that
唔
is
知，
looking over a long
真係唔
period
知個
of time
community
to
係
really
發生咩
understand
事
the。pattern of players' behaviors. Over the past 100 matches in 90 days, what has a player been up to? This means that a single errant grenade throw that bounces away you didn't expect isn't going to send your reputation plummeting. What will is repeated patterns of disruptions. We're introducing
希
a
望呢
new
個會聰明
visualization
啲，
called
即係
the
要
standing
係
map.
即係
This will
detect
show you
嗰陣
your
時，
positive
因為
and
其實都
negative
係好
units,
難
as
好大
well as
作。
exactly where you are in the standing. So how close are you to achieving that next upper bracket? One final note is that with the launch of the refresh reputation system, everybody's scores is getting reset. That means you'll start the season with 0 positive units and 0 negative units.
即係上個場
We
為
really
兩隻
want
嘅
you
人冇
to
用
engage
啊
with！the system, understand it from the beginning. You helped us create this refresh system, And we'll be listening to your feedback once again, and together helping to create a safe and positive play space for everyone. Toxic communication is never acceptable.
Really?
Stop. And with Year 9 Season 4, Rainbow Six is taking a strong stance against toxic communication with the introduction of automated text chat moderation. And that means that every message that's sent in the text channel will be assessed. Those that are determined to be disruptive will either be flagged or prevented from being sent in the first place. And the way we determined which messages were disruptive was to assemble a diverse team and go through many different categories and establish varying levels of acceptability. A good rule of thumb to think about is, if you were in this room with 9 other strangers, would you and they be okay hearing these things, saying these things? And if the answer is no, then those are the sort of messages that might get flagged or removed. If a player sends multiple flagged or removed messages during a match, they will be automatically muted for the rest of that match. If players show a repeated pattern of disruptive communication, they will face the preventative mute penalty, meaning they will be muted in both text and voice for 20 matches. We know that varying people are going to have different opinions on what is acceptable and not acceptable. And this is also a new system, but we are confident that it's the right step in securing text chat, and we'll be very closely listening to your feedback. That way, working in collaboration with you, we can make text chat a great place for everyone.
I know you're eager for the big moment we've got coming up. And believe me, we have some exciting things to share. But before we dive into that, we've got a special surprise for you. A mid-reveal treat. It's Maestro, like you've never seen him before.
Why? Yeah. 呢有啲似，我唔知點樣講。但係有啲似 Logan 嘅。What the fuck, Maestro？ 哇，唔得真係，有少少啩。個頭髮老嘅，但係佢腰個比例係少少幼。
Under the hood of some improvements to the matchmaking system that live content director Christopher Budgeon is going to walk you through.
This season, we're bringing 2 new huge improvements. One is team rebalancing, and the other is Phantom Player. Phantom Player is a new way that we calculate skill of a squad. How that works is that it takes 2 aspects into account. One is the size of the squad. So are you 2, 3, 4 players within a squad, or a full stack, for example? Because you're giving call-outs, you're playing and coordinating with each other, maybe getting a refrag off of each other. These are all elements that players who are playing separately are not able to do, certainly not as easy. Another is the difference of skill within that squad. So for example, if you're a champion pairing with a copper, that would be a large difference in skill. If a champion pairs with 4 coppers to drive down their average skill, it's not really fair to anybody in that lobby. With the Phantom Player, that will add a lot of skill to that group, and they'll ultimately be playing in a more fair lobby. We like to call this feature Phantom Player.
至少佢有改啦個都算，
Phantom Player will be
即係而家個匹配系統
all of our playlists, including the Siege Cup, our most competitive players. We're also bringing team rebalancing. Now this is something we've been testing on live in Year 9 Season 3, and we're ready to have this fully rolled out for Year 9 Season 4. What team rebalancing does is it looks at all the players on each team and just rebalances them to give an improved way to calculate the skill of both teams. So which squad should a team go to? Should it go on Team A or Team B? Now with the team rebalancing feature, will be an improved way to make sure that the 2 teams are as close in skill as possible. So we're able to add these matchmaking improvements because we've actually
即係佢實裝嗰陣時，即係同佢講嘢一樣嘅話，咁 R 應該會好打好多，或者好玩好多，或者未必好玩，但係會競爭性多啲，會有競爭性多
Operation
啲。
Collision Point marks the arrival of the most competitive playlist yet, the Siege Cup. If you're ready to see what your squad can really do, this is the place to do it. Game designer Robert Cole will give you all the details as we celebrate the full release of Siege Cup.
Let's do this.
呢個宣傳片都
He's upstairs.
都佢唔夠人請其他4個人，請多4個人。
Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated. Go, split together. Planting, make noise. 15 seconds. It's the final, let's get the win. Friendly's victorious. Hostiles eliminated.
Thank you everyone for participating in the Siege Cup Beta. Coming next season, we will be inviting everyone above clearance level 50, including console players, to Siege Cup, so that everyone will be able to participate. We want Siege Cup to be the most competitive moment in the game, so matches in Siege Cup will have 8 rounds instead of the 6 of ranked, together with a roll swap after the 4th round. Apart from that, the map selection of Siege Cup will be handpicked in advance, so that players will know in which map they will compete days before each Siege Cup. As we announced previously, we'll be bringing our new Phantom player algorithm to Siege Cup. This means that teams with big skill disparities will be placed in much harder brackets. The release of Siege Cup is a big milestone for us. But we're not stopping here. We have a big list of features and improvements to make it the best version possible.
It's time to take a look at this season's bouncing update. And here's what we've got on the docket.
Alex.
Ying,
Sense
and every operator who uses
同埋
the shield.
強兵
How will they be affected? That's
睇下
what
佢
Game
點改
Director
先。
Joshua Mills is here to tell you.
Kicking off Season 4 of Year 9, we're going right after a problem that we're already seeing in our community, which is our ballistic shields. So fundamentally, they're performing in a more aggressive state than we intended, and we want to go in and address that.
So what are we doing? 1. Melee priority will now be properly respected. For example, a player melees a shield causing a guard break. The shield user will no longer be able to cancel that shield break with their own shield bash. 2. Consecutive guard breaks will now have a stacking benefit. That defender can now increase the intensity of the guard break exponentially. Meaning if once he does nothing, you will be able to achieve a 100% guard break opening even on an extended shield. 3. We no longer ignore guard break actions due to the animation. For example, you melee a blitz and the guard break animation plays. But as the shield is about to settle back down, you melee it again. Previously, that second melee would not have connected and the guard break animation would have completed with the shield settling. But now, that melee will connect and the guard break will be reset and have that increased intensity as mentioned before. Now jumping onto the shield mechanics themselves. Suppress the Fire is a tool to stop shield users from sprinting and closing the distance. Suppression will now require less bullets to trigger, from 10 to 5, and less bullets to reach the maximum intensity of suppression from 40 to 20. Maximum suppression lasts for 7 seconds when not receiving any additional damage. The shield bash damage will also be reduced. We're taking it from 65 damage all the way to 0.
哇！零嘅衝撞傷害，即係逼你要瞄準去舉手出去射，或者 pack up 一個隊友。
The last change is that we're modifying the shield collision detection
但係 shield 嘅嗰種衝撞，即係衝人嘅能力係大減弱。
when it otherwise shouldn't have.
哇 ！shield 終於上。應該石到應該都唔會出場，機會都唔大。
The fact that she can almost instantaneously flash a sight and enter it all at once. What we want to do here is require Ying to have a little more precision on how she deploys her Candelas, but also give our defenders a chance to react to them. It may be known or may not be known, but
即係類似 sense 嗰種延遲嘅時間。
Defenders will now have a bigger window in order to do that.
OK。但係都係好少機會，好少 defender 會直接打個型，即係哋破壞嗰個燭光。
We're looking to add a little more functionality and utility to the gadget, for more strategic play. The Rue. What can it do now?
Well,
One, sets can toggle it on and off at will. So if the wall's
on,
deployed,
off.
they can go ahead and turn it off. They can even deploy the gadget off and then turn it on whenever they feel
個
like
持續時間幾耐？
Additionally, the Rue
應該
emits a
冇
light
改
bulb. So it's not a smoke.
On off
All
啊！
gadgets that can normally see through smoke will no longer be able to see through the wall.
我嗰陣睇唔穿
We're introducing
，natural 都
something
睇
that
完，
will
哇！
make every match count even more. The
真
team is rolling out
哇
the
，sense 應
ability
該
of
會
progressive
勁好
system
多
to。track milestones and achievements that you earn
型
just
嘅話
by
就
playing. To
個
explain
影
how it all
響唔
works,
係話真係
please
好大，
welcome
即係至
UI
少喺
artist Gaston
brand 度
Rojas.
Pro 啲可能會影響大啲。
Our goal of introducing the badge system to Siege is to reward your long-term engagement by earning badges through in-game achievements. There will be badges for everyone, no matter your skill level, but mastery is highly rewarded. To unlock badges and upgrade them, you must complete different challenges. There are elimination challenges that require kills or assist with certain weapon loadout. There are also badges that you can unlock by playing with a full permit squad.
呢啲其
Others
實
that you
都
can
唔係好
unlock
重
on
要
your
嘅，
own
即係
by making plays and using game tools like rappelling or drones.
即係
For now,
好睇
there will
啲
be
咯。
22
但
badges
係
and more on the way, with 4 different tiers of grade: bronze,
冇乜
silver,
特
gold,
別。
and chrome. The more you progress on the challenges, the fancier the badges you will unlock. Career is a new player centralized hub
哇！
that
呢個終於
organizes free play,
裝咗入
rank,
game 入
reputation,
邊，
and
咁佢哋
future
幾時
stats
改
into
個
one place.
game 個邀
This
請
is
人
just the
嗰個
beginning,
界
so
面？
expect more additions to track your
佢
progress.
到而家都仲係要借俾 Ubisoft 開
Once
Ubisoft
a
去
feared point
邀
man,
請。
this operator has seen less action in recent years as the game has evolved. But now, it's time to bring him back into the spotlight.
Blackbeard.
Joshua Mills will explain everything about Blackbeard's remaster, but first, Blackbeard makes his triumphant return to Siege Tales.
好鮮喎，防彈車都有用過。但係依個有啲細嘅，應該未必會遮到全身，即係可能相比其他盾會細啲。
First off, Season 4, we're introducing our second remaster to the game. Now, somehow you all figured this out. I don't know how you figured it out, who told you or whatnot, but yes, it is in fact Blackbeard. In the past, we had issues right out of the gate with the fact that blocking a one-shot headshot in a one-shot headshot game is a serious problem. But additionally, being able to be fully protected and be lethal at the same time is another big problem. Being able to address both those is what we're doing with this remaster.
What is he?
New gadget, new gameplay. You've never seen this before. He's the guy
一
that
把
goes first
槍
through the
咁
door,
怪咁樣，好
goes
似
through the wall. That's what the whole adaptive shield can do.
Oryx 啊，呢個
Blackbeard can actually
冇
approach the
傷
soft wall,
唔會做力
burst
傷
through
嘅
it,
Oryx 啊。
taking that ground and running in first while leading his team. We want to really adapt the way he plays inside a building and how we can open up new lines of traversal. One of our key objectives with Blackbeard was to make sure he
有
wasn't
限制
we want him
4
to be in the front line of the fire. That means he needs to be protected. Essentially, when Blackbeard wants to go combat ready, you simply ADS. And when you do that, the glass panel will slide down and
Whoa.
reveal your target, but also expose Blackbeard. Now, keep in mind that when Blackbeard can go lethal, he can receive lethal. The shield will drop, the gun will go in place, and he'll be able to be lethal, but he can receive damage. He'll be protected in the chest area, but of course, we all know where everyone's aiming. Reloads will not be safe reloads with Blackbeard.
即係一個
You'll need to take the
有
time to
自動
reload
步
each
槍
effort
嘅
in order to
盾
make sure that he
兵
can do that
可以
without
咁講
exposing。himself. He used to be the repel king, being able to be on repel, hold long sights, and be protected. We're bringing that back. Obviously with the change that when he goes lethal, that shield comes down and he can, in fact, be headshotted back or take damage back. Well, as far as getting up and meleeing Blackbeard, I highly recommend you don't do this because he still has all the same functionality of our ballistic shields. He can sure as hell melee you back. We did custom animations, new models, new gadget.
個
You name
盾
it, it's all going in.
都係
We
同
want to make this
其他盾
one
差
hell
唔
of a
多
complete
size，
package.
但係冇得
If you
extend
want to bring
嗰
some
隻。
serious firepower and some
咁
protection,
嘅話，
you bring Blackbeard.
可能 RAM 會有用，但
Operation
係
Collision Point is set to bring some of the most
技
exciting
能方面好
updates
似
and changes we've seen this year.
爭有啲意思。
To player protection and the remaster of Blackbeard, we're excited for you to experience all the new content. It's been an incredible journey through year 9. Now, gear up for Operation Collision Point, and we'll see you in game.
Plenty of changes coming to the game that we know and love, both as a player and now, of course, as operators. Gentlemen, welcome back to the desk. We'll talk about the reveal panel, what we've just seen a little bit, because there's been a lot of discussion about something in particular. For me, cross-play lax. This is huge. The crowd love that. That is a massive change coming to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Now Jinxie can really see what it's like playing against those PC players. And obviously, there's no more PC master race at this point. Now everyone can play against each other and really get a feel for how the game is all collectively together.
Lax, not Lax, Leo. God, you don't look anything alike. You don't
think so?
Deep dark, and he's got grey and white.
We've got about the same muscles.
Yeah,
right?
I think it's close enough. Leo, obviously another change coming that will impact a lot of players in their entirety is how they solo queue now. This is a big one.
Yeah, I think like the fact that now you have a skill system. That Phantom player for me is a big story. Like I said, I was the kind of player that would go practice in solo queue before my scrims. Yeah, it didn't show because I didn't have the best mechanics, but I tried.
Hey, me either.
I tried. And so by doing it in solo queue, that will make you face a fairer matchmaking. I feel that's something that we've been waiting for a long time.
Absolutely.
I was not expecting that solution. I didn't think of it. That's why I'm not a dev. But I'm glad it's going to be there. And hopefully that's something I will feel when I go start a new solo queue in ranked.
Jack, the one that everyone, I think, was waiting for, hoping for, praying for. We have seen the Shield rework. The crowd loved it. We loved it. The players loved it. What's your initial thoughts?
Yeah, speaking of solutions, I mean, you know, the initial thoughts there is that Shields needed a nerf. They got the nerf. And I feel like the players that have really high skill ceilings will still be devastatingly good on Shields, but they won't be able to one-man army. And I also love the idea that you could get into like a post-plant scenario, late round scenario, 3v1 with 3 shields on the board, and you can just keep ping-ponging up and down the hole. That would be incredible.
I cannot tell you how many times in pro play it happened to me as Mira, as the anchor. I was left alone against a multi, and the diffuser is planted, and there's nothing I can do. And in probably 4 seconds, you see me sniping that shield, and there's nothing I can do. Now that's going to change. That's great for me.
Yeah, I mean, that Monty change specifically, I mean, you had to accept a loss at that point if you were a 1v1 against Monty and they pin themselves in a corner. Now you're going to get punished, so it does make those shield players actually have to use the shield accordingly and actually make it work into their favor.
Gentlemen, Montreal, it is time to get underway with the discussion for the grand final. W7M go head-to-head with BDS. This is the game we've been waiting for. This is what we prayed for at the start of Phase 1. And now, Jack, now we are here.
Yeah, we're here, the grand final. Two teams that have got a big storied history with each other right now. We're seeing BDS and W7M go head-to-head in some of the most important games in this calendar year. As you can see here, they played in EWC groups. They played in the EWC final where BDS got a 3-0 stomp of W7M, and then they played here in Montreal where W7M set themselves up with that win inside of the Swiss stage. These two teams are now getting very, very used to playing each other.
Leo, a French team with a fair few Frenchmen on the roster. You, being a Frenchman yourself, you've been here before, you know what it's like. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. I've got to say, Rob, I want to tell you a story. I want to tell you the story of, I think something that's very similar to mine, a French roster and a French player that started his game by going in LAN events, by going in community tournaments, that dreamt of the biggest stages, the biggest teams, lifting the best trophies, a player that went to play French challengers, that went to play French League, every SI qual he could get. And in every single underage roster he played, he was the best player. This is the story of someone that earned his spot into BDS, that came in as a rookie and was the IGL, that went into winning his first major with this team. This is the story of hard work, of talent, that anyone can do this if he trusts himself enough. This is the story of Likefak. He's gonna go on this stage as the IGL once again to gain a second major title with that team, and I'm here for it.
He has grinded so hard. He has grinded so long, like you say, from when you were younger, Leo, all the way through. But not only that, he is one of the nicest people. Anybody who has ever met him inside of this ecosystem, he is one of the nicest people and nicest pro players in totality.
There's a lot of storylines for all of these teams, but Lax, if we're honing in on individuals, who do you look to on W7M?
Yeah, there's another storyline there, and that has to be Volps. I mean, his career started back in 2021 on Singularity on a B tier, a T2 league team, where he didn't find any success. But a dream started there. A dream run was entered. He then would join W7M, fast forwarding that year. But since joining W7M, he would always fail and be at the short end of the stick, and just heartbreak after heartbreak. Following the next year, he then goes to Liquid, joining a completely different roster. And let me tell you, from a player perspective, joining another team, just because it might be the best option or it looks like the best option, does not mean that that always works out. It's a gamble. It's a 50-50. You don't know what can happen. And sure enough, yet again, he gets so close. He's made so many S-tier events and just cannot finish that line of just winning that championship. And not only joining that Liquid roster, he then would get removed. And to speak of resilience, of someone's sheer tenacity in a player, that is what Volps carries. He then joins back W7M, joins this team, goes to EWC, knocks out Liquid, crushes their key, and then gets crushed. Another heartbreak, losing to BDS. Now I'm saying what you're saying, losing to BDS, and then now finds himself here yet again at the grand final, where he can finally achieve his dream, achieve it with his team around him, and be a champion finally.
Jack, there's a lot of different players on both of these rosters, but when we look at these two specifically, how do they match up?
Well, I want both of them to win after the messages that Leo and Gabe have both sent, but let's put them head to head, because not only did they both have big emotional storylines, one of them is going to win a major today. Now, both of these players, both of these people are the IGLs of their team, but they are also both huge, mechanically gifted and insane clutch players when it matters. You can look at the stats here. Very similar EPS in the expected player score. Very similar cost, maybe Volps a little bit more. Really, really good KDs. You know, obviously you're seeing, as you can see here, both positive and both playing very well at this tournament. Whoever wins today, whichever team it is, whether it's BDS, whether it's W7M, I absolutely guarantee you that the person that's on the winning team, Volps or Leakifak, they will be one of the key contributing reasons for that victory.
We have leading figures, we've got an unbelievable matchup to come, but there's only one more thing that we need to do. It's the proceedings of the map veto, Leo. We've got a best of 5 coming your way, and this is how it's going to pan out. Honestly, I'm excited, but I'm kind of terrified.
It's always, you're always excited, and you're always kind of terrified when you go into a BO5. Yeah. Especially when you look at these two teams' map pools. Both of these teams, they only have one permaban, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we're going to see BDS take away that lair. We did see them try to play it inside of this tournament so far. It didn't go so well. And then, of course, W7M, they're going to get rid of Bank. Now, it's their permaban, but also BDS absolutely love Bank, so it's no real surprise to see these two bans coming out, Leo. But that Consulate pick.
Yeah, Consulate pick from BDS, I'm not too surprised. I know some of these people here that I might be watching the statistics might think, okay, it's not that best of a BDS map. Why did they pick it? Well, if you look at W7M, it's one of their worst maps. They've lost it 3-7 to FaZe, 3-7 to Furia, and all the way back in the grand final of EWC. Who did he lose to in that grand final?
BDS.
BDS, and that was not even close, 2-7.
Well, let me look at Lab specifically here for W7M. This is a great map for them. They are on a 7-game win streak. And when you think of BDS just recently beating FaZe, and again, I think that gave them a false sense of reality and a false sense of confidence, because FaZe just did not look like they were in that game. They did not look like they could even get a foot in the door. It's not to discredit what BDS is, but again, I think it really just illustrates that they feel very confident going into this, where W7M really understands this map and is going to show them why it's going to be a regret for them.
Yeah, I think they'll change the operator bans up from yesterday at Nighthaven, will W7M. And then we're going to see Border and Skyscraper in terms of the bans from these two teams. Now, BDS, not really a huge fan of Border, and they lost this map to W7M in this tournament, so get rid of it. For W7M, Skyscraper is literally BDS's favorite map. It's their #1 map preference if they could get to it. So I'm not surprised to see these two maps taken away.
Going into that clubhouse, this is worrisome. Fox made a very good point during the stage. You don't bring a team that you're better than to clubhouse. Clubhouse is such a default map. There's nothing that you're going to do that's going to surprise a team, that you're going to bring out of nowhere, that no one hasn't seen across the region. Every team across the board has played clubhouse, knows how it plays, the fundamentals, that what it takes. A game of clubhouse, to me, really comes down to who is making the least amount of mistakes and whoever is capitalizing on those mistakes.
I 100% get that point, but when I think of that EWC final final again. I feel like BDS is trying to repeat that again, because on Clubhouse, last WC final, they won 7-2 against W7M. And it's a similar story with Cafe. I think both of the teams love Cafe.
Yeah.
You look at Chalet as the decider, usually it tells you that both of these teams are great at it. Well, let me tell you, both of these teams have a crazy win streak. W7M have won Chalet 4 times in a row now. 6 for BDS. Honestly, pretty balanced map pool.
It is almost time, so I'm going to get quick predictions as we go through this. Are we kickstarting an era of the Europeans or the Brazilians, Jack?
The Europeans, of course.
Backing them.
It's as simple as that. No, I mean, look, I think BDS on paper, man-to-man, have better mechanical players. I think Leakvac is possibly the best IGL in the game right now. I don't see a world where BDS over 5 maps don't get this done.
Lax?
W-Saint-Yemi!
Oh, yeah, there is a fan club there.
There is.
Hey, we aren't in Brazil, but we got people here.
We definitely do. Leo?
Listen, BDS in terms of individuals, the best. As a unit, the best. BDS! I think the French is taking it.
I'm okay to go against Green.
Yeah, I don't want to take any more of Ian's hype, that's for damn sure. Big Ian over here, but we've got a bigger match to come. Ladies, gentlemen, Montreal, it is time for your Montreal Major Grand Final.
I think BDS is probably the biggest team to face against in this tournament. If not the worst matchup, I think they are like one of the annoying ones to play against.
Annoying.
It's a really good team. We faced them last time during the Esports World Cup final. We won at the end. A lot of players in this team have a really good, but we are better. So against them, we are going to full focus on the gunfights to have the win at the end. When you face against BDS, you don't see like such a tactical team, so I'm really confident to beat them. Like a fact, this time I'm gonna show you who is the best red player in the world. Hello,
Oh.
last time you get your revenge, now it's my turn. See you there.
Montreal, it is time. Fans travel thousands of miles to be here. You tune in internationally to see the question answered. Who truly is the best this beautiful game has to offer? It's Championship Sunday, which means it is time to lock in another piece of R6 Esports history. 2 incredible contenders waiting right here to come out onto this stage right now. And the first are on a relentless mission to become #1 with a bullet. It's BDS!
BDS! BDS! BDS! BDS! BDS!
They need this major. A star-studded roster ready to put the world on notice in front of this roaring fan base. The unbeaten Bulls are ready to charge the stage. It's W7M!
W7M! W7M! W7M! 我黎明，我黎明，我黎明。
They have shattered the rear-view mirror. All they see is the road ahead as they look to create and cement their own legacy as part of the historic org. Lobin, looking back, just briefly, I know that this is vital time that you want to be taking to get ready ahead of what is such a crucial moment in your lives. But this is the second time we've seen you both in a grand final situation internationally this year. I'm going to come to you first, Lobin. Why can you beat BDS this time around?
Because we are a better team. I think we are more prepared
And yeah, that's it.
Why are you, Lickifak, and your roster going to crush the dreams of your opponents here?
We like WCNF. It's a really good team. They look better than Esports World Cup, but unfortunately, it's again best of 5, and it will be against a victory for BDS.
Any final words for your opponent here, Lobin?
Good luck.
Good luck.
Shake hands.
哇！呢 keep 其實都叫大隻，佢呢種唔係肥，係大隻。
It's time to do a sound check in here, isn't it? Who do we think is going to win? Is it going to be W7M?
FBI.
Is it going to be BDS? Now, one thing I haven't done in this arena yet this weekend, and I want to do it right now. This is the home of Siege. It's grand final time. You've all come together. We're like one big family. Let's blow the roof off this place, all right? I want to see how loud we can get in Montreal. Montreal. Make some noise! All right, it's time to get into it. Jesse, Intero, Lynx. It's grand finals time, baby.
Another live event and another TriCast.
呢三個其實
Two children to work with me today.
Thanks, Dad. That's where you're starting off.
That's where we're starting off. We're getting the jokes out of the way.
How else did you think he was going to start? Be honest.
真係唔知點解我會覺得呢三個聲都有啲匹配唔到佢哋個樣。哇！喺 W7M BS 有冇 ？BS 應該冇呢啲聲。係咯，佢。
I tried earlier and I just ended up doing an impression of him by complete accident. My instincts wanted to emulate him so badly.
Did you, before we get into the actual matchup now, as we're still waiting for the teams to get loaded in, and then we're going to get into Consulate with our very first map, did you hear during the show match Manic's impression of him?
呢個真係
I did hear that. I think
呢個獎杯真係好靚，唔係講笑。
yesterday Manic allegedly did an impression of
即係種機械感嘅嗰種閃爍感，嗰啲閃光、嗰啲閃粉，唔知閃粉定閃光添。好靚。
I think I'm pretty great.
My heart is warm whenever we get to Montreal. We've had a lot of events here on the same place where this game was created. The devs got to play in the show match earlier, and as Ian touched upon, it really does feel like a family event when we get to Montreal. It is nice
嚟到總決賽，我哋有5張圖，就係最理想，即係如果觀眾即係冇立場嘅觀眾最想睇嘅應該係打滿晒。咁我自己雖然之前 BDS 啦，咁但係我都係想睇到係有競爭，即係互來互往嘅比賽內容，所以我都係希望打滿晒5張。第一張係 BDS 嘅圖嚟嘅 concept。 第二張就係 W7M 嘅揀嘅 lab 啦，第三張就 BDS 嘅 cut house， 第四張就係 W7M 嘅 cafe， 而去到第五張就係 shell A。
But a BO1 is very different from a BO5.
Two teams that made it into the semifinals, widely considered to be two of the teams in the top 3 of the whole world, were BDS and FaZe Clan. They did battle yesterday in, frankly, quite a surprise.
唔知點解啱啱會 back 啲有啲似 Marvel 嗰個紅色守衛者。
No, I didn't either, and I think it's a case of BDS might just be
即係如果轉下個色咧，就有少少似。
I said at one point BDS were looking weaker going into Montreal than they did going into Manchester, and I think in no small part that was true. But it stopped being true in half of the quarterfinal on Friday, but it definitely stopped being true in the semifinal against FaZe yesterday. They look incredible.
Folks, friends, and enemies, it's time for map number 1. We're about to go to Consulate. Short words before we get into the actual matchup. Either of you, final point.
We're gonna have a great game here. All 5 maps.
74% 對20% 係嘛？都就如個支持度或者個 prediction。
Let's jump right into the operator bans here on Consulate. This is one that we tend to see BDS dominate on For these operators, we tend to see a little bit of variation coming out. W7M will get the first ban starting on the defense. We're expecting a Dokkaebi or a Ying based on their previous bans that they've had on this
Dokkaebi,
map.
OK。
Tried and true. For BDS, my main question, are they
咁就係 Shaiko 應該會拎 Deimos 啦，就係90% 嘅時間喺呢張圖。動病 Deimos。BDS ban green。好正常，因為呢張圖喺2樓嘅 pants 位，即係 window 嗰個 pants 位係好難講。即係如果你帶 green 啊，帶 low mag 啊。WSM M 呢邊係 ban 咗 failure。最尾一個 ban 係 cap can 喎。哦，sorry， 啱啱嗰個 ban 係 BDS， 呢個先係 W7M 嘅 ban 嚟 ，cap can。哇，都有啲意外，佢係冇 ban up 3啦，冇 ban Mira 啦，冇 ban 卡或者其他啦。Whittle down that time, but if they face those same problems on Consulate, if BDS are able to slow them down, well, the last thing you want to do with 20 seconds left, walk into a door with 3 EDDs and lose an important kill.
First bomb site, the basement here of Consulate, and before we actually see a single round get played. 首先，呢邊 W7M 揀嘅點係第一 round 揀嘅點係地下室嘅，佢哋係冇 pick 到 battle 嘅。係卡伊同 Mute， 咁 BDS 呢邊未有燒場住，應該會轉啦，佢哋轉 Dutch、Glass Firmus 同埋大盾望聽。With no shield ban for this first map, Monty will come out right away in the hands of Bride.
And this is something that BDS, I mean, if anybody
咁應該都會集中佢哋第一個 move 應該都係會燒咗個上集先。呢度嚟個 small beat， 但係冇捉到任何人。
BDS have been very firmly in that former category, running the Deimos, the Dokkaebi, and Bride only, at least in the EUL, for example, only flexing on a
呢個位要好小心 C4， 卡伊 Muse 都係帶咗 C4， 佢哋諗住直接燒啦。對面係應該都冇諗住 Tandy， 但係卡伊會唔會 C4 咧？冇，佢收翻。咁呢個埲牆係成功燒咗。我但係呢邊 Solo 頭差啲死。但係都係，佢哋直接諗住直接 plan 啊，冇啊！但係佢仲有1樓嘅點係未清啊，而且望聽係，呢邊 C4 捉到2個，呢個可以話係失敗呢個快 plans， 因為啱啱望聽係中咗股啊，而佢係 keep 住中毒，直接倒埋。呢邊 Deimos 反而係上咗1樓，但係佢冇資訊嘅情況下俾 Logan 直接爆頭，剩翻一個都係暫時都係 W7M 10啊！呢個 plan 可以話係好失敗嘅，可以咁講。
Rush strategy. They want to get aggressive early. They want to make something happen. Maybe catch W7 off guard. But it's not going to be that easy. BDS starting grand finals on Consulate is a trend for them. They first picked this map in Manchester against Beast Coast. They won it 7-3. This was the first map they played on in their last BO5 against W7M. They won 7-3. W7M, in theory, even 4 rounds here is a good start to this finals. It's better than almost anybody else has been able to get against BDS. So, starting with a strong win like this, stopping that aggression is hugely important for momentum going forward.
And I think especially bringing up that Manchester final is pertinent because even with Shaiko dropping biblically awful numbers for his career in that final, BDS as a whole struggling in that final, they still only lost 2-3. It was still a close game that Beast Coast had to overperform map after map. So if W7M were able to stop that momentum right here,
BDS 係應該係唔會攻個 default fan， 即係 smoke 而家呢個位。Flores 應該都係會做資源交換先，應該係會攻打人機房嗰邊，即係右邊圖嘅右邊。佢哋唔係喎，佢係諗住 係咪諗住開咗呢邊先？
Shaiko, one of the greatest players of all time. Nobody would deny that. The GOAT, that's a different question. Certainly adding another win to that.
Spanner 應該接，咦唔係用 Grand 呢？
And it was 2 years ago at the Montreal Major. This time in 2022 when BDS defeated Team Liquid in that grand final for their major championship.
LickyFac's first event.
And that's the player that I think needs highlighting. Obviously, a lot of ink will be still talking about Shaiko
你諗住用 Grand 呢嗰邊可以掉到過去，但係失敗。咁佢剩低嘅選擇好似唔多，一係 Flawless， 但係 Flawless 呢個位有啲難。嘅 Demos 嘅第二個 Grenade 試下，應該都唔係。佢哋都即刻轉方針，但係呢 Kifat 拎咗個 Open Leg Pick 係多實 ，Solotov 緊隨其後拎埋 Froze。呢邊 Shaiko 都係等緊嘅。呢邊仲係做緊資源交換嘅情況啦。阿詹咪係俾人 check 緊嘅，而佢哋應該都係嘗試去處理阿詹咪先，唔係嘅，佢係都係仲係 hold 住先，因為佢哋而家仲有1分鐘嘅時間，其實係情況對佢哋有利，佢哋有人數優勢係唔急嘅。呢邊反而係 Nelson 嘗試去突襲，但係唔成功喎，而且連帶埋阿 Jamie 都係 swing 出嚟嘅時候，俾人拎埋人頭。咁呢 round 係 flawless round，BDS 喺第一 round 嘅 quick plan 失敗之後，第二 round 即刻嚟個 flawless round。
Putting up +19 numbers when they've gone through the Swiss phase. The only player through the entire tournament who's got a better KDR on attack was Robbie, who frankly farmed some not great teams in phase 1. Robbie's still a great player, had some amazing tournaments, but Solotov has been the guy on attack who's been far away the best player here in Montreal, and we're seeing exactly why. Doesn't even need to be on the fragging roles. Can play those utility operators, but still knows how to position himself to get in when the action gets hot, make sure he's hitting those shots. Solotov consistently has been so good for BDS.
And for a long time now, ever since this first BDS roster forms, as hard as it is to really find a weak link on what on paper is one of the best teams, if not the best team in the world, Solotov has often been one of the lower performers. Yuzus, Shaiko, LickyFac leading the way in KDR, cost everything. But if Solotov not only has a good game on attack, especially on a map like Consulate, but if Solotov is raising the floor of this roster, BDS, who are already looking scary, could really give W7M a run for their money.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle of who heats up really in this matchup. You expect both teams to be firing on all cylinders, but for BDS, you always know that these 5 players are going to bring it there.
咁別 Falcon 又係上 Swampy， 但係同樣冇 spot 到任何人。呢邊好有趣，拎咗 Pulse。都，但係對面係有 Demos 嘅 IQ。
They could decide to do it, but if you look at what W7M are running, they don't really need to necessarily contest a whole lot of control up top because not only
邊 IQ 都 keep 住 check 緊 Falcon Cam 喺邊度咯，嘗試揾到一個位係可唔可以直接打低嗰啲 Falcon Cam。
put the diffuser down in either of the bomb sites. So not only will BDS need to clear the top floor, they need to make sure by the late round they have control of the bottom floor.
呢邊 Demos Shaiko 係諗住 check Nelson 先 ，H。但係反而係俾對面前後夾擊喎，但係即刻 Solotov 都 trade 翻。 但係呢邊二樓依然係有好多人，佢哋依然都係要清咗二樓，或者逼佢哋撤退先。
But he killed Shaiko, and that's going to be all that you really want in some of these rounds. Now they've got some established space here on the top floor. They've entered in top yellow. They've pushed the roamers back in towards admin. This is all they really need. They don't need to full clear top. They've denied the ability for W7M to deny from up above. So this spacing that BDS have taken is really valuable.
我啲 Kifat 捉到 false。
Held off the score sheet for 3 rounds now.
呢邊佢就係諗住拎半邊嘅 top control 就夠，佢暫時係，但係對面係 push 緊嘅嘗試，但係有中嘅情況下，Nobel 資訊都係爭啲，但係第二個都仲係有中，都係仲係 spot 到嘅情況下，嘗試 wall 緊，但係唔得，但係 Brady 呢邊已經落包成功啦，因為 top floor keep 住係俾人干擾嘅情況下冇辦法早啲落包，而且衰落top。3殺，哇！
We were distracted with the defuse kit going down below. Looked like W7M were distracted as well. Of course, that's the whole game plan from BDS. You apply pressure up above while the Monty goes down and sneaks that plant. Even if they had found an angle, stopping a Monty plant's very difficult with that shield on his back from up above. It's a hugely important task, but they couldn't get it done. Now we're seeing the attacks come out from
BDS. 佢哋咁多交流嘅情況下，佢哋唔會飲好多水。佢飲好多水唔係要急經，即係一個 map 之外，通常都打至少打好耐，好唔乾嘅佢哋。即係呢個算唔算一個戰術？即係飲好多水嘅，等你膀胱有啲飽滿，有啲急，喂突先。呢邊呢其實係 Maverick 喎，對面係地下點喎。佢係反而係冇帶 Thermite 或者 A 用鐵班啊 Maverick， 應該都係嘗試去燒一個對槍窿，或者直接燒開半邊嘅牆。
Since then, it's been, I think you said it's been biblically good, well, it's been biblically awful for W7M. BDS have the tools to go for a full clear. Two different hard breachers being brought. You're not just going to exothermic charge that garage door and rush on in. You need to take control of piano.
呢邊係 spot 到Loban。哦 ，Solotov 即刻擊殺咗 Loban， 而佢可以 keep 住繼續。哦，呢邊啲 Kifat 對槍直接擊殺 Dash， 太 aggressive 啦。咁冇啊 ，Hibana 係清開 hatch 嘅情況下 ，Bria 呢邊繼續推，而啲 Kifat 嗰邊繼續可以 hold 住雙閘口。呢邊阿 Zami 都即刻撤退，跟住封翻埲牆。呢邊反而係 Foes 去上咗一樓，嘗試喺一樓，但係即刻俾人 spot 到啦。呢邊 Maverick 已經落到門口啦，阿 Zami 係冇望緊，專心同 Deimos 對緊槍嘅，直接俾 Liquify 黃咗在後。呢邊 Mute 冇 spot 到任何人啦，望錯位啊！唔係望錯位，但係佢太多位要望。連續2彎 Flores。Oh my god！ 呢邊 W7M 都即刻嗌咗 timeout。
A good time for this tactical timeout because things are not going right. The only round that went W7M's way were when they quite literally walked into the site and W7M's guns, utility, everything already trained on the breach. Every other time, BDS have been able to misdirect W7M, draw their attention elsewhere, then get man advantage as afterwards to actually convert and execute onto the site. In each round, by the way, as well, to talk about BDS heating up, all of these victories have had a multi-frag from BDS, a Solotov 4K, a 3K, and now a Liquify 3K as well. These players are shooting straight and they're not cooling down.
Consulate, once again, is probably the most defender-sided map in Rainbow Six Siege. W7 now are 1 for 3. They have yet to find even a single defense. This tackle timeout, it's coming at the right time. They can get these last 2 defenses. That's going to be hugely important. If they go down 4-2, 5-1 into the second half, you're starting to look towards map 2 already. W7M needs to change the pace somehow. It always feels like BDS are controlling the engagements. They're taking them when they want to take them. W7M, whether that means getting hyper-aggressive, going for a spawn peek, going for a jump out, taking the pace that way, or slowing things down, playing really close together, making sure you've got solid trades, they've got to pick one or the other.
Now, none of us are native French speakers, but I've got a French
呢邊 W7M 都拎咗 Clash 出嚟啊！睇佢會唔會收埋？佢好似都冇諗住收埋。呢邊 BDS 係 Lock。By the way， W7M 而家係冇一個係有正 KD， 暫時佢哋。
Jesse and I have had quite a few conversations about our
加埋嘅總擊殺都唔夠，所以 top 一個高。
I'm honest, I can say that my take has not aged very well given their run this tournament.
Listen, this team has had so many bright moments, even back during the Brazil regular season, right? In stage 2, they started off the season by beating Liquid, beating
Shaiko 係承擔咗 Dutch 炒
They had some stumbles maybe since then. They didn't finish
，pick
first in
咗
the
Dutch
playoffs
炒而唔
third
係
coming out of Brazil.
Dingles。
But even still, it feels like W7M, when the pressure is highest, when they're against the toughest opponents, that's when they've been heating up.
呢邊都係接處理咗呢個單閘目先。
Very recently, in
the
final game of the playoffs, when they played Fury to make it here, there was a radical shift, not just from stage 1 but to stage 2, where they played with this confidence and this aggression that we really hadn't seen before work out that successfully in big matches. But this is the biggest stage that many of these players have played on in quite a long time. Sure, Loban, Dots, and Dash were on Atlanta, but nobody really thought they had a chance here. But with how BDS have been looking and how W7M have been performing, I think it might be a little closer.
I was thinking maybe we'd see some spawn peaks or
入
something.
咗 building 啦，係 hold 緊船梯嚟啊！
Up the spiral stairs. This is again
佢係會應該係控制咗個船梯呢個區域先，佢應該唔會急住話拎擊殺啊或者。咦？但係呢邊哇啟 dash 餐啲俾人爆頭。呢邊大家對方都知互相嘅位置啊！呢邊 spot 唔到啊！喺另頭一下，反而 Force 係令到擊殺，但係呢邊有人即刻補翻啊，吹翻，亦都拎埋第二個阿 Zami 嘅擊殺，但係 Dash 呢邊依然喺同 Lock 盤樹之間都係最尾都係被 Lock 單殺嘅。呢邊剩低 Catch 嘅情況下，spot 到 Solotov， 但係 Force 鐵絲網。 鐵絲網拎咗擊殺，仲要係 Shaiko 係一滴血嘅情況下，
That's actually a hilarious way to lose a round. I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate BDS's dedication to the comedy on that one. But something I do want to say, because I think it was a decent attack from BDS. The plan overall, while we saw Solotov a lot, what was actually supposed to draw W7M's attention was a drop from Yellow
鐵絲網擊殺會唔會係咪更新以嚟喺 Pro League 第一次？
draw the attention to the defense and what Solotov wanted to
真係
happen
仲要係
like
Grand
somebody
Final
rotate across or for there to be a gap
都
that he could push in
極具歷史意義嘅呢個 moment， 我覺得係需要回放。
plays a little more passive by also getting kills on the opposite side. W7M
哇！呢邊 Freely 係捉嘅情況下直接捉到。
still 1v2 that Dots had to win. They countered that strategy great. And still they almost lost.
哇 ！Shaiko 係刪咗嗰個血條顯示咩 ？Oh my god！ 佢冇留意到有鐵絲網，但係佢留意到個瞬間已經嗨到反而知。咁呢邊 Shaiko 都 pick 翻 Dingles 啦 ，Solotov
People often talk about Consulate as a defender-sided map, and sometimes they ask why. And the reason why Consulate's so defender-sided, one of the reasons, is it's very difficult to get into the map.
W7 都有冇事 ？Relay 選擇係直接切嘅，咁 W7M 呢邊係冇任何阻啲嘅方法，但係佢有 smoke 啦，係可以 delay 嘅。如果佢哋選擇接特別 plan 嘅話，咁協班拿都同時都開咗 headshot。
BDS. They're starting to open the visa hatches. They've got players that direction, but still the main focus of the breach. Bride with the defuse kit is over by Garage.
哇！呢邊係啱啱 Muse 係嘗試掉 C4 喺佢個 roof 度，差啲捉到 Twitch。
Very important player, especially while we've seen Solotov doing a lot of the lurking. Yuzus, Leaky Fact, either of those three players exhibit that play style as well.
呢邊 Twitch 都默默耕耘啦。3個 default cat 係咯，順利都消除晒。我同 Moose 玩足意啊！
The thing I'm most curious about is BDS surely not going to read into this. Those two players.
Oh, he mean Dodas.
Dodas just brazenly swings the main door. That's another opening kill going the way of W7M. They're third this half.
哇！呢邊 Liquid hold 緊樓梯前嘅門口，但係 Moose 係啊呢個位。
It's going to be a big important pick. Now the last couple of roamers, of course, it's just Volts who's still on
但係呢邊仲有好多嘢，
What's the choice? Are we still getting aggressive and hunting for picks, or are we falling back?
好多嘢打嘢，呢個遊蕩位，仲有好多嘢遊蕩位喺1樓。呢邊睇下，呢邊 Shy 佢接 Famous Music。
Wow. There's 5 kills between Shaiko, Bride, and Yuzus. And it's been really interesting to see the evolution of a player like
Bride. Yuzus.
As Yuzus picks up another kill for BDS and gives the man advantage to them as well.
Bride 係應該會嘗試開，但係呢邊兩批已經入到嚟南通走廊啦。嚟到4打2嘅局面 ，Dos 呢個位可唔可以擊殺到呢 Kipper？ 仲有第2個，但係佢一直嘗試 swing 嘗試 base 對面出嚟啦，但係對面都暫時未 hit 到個球線。而 Bride 呢邊已經落包成功啦，最終 User 係拎咗多斯個擊殺嘅，最尾係由 Shaiko 結束呢個回合。
It's the kind of round that BDS are really known for with the players that they have. Leaky Fact and Yuzus are some of the best lurkers in the world, and how do they compensate for that earlier damage or the struggles on the clear? Leaky Fact lurks up Visa, holds an angle, waits for a timing, and he gets it. That's a play Yuzus could do. That's a play Solotov has been doing this game so far, and it's how they are so good, or can be so good, at recovering disadvantages. The ironic thing is that's something we didn't see from them a lot in the EU League. They had some of the worst recovery percentages of winning 4v5s, but seeing them have success with that to make it a 4v4, then to convert that into an advantage and an execute and a win. There's been a lot of worrying signs for W7M in this series just on this first map. It might be their pick, but everything that I am looking at for a victory is looking good for BDS.
I will say, this looks very much like a map win for BDS so far. They're going to the stronger side up 4-2, that's great. But in a BO5, you always expect to be winning your initial map pick. In a BO3, we say that, but in a BO3, before your opponent gets their first pick, you can ban 2 separate maps. They'll be banning 2 maps. You can probably force it to a map that you're at least somewhat comfortable on. In a BO5, you can't do that, and this really shows. W7M have lost Consulate the last 4 times they played it against tier 1 professional teams. This is not a map that they came into it expecting to win. I thought right with that very first round, maybe we're going to see W7M start to run away with it. Maybe they've got some fun strats in store that can really catch BDS off guard. But for the first half, it certainly hasn't seemed like it.
員工手轉換，睇下 W7M 可唔可以打返起啊！ 呢邊係除咗打人機放先嘅選擇。
A very different role on defense, and these old 3-day clutches where he'd be in a 1v2 or a 1v1 and win.
呢啲其實係有啲激進，嘗試去 spot 屋頂嘅人，係暫時未 spot 到人。
How many plants did he get down in that first half? 3, was it?
Yes.
呢邊 H 係直接盪咗入嚟，暫時係2分鐘嘅情況下仲係5-2。呢邊 A 嘗試撇到阿扎米，但係阿扎米都即刻撤退。
And so they'll do exactly what I imagine W7M were hoping to do on their defenses, which is slowly lure them into the building and waste that time. On the first floor site especially.
Force 已經落到黃梯啊，佢係而家係衝緊嘅。而 Shiko 仔隔離，佢應該聽到收電話嘅聲音。呢邊 DOS 仍然係處理緊樓頂，但係 Solotop 一個 C4 Norman out。
They started on the unfavorable side. Now the hard work for BDS ought to be done.
哇！呢邊 Lock 嘗試撇阿扎米，但係都係冇撇到。呢邊 Ella 已經落到嚟咯，但係 Lock 係聽到聲音嘅情況下，依然對輸啊，對輸 Ella。40秒嘅情況下4打3，而 WSM 已經大部分都 control 咗 map 啦。但係呢片都先係嘗試想去角落頭嗰邊 plans 嘅，但係隊友係未可以 cover 到住嘅。呢件 f 又拎到一個擊殺係對 Dodas。哇！但係 Freely 呢邊行緊過程已經被 C4， 隨後已經 trade 到咗。
Players still alive, so they survived it, win the round. W7M called their timeout what feels like ages ago.
No response still. This second half, it looks just like business as usual for BDS. Look at fact, some of the greatest zombie play that we've seen. Notice how he was constantly peeling back. He started off on the very top floor, right? Throwing those Kibas, making some space, seeing the Monty, falling back, never getting into gunfights that he wasn't confident he was going to be able to win. He ended that round on the basement spiral stairs, going all the way from the top of the map to pretty close to the bottom.
He was able to find those kills. Swing.
And we still saw some more great play coming out around the map from BDS, slowing down W7M, stalling them out, making sure that every inch W7M took, it took a lot of time
to swing
or
be swing. 係咪咁樣？我唔肯定㗎。
With what we saw from Solotov on the Nook on BDS, you had both players trying
應該唔係 to swing， 應該係 swing or be swing。
Get a pick on somebody rotating, catch the defense off guard. When Solotov did it, it was in tandem with an execute that was meant to draw attention away from the spiral stairs so he could get a kill. There, the execute's coming on the opposite side of the map, sure, but Volps is there for ages before the execute actually happens. He even reveals his presence by firing shots. So what happens? BDS say, hey, there's a guy yellow. He's been there for 45 seconds. Yuzu's come flank down the stairs and take a 1v1, and we can trade him out with the advantage. That's exactly what happens.
而有點嘅情況下，應該都係嘗試係阿馬魯3對3出咗 Tachanka 嗰啲火先。通常第一下都唔會成功，因為 Tachanka 都係可以即刻噴火出嚟。呢邊係反而冇拎到型係 IQ 同，而北係需要喺樓下清咗先守住呢個位。如果唔係嘅話，係隨時俾樓下掉 C4 啊、穿 wallbang 啊，都係會令到個 defuse 係。defuse 係無法落包成功。呢邊 lock 係沿住黃梯上，但係即刻中估。啱啱呢下係咩嚟？咁暫時都揾到 control 住個 hedge 同埋底下，暫時贏。我阿 Maru 呢個係。嘗試 base 對面嘅 Tachanka， 即係，但係對面 Tachanka 好似有冇噴火？好似冇。呢邊第三次係真正嘅，但係冇啊，反而係 users pick up 咗 force 啊。第四次，但係 IQ 同時已經盪咗入嚟啦，冇 expect 嘅情況下 ，plan 緊嘅情況下放咗。 剩翻係 Ella， 亦都被 lock 執咗。哇！呢個唔錯啊 ！W7M 呢個嘅進攻，首先係上次阿媽奴悲傳咗幾次啦，係等對面BDS 係處於一個不確定嘅狀態，同時佢哋亦都用型去 cover 個聲音。到第三次啊，雖然第三次係冇落爆成功，但係佢依然係 confuse 咗對面嘅，佢即刻 jump out 啦。咁第四次喺 IQ 佢阿媽奴之前 IQ 已經盪咗入嚟嘅情況下，係可以即刻幫佢 swing 出去 cover。而阿媽奴 sorry 阿媽奴。而後面就係阿 Zami， 阿媽奴喺知道 cover 佢人死咗 IQ 死咗之後，佢亦都鬆開 plan， 因為佢知道對面係一定會過嚟 stop plan， 所以真係好都係好成功嘅進攻，run 反而 BDS 呢邊係拎咗 boss G 嘅，但係你 boss G 加呢個 SMG 再加 V 組呢個組合係非常之強勢，可以話。
We'll see the split site for the first time in this map in round number 9. One of the hardest sites to hold on Consulate.
邊卡伊係電緊呢個門，而 DOS 係嘗試隱藏，但係 Dash 已經 pick up 咗 Slaughtertop。
They may be rushing this straight in through server. Solotov was 8-2 by the way at one point. 10-6 now, so he's cooled off a little bit. Lose the roaming vigil, lose the element of surprise on the side.
等緊對面係露腳趾出嚟，反而係佢呢邊 Blitz 係會唔會嘗試接 jump in？ 但係卡伊等緊啊，仲。
Just wants to shoot the drones, of course, keep that claw hidden as well. But that's
直接 jump out 咋？雖然打咗幾槍，但係俾 Dodes shut down 咗 Cycle， 其次直接閃慢咗 Users 啊，但係即刻俾卡伊吹翻，同時亦都即刻吹翻啊！俾 Dodes 呢邊喺掹針嘅過程 ，Flossy 聽到後邊翻佢冇。
Dots, a fantastic play on the blitz, and something that Dots has not been doing so well on. Through this tournament so far, he has just a 14% win rate on blitz.
W7 連追2 round 啊，逼到 BDS 要即刻嗌 timeout。
Dots, a player who has historically been much better on the Montaigne, but he's able to get aggressive. He's able to make that space for his teammates. And of course, starting off with those opening picks on the top floor, hugely important as well. But these last couple of rounds, the key thing that I've noticed from W7M, they're controlling the pace better. It's certainly easier to do it on attack, but typically Consulate, a map that leans defender-sided, you wouldn't be expecting to see both teams survive so much in that, have so much success in that early round by controlling the pace. But both BDS and W7M have really found their stride on the offense by controlling the pace of the game.
And I think one way that W7M are really succeeding, and we were concerned about at 5-2, 4-2, we were concerned about the nerves, right? Are W7M maybe starting to shake in this big moment? I think that round's a great example of it not happening, because they get a freebie 5v4, and what happens? They just keep droning. They're like, oh, cool. We're just going to keep setting up if that's all right with you guys. And then they take another minute to fully figure out what kind of rush they want to go for. They didn't get overexcited. They didn't push it too fast. They still did their due diligence to make sure they could convert that 5v4. And that's really, really good that they're not getting nervous.
Momentum held by the Bulls, but BDS wouldn't be talked about as one of the best if they didn't know how to pull back a map that was starting to slip. They still have a one-round advantage, 5-4. And after the tactical timeout, they will go back to Piano. This bomb site they started on somewhat unconventionally at the beginning of the map. They have yet to play, which is odd because that was the starting site for W7M. Maybe some disagreements between these teams as to what the strongest site might be. For BDS, of course,
都常規嘅 pick up 咯。W7M 都係依然 Deimos 得搶英 Forest 同 Ash。
play your same strategies. I like this Valkyrie camera strat coming out from Leakyfac because this will allow them to play aggro, maybe not against players outside the map, but certainly by playing below with their Nitro cells, which they brought 3 of, and by making those aggressive swings. Notice as well, no IQ being brought by W7M.
I think especially so far, you talk about will BDS get aggressive. So far on these defenses, when BDS have got the opening pick in the past 2 rounds, it has been pretty late in the game, way after 2 minutes, way after a minute both times. But when W7M have got it in that previous round, it was within 30 seconds. BDS might have already tried to implement that aggression in the previous round, and maybe it didn't work out. Maybe the Vigil got caught. But here, will we see a bit more forward play from BDS? There's a Cade spotted all the way up top. And the Maru prep right behind it to go hunt down any roamers on that top floor. Loban needs the element of surprise to work, needs to win these fights.
This won't be a bait in and out. This is going to be committing to the top floor. They're not trying to bait it or anything. The defuse kit will have to go down on the main floor instead. But they're droning.
如果呢度係 spot 唔到嘅，應該會直接啱啱
for the most part have completely retreated back to the main floor. All 5 players on this floor.
BDS 5位成員都已經撤退翻1樓啦。暫時2樓係冇人守嘅。如果係咁 W7M 會唔會考慮直接 take control 然後咧？應都入咗標定啦。
It is certainly rare. It is a bit curious that of all sides it'd be this one, but Loban.
Oh, Loban misjong 喎。
He did. He literally looked towards it as if his instincts were calling just to check that position.
Leaky Fack is sitting inside of Visa and has not been droned out at the current moment.
但係呢個位係暫時冇人住，但係阿媽路應該都唔會經過樓梯嗰邊個位。不，呢邊佢應該嘗試會 drop hedge 個包係喺型身上嘅。哇！呢邊啲劫匪爭啲俾2樓捉到啊！ 哇！隨後即刻佢留意唔到 Loban 嘅情況下，俾 Loban 連殺2個，想 swing 繼續 swing， 但係 Shaiko stop 咗佢。呢邊型係踩鼓，擔唔住一下。呢邊 Shaiko 繼續殺啊，打平人數啊而家，但係 Dots 喺冇留意左邊情況下俾 users。Cover chance 擊殺。哦 ，B 地同 users 嚟到 match point 啦，6比4。
W7M, at least for the first half, had some control of what was going on. Sure, BDS were retreating, but at least they got onto the second floor in relatively decent time. They even were able to react to Licky Fack's flank, and then Loban's able to get the advantage. But the big concern after that, I mean, what do you even happen with that positioning?
Well, we have a call-in from one of the best-dressed people on the desk. With great hair, too. Look at that. Laxing, you saw something in that round you wanted to talk about.
I mean, just W7M as a whole, they need to rely on their aggression here. That first half slipped away from them because they are playing so passive. They are playing that disciplined game where they need to be meeting BDS with this aggression. Even in the round prior to that, the aggression is what got them that round. They were being proactive on those attacks. And this round, it looked like they were going to bring it back, but then they got too aggressive. So I need them to not only be aggressive, but be able to control it at the exact same time, especially with this being on match point.
Thank you very much. So be aggressive, but not too aggressive. Like, be aggressive, but like dial it back a bit. Like, bring it out, dial it back. Very simple stuff.
Maybe a 7, not a 10.
Maybe, yeah, just somewhere average, somewhere in the middle.
It's about controlling the pace again, right? You want to be in control of how these first fights go down. And in that round, W7M, they were in control of the opening couple of fights. They eventually spotted Licky Fack. They had a 2-man advantage. How do you convert, though? If you can't convert with full map control in a 3v5 situation, what are you going to be doing on these next couple of rounds? Because it's only going to get harder from that. That looked like the easiest round for W7M, their best situation that they had found themselves in the late round, and still, Shaiko finds 2. BDS don't fall at all on that round, and it just feels like W7M are struggling to crack these strong sights.
And see, that's the funny thing, because it did seem easy for them to convert, but by the end of that round, they only had
W7M 已經燒開半邊場。 但係佢哋係冇大血班啊，都冇其他黑 mission。咁佢哋應該唔會選擇去燒 hash 先。
Look, we're down below. What is this known for? It's a labyrinth on that bottom floor. So many corners and server rooms on the bottom floor. If W7M don't drone, that same problem could hit them here.
Could you say lots of nooks and crannies?
都選擇係直接
already opening up from the server. This is a fast push in from Dots. He drummed it out, knew that there was nobody here.
已經中到 Licky
Finding out Licky Fact. They've got an angle actually in the Visa hatch, but nobody's watching it. The Monty was just
呢邊哦，差啲 spot 到，但係移開咗。
唔係你輸。
He's kind of trapped at this point.
我啱啱問你係你俾我領主，
我好領主喎。
唔好你講我問，今晚係咪領主？你話領主。
哦，係咯，咪話領主咯。你話唔得啊？
都係我問你主，你話我主。
係咯，咪你主咯。
你主喎你話。
係你主咯。
唔算，死心立面。咁夜你哋都主嘅。
That's my big concern, though. They're just barreling right into this lineup. They've got Dash on the breach to at least control some of that backside pressure. But pushing forward, BDS have had all the doorways shut down and cut off, especially with those Zodos, though they're no longer a factor. Now we see a rotate. There's somebody actually on the top floor. W7M get this kill here. They're going to feel a whole lot more confident.
翻到嚟4比2嘅程度，不知不覺已經嚟咗3打1啦。我依邊，我呢條係想 pick 佢，但係暫時隊友都嚟咗支援啦。呢個位有難度，會唔會考慮撤退？但係應該都冇。
We said it at the start, the last couple of grand finals, BDS have won Consulate 7-3, 7-3, W7M, they push it one more, but you didn't expect BDS to lose this map. It's
What the fuck?
their home turf, it's their best map, they win it in every fight they play. Not a surprise, but a good showing in some of those rounds, at least from W7M. The question is, can they keep that momentum, or are W7M going to be able to stand tall on their own pick?
That's what I was going to say. W7M were able to at least show they had some fight in them, but when you go 4-2 on your attacking side on Consulate, it seems inevitable you're going to take it in the end.
Well, they did. BDS off to a great start. The desk will want to break down map number 1.
Lynx, you're 100% right. They showed some fight in the end, but it's not enough. BDS, just too much class for one map. Lax, that one had us on the edge of our seats from start to finish. But what about that BDS attack?
That attack, I mean, you have to give them their flowers. They were just doing such a good job at finding the gap in all of W7M's setup. Whether they were exploiting it or they were just taking the map sites or not taking them, they were always forcing W7M in an unwinnable position, catching them on their rotates. When they would catch them on the rotates, go up in that man advantage, they would almost immediately then slowly start to constrict that site and leave W7M practically in unwinnable positions.
That's when you recognize a great team. A team that won't go head-on in full obstacles, but rather a team that will seize an opportunity if they see it, go in that gap, and punish the defenders by leaving that huge of a gap and exploit it to go dance and defuse the plant. Now, it happened multiple times. Either it's the kills and rotating and cutting off the roamers, either it's going for that plant, but consistently, Liquefact on BDS finding that opportunity and calling it for his teammates, that was the huge difference maker in this two-attack side.
Leo, not only were they adapting on their attack, but their defense, midway through that half, they flipped the switch.
Round 10 was the big difference maker for me. That tag timeout for Suflex, props to this guy. He completely turned the tide. Look at this. At round 10, that's exactly when they close out the 2 rounds that they needed, and that's because they decided, let's go turtle, let's play intel gathering, and let's not get punished by the aggression of W7M.
Their mid-half adaptation was class, but it was their mid-round cane calling that absolutely changed that one in the first half. We got Jack to break it down.
Thank you very much, Rob. I'm over by the screen here now. BDS, they're attacking. It's round 3. They're attacking onto Piano, and what they want to do is they want to drop the yellow and get the kill onto Dash up at top yellow and clear out the top floor. As this is going on, we see Shaiko drops. He actually gets killed by Dots and traded back out. Now, W7M have what they think is a read. They think that BDS are going to try and clear out and take all of this top floor, work vertically. So they move all of their players. You can see Dash, you can see Lobin. They try and get all of their players back towards the Visa side. They want to waste the time. They want BDS to come and get them and then not have enough time to hit onto site. But what do BDS do? they make a mid-round adaptation, a mid-round call. Now, normally we will attribute Leakyfac with this, but actually this is going to be Solotov that makes this mid-round call. He ends up droning. He drones out. The CEO, you can see his drones just outside of bathroom here. Drones out the CEO room, knows that it's clear, and then when he does that, he knows that BDS can execute what is called a half clear. And that is where you only clear half of the bomb site and the verticality near the bomb site that you are wanting to control. So he gets Bride, and he gets the IQ to go downstairs and try and start planting, make a big racket, get seen on the Valkyrie cameras, and then he holds the cutoff because W7M, they've had the wrong read. All of the players that are on the top floor, they have to come back and try and challenge the verticality because, as you can see, the plan is going down here. And in the end, BDS get this round win. It starts their snowball of momentum onto the attack. And it all comes, we attribute Leakyfac as the ideal a lot, but it all comes right there from Solotov and his shot calling inside of the round. That was a key reason why BDS won onto Consulate. Now, we're going to go to a very short break before we head to map 2.
Hit pain hard with Neuromol Dual Action.
Europeans have struck first here in the grand final of the Montreal Major. This clash of regions is heating up. We saw a little bit of a fight back from W7M. That gave us hope that now leads us into map number 2. Joining back to us is the incredible analyst team that we have for this event. Minus Fox, sorry, had to do it out there. But this one, we break down a lot of what we saw. Leo, we've seen this map from BDS before, just yesterday, in fact. How will this translate?
So now we're going on W7M speak, right? And the story of the BO5 is that they really need to win that one because the third one will be, again, BDS speak. So they really need that map, right? You look at yesterday, yes, on paper, BDS is supposed to be weaker on that map, but they went 5-1 in the defense side on laps, and they're starting defense again. That, for me, that tells me the story. If they replicate exactly what happened on Consulate, where they play together as a total, and they're ready to trade each other whenever W7M gets aggressive, they will win that map, because the defense side is what matters here.
I think it's worth saying, though, that yesterday when BDS played on Nighthaven, they played lots of mirror, they played lots of Cade, lots of utility, and they made it very, very hard for FaZe to establish map control. I could very much see a world where W7M get rid of the mirror, get rid of the Cade, make breaching easy, whatever they can get rid of that will allow them not to make the same mistakes as FaZe yesterday, which maybe levels the playing field a little bit.
Outside of operator bans, what did W7M have to do to bring this back, to turn it around here on their map pick, lads?
I think we were slowly starting to see it mounting that comeback outside of that timeout that we did see from BDS, but they were getting warmed up. That's the hard part about starting out on defense is, sure, it is the stronger side. You should be able to go up and count. Sometimes it doesn't go that way. But what defense doesn't allow you that attack does, that they're going to be able to do here, is work on their comps, work at their teamwork, work on controlling the pace and the momentum of how this game is. And like Jack was saying, if they can get rid of some of these operators starting on this attack side, that will really allow them to control the momentum and overall have the entire pacing of this first half.
Jack, the theme for us on Consulate was the adaptations from BDS, both mid-round and mid-half. How do you break that down? If you're W7M, how do you break through that wall with a team that can turn on a dime?
I think it's about giving yourself the best opportunity that you possibly can. That starts in the operator bans, which I think is going to be very important inside of Nighthaven. I think they're going to be on the attack, so they're going to get much more chance to have the mid-round adaptations themselves. When they get on the defense, they've got two choices for me. One, they really need to lean into aggression in the early round and don't give BDS the chance to have a mid-round adaptation, or they need to lean in and allow BDS to execute and get it to the late round. The mid-round is where they're losing it, so they need to not fight and play their battles inside of that mid-round.
So if we have to summarize, the fact that they will be in attack makes them proactive instead of being reactive. And that's something that they need to be, because they need to control the pace. And you're right, when they switch to defense, one of the main things they have to do right now is close that gap. If there is no opportunity, no gap, then BDS cannot take it. Maybe play a little bit more turtle and play layers of utility.
Well, that was the thing. In the beginning of that half, they were playing turtle. They were giving up that map control that BDS then was abusing. Sure, this map is going to be that concrete of, you know, giving up that much free space. It's pretty tight and dense. But the biggest thing for me is they need to be playing into their aggression, because that's where they lost that first half, where we then started to see them be aggressive, be proactive on that attack. I want to see this on the defensive half.
Does anyone want to change their predictions now that we've seen map 1? Is anyone getting antsy? Jack?
I think you're looking at me. I think you're looking at me when you
obviously it has to be lax.
He's the one that needs to change it.
No, I'm not changing. I'm sticking with W7M.
How does this translate onto labs now? How does this all work?
This is a map that they're comfortable on. This is a map that they have VODs on. Again, them BDS beating FaZe was not really a testament for them at all. FaZe looked confused. They looked lost. And the bigger picture to take from that, it really sets in a false sense of confidence, a false sense of reality, if that truly is the case, that FaZe just did not understand how they wanted to play that game, which ultimately makes you look significantly better than what you might actually be when you play a team that actually knows how to play this map.
Yeah, very often you can look at games and score lines that are 7-1, and obviously BDS played that part well. I think they strategically yesterday on Nighthaven got that absolutely correctly, but FaZe fell apart, breaching walls and just trying to take map control, and BDS took advantage of that. So I think it's going to be a much tighter Nighthaven Labs than we first maybe anticipated when we saw this. This isn't, you know, cut and dry for BDS. It is obviously W7M's map pick, and they will have looked at that. You know, if we've gone and looked at that and said, hey, FaZe played badly, then W7M will have done that, and they will learn from FaZe's mistakes.
Now, one thing we saw in the first half, individuals standing up for BDS, it was a solid performance, but realistically, W7M, they found their way on the back end of that map, Leo. Does this give you hope? Does it give you hope that these players are going to start firing?
Absolutely. I was just about to say, when Lax was saying that aggression maybe was a solution for W7M, I spoke before by saying BDS had the better individuals. I'm not so sure. Have you seen the kills from Lobin so far? He's been frying them. He can get that back. And the rest of the teammates, Phobes as well, they can all step up. They have what it takes to win these engagements. If they need to go aggressive, they can win as well.
Well, the wait is over. Labs is ready for us to go over to your tremendous trio of casters.
Thank you so very much. It was a great first match.
Sorry.
What are you doing? We're casting a grand final.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
This is what you were in.
Okay.
It's good to have both of you here. And what a first match we had. I expect the dial to be turned up a little bit on Nighthaven Labs, and I don't know if you'd agree with me.
And, well, you know the thing about this dial? It goes up to 11.
It needs to. I mean, from what we saw on map number 1, BDS were in control from the start to the finish. Maybe with the one exception of the first round where they tested W7M. They went for a bit of a gimmicky rush, if I may. This needs to be where we see W7M lock in on their map pick.
Absolutely. I mean, you don't exactly have a ton of time left to do it. If BDS prevails on W7M's map, bad things will likely follow. Reverse sweeps do happen. But if you're W7M, teams and players, sometimes even casters, have counted you out every step of the way, but you've made it to the finals. You've cemented your place. Now it's time to prove yourself against one of the best teams in the world in BDS.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Will W7M be able to fight back on their own pick? Will Nighthaven go their way? Do they still have some fight left in them? Montreal Nighthaven Labs begins right now.
The analyst desk stressed how important the operator bans would be, and now we get to find out what these two teams want to take off the board. Traditionally, BDS have banned Buck on Nighthaven. It's been a very odd ban, but it's an extremely powerful operator for both the top and bottom floors and the mid floor. I could still see a Monty ban because W7M have been strong with it, but they'll just go
BDS 呢度係 ban 咗 Maverick 喎。
instead. That makes it awkward because W7M
BDS 係 ban 咗 Maverick 喎。
This makes the defensive bans the most interesting to me.
切走咗，哇！W7M ban 翻 Deimos，
We should, but that's going to be, of course, the Shaiko counter pick. Deimos taken off the board. Shaiko's most played operator by far. This would be an Azami if we continue the trends, and it will be. The desk talked about whether they're going to be banning out something like Mira, something like Kaid. They're going to stick with tradition. They're going to take out the operator that they hate to play against here on Nighthaven Labs. For BDS, we'll see where they go. Tubarao, a very common ban for this map in particular.
Tubarao 成日講對個 Tubarao。OK。
Really bad news, by the way, for the
咁對
people in the crowd who said don't ban
進方防守方都係唔友好嘅。
Something happened to Deimos and I missed it?
He got banned.
Okay.
Links. 44% of all the rounds that Shaiko has played at this event have come either on Deimos or Legion. He's a man of few operators, and he always has been. Going back throughout his career, he's had a very limited pool, but that's okay. The team lets him play whatever he wants. He was one of the first players who really took to Deimos. It was kind of him and Doki in the European League that really started playing this operator more than anybody else. Doki, unfortunately, didn't quite make it that far in this event, so it's Shaiko who really leads the charge on this operator.
I'm going to date myself just for a second here, but it was my second Pro League match of all time over 7 years ago where I casted Penta versus B Genius when Shaiko was on that B Genius roster. And all throughout his history, he was the Ashe main. And then he was the Zofia main. And then they started banning Ashe against him. So then he'd play Hibana.
Yeah.
And then he'd play Zofia. And then they started banning other operators against him. And then he started playing Iana. He has a very small operator map pool, but he always excels on whichever op he plays.
It does make it fun though, because every now and then you get these like new ops. It's almost like a shiny Shaiko variant. Like sometimes they put him on Brava, and I'm like, oh, They're like, Shaiko, you got to drone and hack some utility this round. It's like, all right, whatever, I guess.
New Shaiko operator just dropped.
We'll see what it ends up being in the second half. He's starting off on his favorite defensive operator, Legion, the main op that he plays on defense. They didn't counterbat both of his operators, so he'll have a little bit of comfortability still.
呢邊已經燒開咗外牆啦，
Incredibly important.
暫時都係冇干擾。
He's actually still got all 4 batteries in his
呢
pocket.
揭發就守喺呢個樓梯下面嘅房，呢邊係成功聽到電喎，係電走咗 A 上呢度係冇咗 Maverick 嘅話，你變相你要聽電係變咗好易嘅。你有 Mirror 你有電嘅情況下，電走咗2個 A charge 喎。喺冇 Maverick 嘅情況，你要處理呢埲牆係變相喺 Pro 呢係難好多。因為你係冇位可以阻止對面聽電嘅，除咗你喺樓下，但係樓下係有 mute 守緊嘅，你唔清 mute 係清唔到喺樓下清電。而呢邊因為你冇 Maverick， 你係冇辦法 cover 隊友。咦，依然第3個 charge 係連續3個都係電走晒。Oh my god！ 隨之而係 Loven 想跳窗入嚟，但係隨即都係被擊晒。但係 Dodes， 又一個 trade 喎，發生咩事？3打2， 3打1，呢邊 Dodes 即刻入翻嚟搶翻一個擊殺先，但係佢唔知啲人喺邊。嘗試 pre-fire， 但係暫時都係揾唔到喺邊。
He's got time at his disposal. Ejects the black mirror and will now just sit and wait.
Nicky Fat close range 係拎住個 shot gun 已經俾人 spot 到啦，但係佢唔知第2個喺邊啊！而且佢仲要冇 diffuser 嘅情況下 ，Nicky Fat SMG 解決咗佢。哇！啱嗰彎基本上由佢3個 A shot 都俾人。聽電電走嘅情況下，好難，好難去打呢個點。
It's almost incredible when you think about, of course, that impact that Bride had, but W7M are like, all right, we're going to bring the Thatcher and we'll be fine, right? And you've got to give Bride credit for that because the Selma charge, if you're typically what you see, Ace puts Selma charges on both wall, Bandit's got to choose, picks one, other gets opened at least a little bit, right? That timing right there was pixel perfect from Bride to land that Bandit battery in the first place, but I think it also has to be said, once you realize the Bandit is tricking on the wall, sure, you could EMP trick it, but you had that buck.
Yes.
All BDS had was one guy down below. I'm not saying you got to kill him, but you don't even push him out. You don't even try to give you an alternative option in case the EMPs don't work out. It's not the worst from W7M, but it's pretty damn close.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. You gotta ask where was Loban when that was all going on, playing the Buck. It's been his most played operator throughout this event. He's played double the rounds on Buck than he has any other attacking operator, so he should know how to play this role. But just had the lapse in positioning in that round, and it will cost them dearly. Some good stuff from Bride. 0 kills, but still the impact player.
They were chanting Bride.
They were.
Just the amount of love you get for being 0, 0, and 0.
These are the types of contributions, though, that do not go earned on the scoreboard. You don't see them there, right? So it comes down to general viewer knowledge, or it really falls onto our shoulders to explain to people why somebody who currently is zeros across the board was the star of the first round.
Speaking of shiny Shaiko variants, Jesse, we got him on Bandit instead of the Legion.
All right, he's putting his batteries down early. He's going to leave the trick into Bride mostly. It seems like he wants to just...
呢邊 A 險入標頂，暫時 take control 廚房呢邊，但係啲 Kifat 仲喺樓梯呢邊。 係電話響你嘅情況下 ，Twitch 應該聽到佢喺邊啊，佢瞄緊，但係嘗試一直喺度 swing 同 pick， 最終都係捉到呢條嘅。但係呢度仲有 Brady 嘅情況下 ，Twitch 係應該知道佢喺度嘅。Solotov 落翻嚟幫手啦。但係第二個到 Kiwi 嘅 call 都。
Down into the basement now. BDS will retreat. They know that they don't have to hold the top floor forever. This push from W7M is going to come in.
都其實係選擇過嚟外牆呢邊，但係佢哋應該係冇方法去處理個電嘅暫時。可能要嘗試 bug 去解決，佢最少要中到個電喺邊先。哇！佢差啲打到隊友。佢成功打到一個電喎，都逼走咗防守方。但係 Loban 又揾到 use 啦。多時已經喺度 default plan 緊啦，嘗試 stop， 但係冇啊 cover 係好好啊，但係反而都係鬆開咗 plan 喎，反殺咗 Solotov 喎。Brady 係上翻一樓，嘗試係 stop 嘅 plan， 但係佢冇 information 嘅情況下係有啲難。佢 drop 咗，但係對面都知道佢喺邊啦。呢度都係嘗試 stick plan 嘅。呢邊 close range 有一個，但係佢唔知啊。
BDS falling apart too early in the round for Brady to have much impact.
Time management just perfect from W7M. They didn't struggle in the early round clear. You know, they didn't take too much time with it. By the time they were in Exosuit, there was over half the round still to go. So when they got Dots in on the Monty, he was able to take his time, shoot the goo mine, shoot the camera, shoot the bandit battery. That allowed the angle to be opened up by the ace, and now all of a sudden they're in a great spot for a plant. Yes, 3-day above is bad news, but Dots recognizes this. He's aware that, okay, wait, we don't have top floor control. I probably shouldn't plant in the default spot. He instead moves out of position. He waits for his teammates to come back and provide that support. Really good timing coming out from Dots there. One of the best Monty players that we see out of Brazil, and for good reason.
I also think something important we have to highlight, going back to the operator bans, is, of course, Deimos is taken off the board, but Dokkaebi is up when she was not on the previous map, and that's something that I think is really going to help W7M on this clear. They've struggled on all sides of Consulate, let's just get that out of the way with, but for their attacks, still clearing that map was a bit of a problem of the more limited sample size that we saw. But being able to run this Dokkaebi here, it will be a boon for BDS once they get to the attacking side, but at least here, it makes finding players like Leaky Fack, like Brede, but Leaky Fack especially for round 2, a whole lot easier.
Volps was going to grab the Dokkaebi. It goes to Dash instead. Volps' most played operator is Dokkaebi on attack, and he's got a 73% win rate with the Doke. So keep an eye out if we see Volps pick it right back up, but for now it's going to be Dash, also extremely effective with the Korean attacker, and they're going to try to find some of these players out as they go for the early pick. There's nobody from BDS roaming on that main floor except for
呢邊依然係嘗試聽電嘅 Brady， 到呢邊係有 Dacha 幫手。
They know how important this IT wall is.
And we have a bandit sitting right on it. Brede again, Leaky Fack
要睇下樓梯同埋樓下係有Warden Shadow 守緊，所以嚟啊！睇下 Brady 冇第一下 Dacha 成功。繼續跌 ，What the fuck？ 當時已經俾人殺咗，但係 Force 直接彈咗入嚟，但係冇啊 ！User 即刻追翻兩殺 ，What the fuck？ 轉眼間剩低已經係 Loban 一個，係咩事？發生咩事？ 哇！呢個圖你哇 BDS 呢個 band 真係大大咁影響咗 W7M 嘅進攻方針。
So important. Again, there's nobody down below to stop that trick. The sight's there, so it's a little bit harder this time around. So still, a massive play going out from the team of BDS.
So, for people who don't know, by the way, the tweet is on your screen. It reads, thank you very much for the EWC. In a few hours, I'll say thank you again for a major as well. Shaiko is a notoriously quiet player. He often says, no. To interviews, he doesn't do a lot of side content. He likes to let his actions in the server do all the talking. So to see Shaiko tweet with that much flair and pizzazz, you know he's in a great mood today.
And he's earned it, right? This is Shaiko's 6th grand finals. He's played 5 of them so far. He won 4. The only time Shaiko has ever lost a BO5 grand finals was in Manchester against Beast Coast, and that one went the whole distance.
Right now, they're certainly looking in strong form on Nighthaven Labs. The thing I love most about that round, Jesse, I think, is, of course, you have the bandit trick. We all like it. We all loved it when we saw it in round 1. We love it even more now. But it's that they knew the logical reaction from W7M was, all right, we know you're there. We're just going to swing you. We're going to take that fight. But BDS's structure on the top floor was so good, and especially with Leaky Fat getting that 5v4, the moment they get swung, they just immediately traded down on all of those angles on the top floor. Even when W7M
去翻2樓點啊 ？Fos 應該今次會嘗試由樓下去處理 BDS 係冇守緊下邊嘅，佢今次係用 Sophia， Brady 直接收皮。呢個係用咗3 round，W7M 先諗出嚟，先去解窩。但係呢邊呢隻太 aggressive 啦，拎到第1個之後依然吹翻。嚟到3打3嘅情況 ，IT server 嘅。已經燒開咗佢哋係，但同時都冇咗燒場嘅 Firma。雖然佢依然有 Hibana， 但係佢嘅道具都用得差唔多。哇！呢邊 Shaiko keep 住 distract Hibana， 嘗試Dash 完全冇預料到 Shaiko 會直接撇出嚟啊！剩低 Loban 同 Dodex，Loban 依然 hold 緊個 Mirror 啊！呢邊 Fanny 觸發咗，但係 BDS 呢邊並冇犯錯，依然係 hold 緊。呢邊 Dodex keep 住 push pick 幫 Loban 去敲碎個 Let Me Ride， 佢見到佢嘅紅點，但佢知道佢喺 close range 嘅左邊啊。但係對進攻方嚟講，呢邊都係難打。呢邊如果 Dodex 可以單殺 Nilsson 嘅話，就但係唔得啊 ！Shaiko 即刻回敬翻。呢邊係知道位置有 ping 嘅情況下 ，Shaiko 撇出嚟。
And what BDS do better than almost anybody else in the world, we'll say better than anybody else, is they get aggressive when they're in kind of a bad spot or even just an even spot. You saw twice in that round it happened. First, when they stopped Brede from going from the bandit trick, what happened? Licky Pack immediately pushed up to the breach, immediately got a trade back to make sure that man disadvantage didn't fall apart. Then what happened in the 3v3? Shaiko does it again, follows up the Nitro Cell, pushes in through connector, is able to make that happen. Something that Fresh said on the desk is that in the mid-round is when W7M are losing. In that round, they had a great early round, the mid-round fell apart, and they didn't have the numbers for the late round.
And the funny part is, BDS are playing Nighthaven very similar to how they did against FaZe yesterday. They go away from a normal operator ban, they keep so much of that breach denial and the anchor utility with the mirror on the board, and they smoke FaZe 7-1. What's happening right now? Sure, they banned Tubarão, but Bandit's been here every round. Mira has been one of the mainstays. BDS are basically playing a very similar playbook when it comes to the utility they're bringing. And I would argue, sure, we don't know the result yet, but it is tripping W7M out more than it was FaZe yesterday. By round 4, that is only when we adapt to an IT bandit trick. That's been happening every single round.
Yeah, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, no, but I'm still gonna lose the round because we couldn't execute in the late round.
Can't get fooled again.
They're continuously getting fooled. This is the issue though, right? For W7M, they've played this map a ton throughout this tournament. At the Montreal Major, they've played 19 attacking rounds on Nighthaven Labs. They have a 58% win rate on it. And on the top floor, that jumps up to 71.
It's a big number.
These are great numbers. And that's supposed to be the numbers that should push them to at least a 3-3 split. You see the panic in that TAC timeout. They did not expect to be down this heavily, this early on their own map pick.
I had no idea what that was.
I think they said I love Pengu.
Me too.
Big dog.
I can reach Pengu from here. He's co-streaming right now.
What's he doing right now?
What are you doing right now?
He got mittens on?
He's got his mitts, he's got his toque.
I force-fed him a contractually obligated control cookie earlier. Yeah, cheer for Pengu!
Everyone say hi to Pengu! Honestly, W7M might need Pengu if they keep getting smoked like this.
He used to be a player, then he was a caster, now he's a content creator.
Well, he's always been a content creator. John W. content over there.
It's more a joke at his expense, but he took it in stride.
Basement defense coming out from BDS. What we saw last time was a bit of a roam, and well, this go around, well, it's pretty much the same thing. Sure, maybe not Bride sitting inside of security this time, but you've got players moving around the top floor, not trying to get too aggressive too early on. If W7M give the fights, they're happy to take them, but BDS aren't looking to necessarily stop them at the entrance.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking mostly at Liquifact. He's all the way over in Cafeteria. That's an easy spot to miss-drone someone, or even what we've seen at this tournament is maybe he gets droned, but then he pushes deeper. They expect him to fall back, but he doesn't. He right now is in a position to go for a real late round flank. If they drone him and they apply pressure, he can also just fall down the vending stairs and probably make a good execute anyways. So he's in a really strong spot. I really want to see W7M address him. If they just completely ignore him, they're going to be in a very awkward spot for the flank that like comes out late round.
呢邊 W7 take 咗 top control 啊，而家係嘗試去 keep zoning 咯，但係 Nelson 呢邊係 high 緊嘅喎，但係對 KB 嘅 call 即刻，咦佢係暫時 Nelson 都係未俾人 spot 到嘅。
So far away though that if W7M do hit the site very quickly, there might not actually be enough time for him to drop down. But they've got a Valk camera.
哦，呢個 C4， 哦 ，useless， 個想跑但係冇位跑，然後打唔切個 C4。呢邊 Nelson 會唔會捉到1、2個咧？但係 Ram 係睇緊後邊，佢哋亦都中到 Nelson 啫。但係依然係成功 trade 咗個 Solotov。哇！呢邊 Dash 揾到 Shaco， 佢哋亦都落咗呢個 plant 位啦，佢哋可以直接選擇 plan 嘅。3打2情況，佢哋有 top control。Mirror 呢個時候直接衝過去，但係冇辦法，已經落咗 plan 啦。1打2嘅情況下，喺煙入邊成功揾到一個，但係接下嚟先係最大嘅問題，係 vertical control 啊！點樣去守呢個點係點樣去？哦，佢見到佢嘅情況下，5滴血一槍，唉 ，User 想 stay plan 但係冇辦法。呢個情況係太難。
W7M too. Yes, they might have misdroned a player that was over inside a cafeteria, but they always had their flank drones up. They knew exactly what was going on when Solotov went for that flank. Solotov still hit a nasty shot. Okay, still got the job done. Went 1 for 1, but that's far better than getting caught off guard, being distracted, meaning that your whole push gets spiraled out of control and you just fall apart. That was a solid execute, despite the fact that there were mistakes, despite the fact that there were things that caught them off guard. In the late round, W7M were still able to stick to the basement, push in, get your kills, smoke the plant spot, get it done. Use this a split second earlier, could have stopped it, but the important thing is that he didn't.
And I think that is the important thing, right? For this immediate round, to narrow the gap, to start a comeback, to maybe tie this half 3-3. Yes, I agree, that is important. But the problem I'm looking at right now is Solitov was allowed to exist, or at least was unspotted for a long time, was able to hit a flank and get a kill. A Valk camera was inside a garage the entire time, feeding intel to BDS saying, hey, we know exactly when they're going to hit this. We can take down the thermite with the diffuser. They have all this information, all of this control that they could retake with players stationed off-site. And what ultimately came down to it was, yes, poise from W7M in the late round, but most of that was in BDS's control. If somebody doesn't overperform and get a kill there in the execute, it very well could be a BDS round in the end.
We are going to kitchen and cafeteria for our final round in the half. In the 19 attacks that W7M have had on this map through the tournament so far, not one of them was on this bomb site, often considered to be one of the worst in the game. Teams generally like to avoid it. Even W7M themselves have tried to defend it twice this tournament, and they failed both times. Teams have very low win rate on this site, but BDS think they're different. They're bringing the Clash. They've set them up inside of lobby. They've actually got this wall open behind the Clash to try to make that rotate back into site when they need to. I'm excited to see what they've got.
And I think one tool that really makes this bomb site viable is that Clash, because you can see him moving around bottom house right now. Sure, that air jab goes in.
呢邊 Nomad 嘗試係堵住，但係後面係有隊友幫手。
pinch her if she's pushed deep because the defense can peek out of sight and watch it. She can basically stall time to open the breach on this
到
side.
K 邊係已經喺樓下嘗試。
Once you actually open the breach and do the same thing all over again. This is one of the better sites for Clash, in my opinion, on this map in general, because it's very difficult to nail her down.
You'll often see an explosive entry through this window right here into sight, but there's no blitz, no ying. It's going to be tough to make that happen if that's the game plan from W7M. All they have are the flashes, which are now
佢係淨係 Nomad 一個去 handle catch 難啊，係好難啊！呢邊 Window 係嘗試 pick 佢出嚟，但係唔得。呢邊 Nomad 上到2樓，但係冇後邊有人，佢冇擰轉頭啊 ！Solitov 成功收呢個人頭，但係 Fob 亦都 take down Shaco 3打4嘅情況，新兵已經入咗嚟 plan 嘅情況下，佢冇 stick the plan 喎，反而但係 what the fuck？ 剩低 users 一個，冇任何嘅機會。
And now we can ask it yet again after W7M sweeps through BDS and ties it with the first half in the books.
I mean, to be fair, W7M were struggling a bit on that attack, and that dealing with the Clash wasn't going their way. Getting control of the top floor, not fully going their way. But again, what W7M have been able to do consistently is go toe-to-toe with BDS when it comes to gunfights, to win fights when they are presented with them, and usually 50-50s. And that's how that round felt like it panned out. They were struggling to get vert, struggling to get control into the site, but they were able, when BDS either peaked or when they rotated in front of them, to win those engagements and actually find an entry. It is a tie game, and I think that should be commended. BDS still felt like, though this round being an exception, they were in large control that entire half.
They get the 3-3 though, and ultimately that is all that you need. Even though there were mistakes, even if it was a little messy, W7M have mission accomplished. This is their pick. This is the must-win in the BO5, and especially when you look at the stats, that gets reinforced. W7M have won Nighthaven Labs the last 7 times that they've played it. They're on a 7-game win streak on this map, but if you go back 8 games, they lost it. Who against? The French. That sit right across the stage from them right now. BDS have always been a tough opponent for W7M. It's always been a team that they have struggled to get across the finish line on. Right now, you're not thinking about the mistakes. You're not thinking about the issues that have gone through those first half. You just need to lock this one down.
Chico's on Brava.
You called this.
I did.
6 rounds ago.
I mean, he plays the op. It's not like that was. I wasn't one of 3 ops. Yeah, I wasn't pouring in the data.
No, I know, but I'm just
呢
saying.
邊 W7M 係拎咗 Aura 出嚟，但係將來 Briley 呢個係純燒場，而 W7M 係暫時冇諗住。但係呢揭肥係捉到門口嘅 Dodex 喎。
The traps are still there. That's something at least.
我想 P 但逼退咗。 呢邊動作好快啊 ！Brady 已經嚟到呢個另一個外牆嗰邊已經燒開咗。
Say I find interesting from W7M. Remember how strong breach denial was for BDS and their defending side, and we really don't have it right here. Nothing, no bandit, no Cade, no nothing from W7M.
Instead, it's
哦，呢邊即刻已經 Twitch 勾咗2個 mirror， 哇！呢個 Twitch 都哇黐線咁準嘅。
Ridiculous.
Again, the crowd cheered so loud for a mirror window being opened up. We've got some utility players in the house.
Oryx 係仲守緊呢個走廊 ，Twitch 已經睇緊，但係呢度太多人，佢選入咗中一中先。哦，佢見到佢 spot 到佢，爆頭冇頭先，但係 Shaco 反而 take down 咗 Volps 喎。 近有一個，但係反而佢選擇咗係，哦，雖然收低咗人頭，但係俾 Brady 收低嘅 Dash 喺度做啲咩 ？What the fuck？ W7M 嘅防守係形同虛設啊！
Well, it was very silly of me in hindsight to say in round 6 that W7M can go toe-to-toe with BDS in the gunfights because, well, that didn't happen in round 7. Dots obviously whiffs that mag on the player Solotov sitting inside a garage, but more broadly speaking, as BDS open up IT, they start looking for control inside a garage. Of course, they get that early pick onto Dodez, but then every single time W7M try to peek inside of the site like BDS usually do, they do lose those fights. Dots whiffs that mag into on top of Raptors. The moment they're able to take down Shaiko, Brady immediately reacts and is able to trade him out.
And maybe it's okay to whiff some of those gunfights if you're getting like 3 bandit tricks in a single round. But they're not bringing that utility. They're bringing the Oryx. They're bringing the Fenrir. They want to be taking these gunfights. They want to be playing it aggressively. That's why they go for those swings. But it doesn't seem to matter. Playing against BDS, one of the greatest teams of all time. Now going to be a hard task down 1-0 in the second half. For the second round, on defense, W7M, they're going to switch it up a little bit. We're seeing the Bandit. We're seeing the Kaid. We're seeing the Yuto play a little bit more. And we're also seeing some counter Yupthil. Leaky Fact bringing out the fuse, not with the shield, as we've seen for the vast majority of this tournament, but the AK instead.
No shield bans, by the way, just in case you can't tell at the top.
呢邊呢缺乏係嘗試。
Look at this. He's going to use the cluster charge to clear out the Bandit
哦。
But
唔得啊！但係唔係 Bandit 啊，佢仲有卡熱啊！
Batteries on the wall and a claw up above just to try and throw you off. You actually, Jesse, let's be fair here. I mean, BDS, no Thatcher that we saw a lot from W7M.
Yeah.
Maybe missing all the primary util generally, but still bringing it. Could have really liked that here.
呢缺乏已經即刻轉移陣地去咗2樓，去 Fuse 部外牆。
You wouldn't have needed to rely on those pocket EMPs. The question is, which of these operators do you substitute from the lineup to bring the Thatcher?
So the pivot needs to be now for BDS. We got to get some kills up here on the road clear, right? We can't allow them to both keep the main wall closed down on site and also have a man advantage or even going into that late round execute. BDS will start to see them open up some cutoff angles here on the top 2 floors, but the real goal has to be punishing these aggressive players. Loban is upstairs inside a connector. Almost everybody else is on the main floor. In positions where they can reach, but with this information, you've got to be able to get the cutoff. That's what Soltov is looking for now.
Ooh, the smoke grenade actually allows the Fenrir to cross.
我呢邊反而係 Volps 露出咗身位喎，有一個小失誤，直接就俾 Twitch 捉到啦。Uses 單埋 Loban。
But he'll lose the rest of his team. Volps gone, Loban gone, W7M.
1分10秒嘅情況下5打3啊！
We're hoping that maybe this map will tilt towards the attacking side, just as we saw on Consulate. Perfect time for those Rotero drones to go in. Losing one, but still 2 more in pocket.
呢邊 Twitch 係直接選擇跳入嘅 ，Fania 仲係 hold 緊 stair 呢個位。佢選擇開槍先，繼續 pick， 但係冇子彈啊！收入頭最終收低呢個人頭，剩低多嘗試有揾到2個人頭，但係唔夠。
Triumphant round for BDS. They're 2-0 on this second half. Jesse, you called this the most important map in the best of 5.
They have to win it, and now they're down by 2. W7M, they just don't seem to be recognizing the game state, right? They managed to stop that wall from being opened down to the basement. BDS pivot, as we suggested that they would. They hunt down those roamers, and what happens? They get picked off with no remorse.
Issuing a correction here, Game does not recognize Game.
Not in this round, at least. And I mean, you start to look at some of those deaths, right? Volp's just unaware of the player on the window, despite the fact that his teammate happened to be there. Those are the sloppy deaths that you don't want to be seeing from the younger players on BDS. Volps, the IGL, the captain of W7M, this is his 4th grand finals. If he loses this, he will be the first player in Rainbow Six history to lose 4 grand finals in a row without winning even one. You know this is an important game for Volps. He's got to be better in the early round.
I mean, if we want to look on the upside, they do have one more round than they got against BDS at EWC. They at least got 7.
Really giving scraps to them at this point, eh?
Listen, at this point, they're fighting for whatever they can get because BDS are outplaying them. That defensive lineup from the previous round, the breach denial works great, and it forces BDS to encounter the rest of the lineup. The F-Knots, the Goo Mines, the Barricades. Oh, we can't open the wall down below, do it direct. Now let's clear the site or clear the roam and face all of this utility that we've got to work through that's going to slow us down. And it just doesn't matter because they get a 5v3. And right here, the breach denial's back, the F-Knots are back, and yet BDS are still controlling the pace anyway.
I like at least at W7M they're trying something new. We've dropped, of course, the Oryx. We've dropped the Legion. We're saying we're going to play with this electricity. We're going to do just what BDS are doing in the last round. And what worked for us in
呢邊最終上至上，呢邊接用 Dark Trap 係成功開 IT 雙房。
That's the difference between these two teams. W7M, it took them 4 rounds to stop that bandit trick. BDS, the first time it's tried, they managed to shut it down.
呢邊 Brava keep 住揾 Fania 喺邊啊？但係佢係揾唔到任何。邊 Sherman 係一直反而係直接 head 咗 Muse。
Utility and information. He got a read on 2 defenders, one of which is that smoke of Volps who's sitting idle, and now a 3rd player has been spotted, which appears to be the legs of Dash. This single clutch drone is an incredible nuisance for W7M, and he just continues to harass while the remainder of BDS get into position.
仍已經行到近點啦。
Even more valuable than what Shaiko would usually get. The first Candela, actually the 3rd in the round, won't be an actual prompt for a push. They're trying to blind the bandit so he can't go for another trick, of course. Out of batteries now. The opening pick goes the way of Dash, and they'll start to breach from rafters. This will be the execute.
At least all those EMPs are down, so he uses his gadget.
繼續4打4。哇 ！smoke 係已經 smoke 開咗 solo 台，趕走咗佢，但係呢邊 smoke 嘗試 pick 佢，但係佢係俾人 check 住咗，反而係多地 take out Liquid Fan。呢邊 Shaiko 直接 take down Force， 好 aggressive 啊 ！Close Ring 有一個，但係佢唔知啊。又一個 trade。而 DOS 已經單咗2打1嘅情況下，1打1，兩個都各自有一個單咗 Brava，Shaiko 唔知佢位置啊。
Maybe he thought the downed player was the target that he was looking for, maybe not, but W7M will keep this matchup close.
This scoreline wasn't enough on Consulate to ultimately mount a full comeback from W7M, but as you said earlier, Jesse, at least it's something. At least it is something that they can think about to make them feel like they have a chance. I was a bit worried by that W7M lineup, especially dropping the Mira. You don't have a lot of ways to necessarily contest Garage. Obviously, they reinforce the rotate late. Then you can play the breach denial from it if you want. But BDS were, again, sure, Dash gets the opening pick, but BDS were getting so much control. They had entered Garage, enter Connector, had intel on players close on the door with that clutch drone to get Solotov in that position in the first place. Again, they are making these moves with the credit we can give W7M. At least here, they were reacting. At least here, they were firing back. BDS might have had control for a lot of it, but W7M wrenched it away at the last second.
Dodez performing in the clutch as he's needed, but it's Lobin who makes that aggressive play. Jumping out to Raptors and down into the defuse kit made the clutch possible. Otherwise, they could have just gone and planted in the other site, wouldn't have been an issue, but Lobin sees the opportunity and he takes it. When he was back in the Atlanta Major Grand Finals, Lobin was the one that carried, at the time, Los to that position where they managed to go so far in the tournament and nearly get the victory. This time around, if they're going to put up a good fight against BDS, if W7M want
呢邊 BDS 都係直接用 Dacha 同 Fuse 同 Thermite 嘗試去清開 Bandy 嘅 Tandy 嘅，但係呢隊 Fuse 反而係失敗咗，但係都同樣都失敗咗喎，都係成功燒開咗。
And also, if you look at the difference there, before W7M on their attack, they would just put the Exothermic up and then move on. Put the Selma on, then throw another one. That time, it's simultaneous. We see an Exothermic and a bit of a hard breach charge. And sure, you lose the hard breach charge, but you open up a big hole in the assembly wall.
呢邊 Dodez 好 aggressive， 正行去嗰頭位啊，但係 Fuse 係嘗試，但係佢拉除咗 Fuse 喎。
That was the cluster charge, I believe, from Liquidfact. So, you know, you deal a little bit more of that util damage. Gets a safer position as well.
呢邊 Liquidfact 算係 trap 住喺呢個房度，要解開呢啲 castle 封印先。
It'll be the Animus push or coming in from the main breach. Regardless, the smokes are going to be hugely important.
亦都成功清開咗高油嘅。
It's going to have to be the smokes in all honesty because, yeah, it's been a bit awkward, but with the Twitch, the Fuse, and the Brava as well-defined electronics, BDS have brought everything to clear out what is a very daunting util setup. The Vulcan packs have
呢邊都係嘗試，但呢期 Fat 撇翻出嚟反撇啊！呢個 hold 嘅 angle 係唔夠細啊！ BS 應該要開始嘗試 plan 嘅，未有住，但係都
Eliminating Leaky Fact, numbers again go back to even. First Blood has really not been that influential because the trades about 20 to 30
Castle 上咗二樓，但係 BDS 應該要開始去 plan 上嘅，佢哋全部聚，唔係全部啦，3個聚喺閘口出邊。Really 揾到位置 plan smoke 冇啊 ，cover 唔到啊 smoke。第二個 smoke 但已經太遲啦。Castle 亦都，Cycle。2v1 Twitch 係上翻1樓手啊！哇，啱嗰幾秒真係攻守互換。Twitch 已經 spot 到有人會上緊嚟啦，同佢對槍，但係 Smoke 開始 plan 緊，鬆開咗，打贏咗啊！反而，但係佢揾唔到 Smoke 喺邊啊！哇 ！Smoke 呢個位置 defuse 反而令 Twitch 係冇 information 去知道佢邊度，去邊度打邊個位置啊！
He second guesses the counter defuse, and that does give time for Solotov once he wins that fight to get that hole, to use the pistol and get that kill. Still somehow as if given a second chance by
睇落會係 BDS 嘅回合嘅。 佢係成功燒開成功落 plant， 亦都有2樓嘅 control， 但係個2樓 control 係喺 Twitch 嚟到之前係被 Cat 所控制住。
running away. They had top floor control. They had the fuse kit down, but it doesn't matter. Dash sticking it the entire time. He knows how important it is to stop that plant, especially against a player like Bride. Maybe he fumbled the smokes. Maybe he wasn't able to stop the plant, but he still made up for it. Jumping on for that disable. The player up above wasting just enough time.
W7M 成功打平。
Perfect for W7M. Saltov has often been called one of the best attacking players in the game. He's one of the best Twitch players, I would say, in the entire world right now. And he rarely misses with that DMR and with the pistol. But when you don't have the information, when the panic starts to set in, when the pressure is this high and you're on a stage this big, mistakes are going to happen.
Oh! I was just about to I cast her curse
in
my brain. That is brutal, because you'll see why. Solotov has been on Twitch every single round up until this point, and what does he swap to? Zofia. Why might be one reason. We're on kitchen and dining where Dots is bringing the clash. We saw how W7M, even though they won the round, struggle to deal with that clash on their attack. If you had those concussions,
一開局已經損失咗一個成員，呢邊係嘗試再次燒開，但係 Loban 揾到 Shaco 啊，呢邊係冇 spot 冇中啊，你冇中嘅情況下 ，feel 係入咗去已經。 佢哋係唔知 Loban 仲喺度呢個位置嘅應該，冇錯啊！揾到呢條 fact， 亦都再次揾到 Bride 30。BDS 咩事啊？呢個節奏。
Yeah, I think he knows this one's unwinnable.
Users 應該會掛機呢個時候，趁呢個時候去討論翻下 round 點樣打，去揾翻個心態，揾翻個節奏。
That he knows if he goes for these swings, if he knows he keeps pushing up, even if he's alone, he's going to hit those shots, and he does it time and time again. Look at the BDS players now, leaning back, trying to talk to this squad as they know this round is is completely over. Usus has no hope in the 1v5 jump in barbed wire, in a Banshee. This is really going to be the time to talk to your teammates, try to reset.
反而揾到一個，但係近面和阿 Rooney 收低呢個。W7M 拎到 match point。
And we've seen it, of course. Well, I should say we've seen it from LickyFac and we've seen it from Bulps. The two IGLs, the two captains of these teams, the youngest players in this server. How can you talk to your teammates even without a tactical timeout?
For BDS 有時候嗌 timeout。
Reset because W7M have gone back to back to back and they look to be dominating this second half.
3 rounds in a row, and that site setup especially, something I wanted to highlight, was enabled to allow Loban to make that play. The Clash was watching the office window hop in. The only ways they could approach him were from the electrical side, where I believe somebody else might have been, or they had intel on, or from the breach, which is where exactly he was waiting. The strategic setup from W7M that round was excellent, and the onus really is on BDS because the opening picks after the first 2 have completely slipped away. In the 3 rounds W7M have won, LickyFac was only able to get one in the basement attack, and even then they were still able, W7M were still able to hold out through that diffuse plant to take the fights on site and still win it out and neutralize that earlier advantage. Sure, maybe that's luck. In this case, it was skill for W7M. But here, when they're able to basically win a flawless round, just taking the fight to you, that's not a W7M we've really seen up until this point.
BDS in the last major grand finals, they had to ban this map. They were fearful of it from Beast Coast. Now they decided we can let it through. They had a very strong semi-final performance, 7-1 over FaZe Clan starting on the defense, but you're not against FaZe Clan. You're against W7M, and this is their bread and butter map. This is the one they love to play more than any other in the entire pool, and they're showing that now. It's not always the cleanest rounds. It's not always the no-mistake siege that we sometimes see from some of the top European teams, but it doesn't matter, because it's the mid-round decision-making, something that Fresh mindset had to be a little bit better for W7M coming into this one. That is standing strong for W7M. They are now 1 round away from winning their first map in a BO5 against BDS in their second attempt.
Important operator comes out for BDS in this moment as well. Remember, I said Brede does not often play the shields. If one's brought, he will play it, but this is not a mainstay of their attacking lineups or their strategy. But it's here in round 12 that Brede, for the first time this half, decides to bring out that Monty.
呢邊係直接 mirror
What is usually that player going to do?
C4 哇嚇等陣先，呢個 C 嚇。 呢其實係大盾通常雙盾，唔係 Blitz 喎，反而第二個 C 波得唔得咧？Dash 成功揾到 Brede 係望聽啊！呢個 pick 好重要啊！佢嘗試繼續 pick，佢見到 Fuse 啊！ 你呢個位過到啊？又窿佢有 Mirror 好近頂住。Mirror 呢邊 P 繼續 P， 但係已經近點啦，有冇咧？但係樓梯都有人。但係 U 就 trade 翻。3v3 嘅情況。你呢邊？
Leaky Fact, of course, bringing this fuse a few times now, but actually going
都係直接封場嘅選擇。
shield, as you said, Parker, but also now some redundancy since Brede has fallen. You can still try to take control of Garage from this position. Only problem you have is we're actually seeing that pocket reinforcement from W7M have impact. They're not playing Garage late. They've reinforced it off, and now BDS are out of hard breaching. They cannot open up an angle directly inside. This fuse is going to be extremely important because you're just pushing through doorways.
呢邊係 反而封晒場。
I never liked the defuse kit coming this way. There's not great plant spots when you're coming in from rafters. Yes, they'll have the util clear, but it's going to be
喺呢邊場封咗嘅情況下，Fuse 已經冇晒 Heartbreak 佢哋冇，但係 Force 仍然揾到 Users 啊，剩低呢揭 Fuse 搶1打3。 30秒嘅情況下，基本上係可以確認呢個 map W7M 係成功 defend 落嚟，進入1比1嘅比分大分上面 ，Force 成功收低呢啲 最後，哇！呢個好驚險啊！
They struggled to get 7 rounds against BDS, falling short at just 6. And now here, not only do they surpass that, they win enough to close out one map against one of the best teams in the world.
That's it for map 2. We might have a long best of 5 ahead of us. But what does the Jets think about that match? Let's hear from them ourselves.
Thank you very much for that, Parker. Very interesting second map. We were pretty much predicting a very quick finish for BDS. We prepped all our notes, and then all of a sudden, W7M turn up.
I mean, realistically, this should have been a much better game from W7M, knowing that they're familiar on this map, knowing how to play this map. But throughout this entire series, or throughout this map, they looked lackadaisical. They weren't getting camped. They weren't problem solving. This was not the W7M that we saw going against Virtus Pro. So thankfully, they got this win. It's not a marathon. I mean, it's not a sprint. It's a marathon now. They reset the bracket, kind of. They don't have to worry about it. They can go into Clubhouse, but they need to be better.
It's absolutely crazy. You know, they started the game awfully, right? Obviously, BDS got themselves up, but I think it was very, very, very important for W7M. They managed to achieve that 3-3 split. There was a basement round, I think it was round 5, I want to say, where they managed to pull that round back, basically from the brink. Solotov was on a huge roam, didn't work out, and in the end, they managed to get that one, and they got it over the line this round, as you see in here in the replays, and then they got the final round to get a 3-3 split. Off the back of that, W7M then made that adaptation onto their defenses and managed to get aggressive, get in the face of BDS, really don't let them set up. We saw Solotov get spawn peaked. We saw mad aggression out of Lobin, rat plays, and it really worked to treat.
And that's what I said. They need to rely on their aggression. This is what got them so far, along with adapting. But when they are showing no aggression, you're only shooting yourself in the foot at this point. So if they can maintain this aggression, if they can maintain this composure, we will see a better W7M.
Now, BDS, sorry, no, you go. You believe me, your point is going to be more valid than my point.
Go on, Rob, what was your point?
No, my point was nothing. I'm not even going to bother.
Look, ultimately, I think, obviously, W7M got the victory. I think it maybe should have been a BDS victory with the way that game started to pan out. I'm surprised BDS have thrown that from this point on. However, the most important thing right now for W7M is the fact that they got the victory. It doesn't matter how or why or where. They're on the board. It's now 1-1. They won their map pick, and we will now get at least another 2 maps.
Yeah, we reset to a best of 3, which is the best part about it. But we've got Chef Leo on standby.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Jack just said right there. Basically, if we look at that victory, W7M in terms of fragging power is winning the game. But strategically, there were some issues. If you look at the beginning, we're on Route 4 right now, and it's been 3 consecutive rounds that they cannot problem solve a simple bandit trick. So this time, they bring the entire lineup for it. Nomad is covering the jump outs. You see Thermite, Thatcher, Zofia get ready to get rid of that bandit. And it's exactly what happened. They do it perfectly, right? So you expect them to take that and win the round. Look at the reaction from Liquefact right there. He goes aggressive. He's not letting them that man control. He wants to get that man advantage back. Look at Bride right now. He just died, and this is for your rank stack. When you're dead, go on that camera. He's calling from IT Bulletproof for Liquefact to go aggressive there and get that man advantage back. It's 4v4. Liquefact will get traded. Look at what Yuzu is doing. Exactly the same thing. They're not giving them any space. They're always fighting. Now at this point, it's a 3v3, and I want you to pay attention one last time to these guys that are dead. Liquefact is already on lobby stairs cam, but that's a default cam, right? Why is he on a default cam? Because Dash solo from backstab right now is just coming in between here the guys and backstabbing, but he didn't shoot that default cam. And that's a big issue, because then look at Shaiko and Yuzus once again going to play aggressive and getting that frag. Once again, an issue consistently for W7M, getting rid of that information. They can close off the bomb site. They've went from a 4v5 to a 3v2. Look at this beautiful setup. Once again, Yuzus, Solotov, Shaiko, triple crossfire. They can do it, and it's exactly what happens. They get the first pick, and Shaiko will get that last pick here. Consistently fighting for that manpower. That's BDS playing together. That wasn't enough for this match. Now we have a match, ladies and gentlemen. It's 1-1. The third map is coming after a short break.
Available now.
The Brazilians show signs of life here as Labs goes 7-5, a very close affair. W7M are not done in this series, and such a crucial map, such a crucial moment in time for them to turn their performance into a win. We're now moving into a third map, but before we get there, Lax, we're going to break this one down, and I've got to ask you, you said something in the pre-show that really stuck out to me. It's that Club is not always a great map to take against great teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, BDS, they come off that loss. They were in control of that last game, and now you find yourself on Clubhouse, and to me, I don't like this pick out of them and giving this chance of a 50-50. More structured. It does follow the basic fundamentals of Siege, but the fact every team knows Clubhouse, they know how it works, they know the functionality of it. You aren't going to do anything that's going to catch anyone off guard. And the fact that now, like Jack said, that W7M found a win, that creates so much mental fortitude going into this match, and that creates hope. And this is not a situation for BDS that you want to be spawning hope for the likes of W7M.
For me, it's not only about like winning that map, it's the way they did it. Yep. They did it with confidence because they were winning these gunfights, because they were going aggressive and gaining that control. And for me, doing it that way is the best way to bring back hope and be like, yeah, we can actually beat these guys.
Jack, you're very good looking, but unfortunately we don't want to hear from you. It is time to get underway with map number 3. We head to Clubhouse with the incredible trio.
Thank you so very much, and thank you to the beautiful trio on the desk, and then you, Rob. There's a zookeeper running around looking for you. You've escaped your enclosure, so we have to put you back in there at some point.
He really
sorry, Rob.
He's just like, he's so big, man. Like, it's kind of, I get scared a little bit. Like, I'm pretty short, I'm pretty small. I love Rob, but sometimes I have to look up at him and I get nervous.
He walked by the casting booth in the middle of the previous map and made monkey noises.
The ground literally shook.
Yes, it was quite crazy. But anyway, Clubhouse as our third map. There will be no sweep here. Nighthaven Labs won by W7M. They picked the map. Jesse, you said they were on a 7-game winning streak on that map. Make it 8. But how does Clubhouse shake out for these two teams?
I mean, this is the map that BDS chose in their last BO5 against W7M, and they won that one 7-2. So if history repeats itself, it looks good.
Well, are they going to prevail? Which of these teams will go up to series point? Because a win here means you're at 2 of the 3 needed to secure a championship. Clubhouse is ready. Let's find out.
W7M's favorite operator to ban on Clubhouse historically has been Thatcher on the attack, but with the way bans have gone in this series, I wouldn't be surprised to see a shakeup whatsoever.
首先 W7M 嘅 ban 位，佢選擇咗 Thatcher。睇嚟都係對自己嘅防守方有一定嘅自信。BDS 係 ban 咗 Montreal。
And big thing I'm looking at right now, Deimos on the board for Shaiko on a map with a lot of important soft floors.
Yeah, this has been really standard bans from both teams. Fenrir is one of the more common ones for BDS.
跟住係 ban 咗 Mira
The reason I thought maybe we wouldn't see Mira is because it's also W7M's most banned defender. So now that BDS have taken it out of the pool, the question for W7M goes, well, what do you want to remove? Do you take out the Uzami, who's so powerful playing on Raptors and around the map? Do you take out the Fenrir, which has been played so much so far just through the series? Maybe for the Valkyrie as well? There's lots of options. And those
bandage!
Some respect paid to Friday after the tricking that we saw on Nighthaven Labs.
They wanted none of what they saw in the previous match.
你嘅冇 Thatcher 又冇 bandage 嘅情況下
Happy or happy with that bandit ban?
Oh my god, Shaiko.
Voices out there.
Remember, they do love car batteries.
They do.
Half the people in this arena cheer every time they go to the mechanic. They're like, yes!
It's obviously a great map for Bandit. Playing up above, you see that often on the CC wall, but not today.
You know, Jesse, I think now would be a great time to talk about your car battery experience when you and I went on vacation together last year.
What happened?
My car battery died because it was minus 40 below in Banff.
But when your car battery dies, Parker, you go to a mechanic,
and
right?
I said to him, there's a mechanic about a 10-minute drive away. I can drive you there. All you need to do is buy a new battery
and I called the mechanic, to be clear, and he said it was almost Christmas. He said we're booked up for a week.
All you need to do is go and buy the battery and sub it in yourself. Anyway,
Parker, I'm a gamer. I can't put in a battery.
That's true.
I don't play
You
Bandit.
needed Bride.
I play Kaid.
You needed Bride.
I did need
to
Bride.
put the battery down. Anyway, Jesse ended up stranded.
Yeah, it was
for a full day.
It was a cold winter vacation, I'll tell you that much.
He literally went through like a rom-com plot. It's like ridiculous.
It hit -43.
Yeah,
Well,
it was cold.
It was very cold.
Well, W7M are freezing going into map number 3 with a win 7-5. And also, finally making good on a lot of those opening kills they got. The majority of the opening kills did go W7M's way, 8-4 on Nighthaven Labs. But it really took until that second half, even though they got less of them, to at least convert them somewhat more consistently.
And we'll start in the basement with Bandit gone. Dots will choose the Kaid instead to keep some of these walls closed and some of the hatches as well. They really have extended all throughout this map.
呢邊係揀細嘅 EMP， 然後用 Hibana 去燒一個係對槍窿先嘅。
Is going to be very important if they can get some picks on this opening couple of seconds, and that could be a big advantage for BDS.
呢個 C4 冇揾到任何人。
If you're defending downstairs, you can't waste both of them up top. I have to imagine the Kaid wouldn't even be playing upstairs at this point. You're either going to want to keep one of those or even two of those church walls electrified, or maybe even a hatch.
Hello.
Shaiko 收低到文，但係隨亦都嚟都收低到，收到錯。
As we saw through much of
呢
Nighthaven
邊 Fanny keep 住 check
gets the
喎。
opening pick, very quickly gets traded right back. So far, Clubhouse no different.
See the setup from W7M. Again, just meant to burn time for BDS.
呢邊好近啦，睇下邊個會忍唔住上 pit 先。呢條 fact 第二個都 typical Shaiko 又揾到一個，呢條 fact 對贏咗喎。呢邊哇 ，Dos 兩殺追平翻個人數優勢。
From blue, bursting into the bomb site, and now they've been knocked down to just 2 remaining players.
呢邊 Shaiko keep 住 check 想對槍，但係 Users 反而 Users 拎到呢個擊殺。
Nobody on BDS holding that diffuser. It's been surrendered over by blue. So Dots will need to go for the final 2 kills on this round.
最尾一個 demo check， 佢哋已經知道凱喺邊個位置啦。呢個情況下，1打2係好不利嘅。Shaiko 趁佢 pit 嘅時候，一槍斃命。
BDS take the round.
There's a reason we saw the Demos ban in map number 2, and Shaiko just showed us exactly why. Maybe it should have been banned again in map number 3. The Demos proving so valuable. The first pick, that's just good droner, right? Yeah, Shaiko gets it in with the, with the AK. He managed to find that opening pick, but it's right after that. It's finding that second roamer. Once the Fenrir is isolated on the top floor, the death mark comes out. He hunts him down with the pistol. Shaiko managed to get a second kill in the round by clearing out Dash. And then late round in the 2v2, he gets even more value out of the Demos. There's the second roam clear pickup. Then once they get down to the 2v2, it's nice play by Dots. He's got constant information on where Volks was playing. Does he go for the swing? Does he get the kill? No. He's baiting the whole time. It's Yuzis who goes in through Moto instead. Shaiko can play Demos in any way, shape, or form. On the roam clear, he's the one getting active. He's taking the solo gunfights. He's confident in his aim. But when you're going for the execute, when you're in the 2v2, you just got to call for your teammate. The information that Shaiko gets off that Demos is so valuable. He got a 3K in that round, but really deserves credit for 4.
And that's what I think is so threatening about this BDS squad when they are performing well is even though Lickyfack is gone, even though it's just Shaiko and Yuzu's coming, they still know how to make that right play every single time. When Shaiko knows when to step back and basically initiate for one of his teammates instead of taking all the action for himself. Dota's getting a little bit too much action early on, put down to very low HP, and that's extremely important. When you're the Azami holding rafters, sure, there's Kibas and Magnets here, but with a Capitao on the board, that you will really wish you had that HP.
Often you'll see a Doc playing up there in rafters, and that would be great for Dotes to have because, as you said, the Capitao Firebolts are going to make Dotes' life very difficult. He has Wamai Magnets instead. If they can fail to burn out those Wamais, if we can keep the Magnets up for late into the round, that could be huge for keeping Dotes alive.
都係 keep 住資源膠，資源膠咁樣。
They're very aware of the situation.
喺Azami同慢慢守緊。 車庫呢個位其實係需要 capital 去燒嘅同時 ，Sophia 要 Sophia 去 震撼彈啊，或者嘗試有一個人去跑上樓梯去 flash 佢哋、燒佢哋嘅同時跑上樓梯去拎呢個擊殺。
To have that extra MP5 to watch anybody from below trying to burn him out with those Capital bolts, or even to challenge on the breach if he starts getting pinched.
呢邊
Down
呢
below,
條
they're in no rush to find these picks. They're in no rush to clear out rafters. They know that if they can get the opening pick cleanly, it won't matter how much time is left on the clock, and Shaiko gets it right there onto Lobin, still his favorite operator, finding the impact outside on the CC window.
4-0 with 2 of those death marks in pocket as well. No mute jammers to stop the marks from working, so the longer this round goes on, the more value they will have, providing, of course, that BDS maintain a good amount of player numbers. They're now hunting down the castle of Dots as the Capital.
呢邊依然係嘗試想清，呢個話買立功啊！
I am curious if BDS continue to struggle in clearing out this position. Shaiko's
佢哋係暫時放棄清車庫呢個位置，
if we see them really struggle, he'll know he'll use the last one on the Womai.
但係呢個時候已經剩低40秒咯。呢個 pick 同時 pick 嘅情況下已經 shut down 咗 BDS 啊 ！Dodge 係繼續殺啦，3殺啊！
Tackling Garage was too much.
BSD run 打太右啦，佢喺臨40秒先轉戰術嗰下係好唔理智嘅喎，唔係唔理智，但係執行上係好大問題，冇鐘都冇煙啦，你直接 rush 入去係。
Problem that we see from BDS, stalling out, not be able to deal with the utility that existed up on top of rafters. We worried about the fact that there was no dock, but the combination of Womai and Azami kept W7M safe through the entirety of that round, and Dots continuing to perform in the late round. Back-to-back rounds, even though it wasn't enough to win on the basement, his anchor play has been exceptionally good today.
And to talk about Dots, the castle, playing that top red position, what I thought BDS were going to do was use that remaining death mark tracker to try and track Dots on the red stairs. So once BDS started running through the breach, you see where Licky Fat wanted to go up, you'd instead have Shaiko with that death mark, pushing up the staircase, having the advantage on the fight with the castle, and either A, he looks to Shaiko to take that fight, or B, looks towards the breach, and there's a very high probability he gets shot from one or the other. Instead, they just send Licky Fat up a little detached from the rest of the push in through Platwall, and obviously, as we all saw, it doesn't work out whatsoever.
Map 1 in a BO5 is must win for the team that picked it. Map 2 is must win as well. Map 3 should be opening things up. This is where we get to the final 3 maps in the pool. It's pick decider. Both teams should be very comfortable on these last 3 maps, and I think that's what we're seeing through the first 2 rounds. Yes, it feels like BDS in the early round in the roam clear have been very good, but when it comes to the
breed 係嘗試 firm 埋先，
they've managed to win it in the very first round.
亦都係成功嘅。
have seemed like the better team. So keep an eye on that as we continue to go through this first half. Can BDS find a big enough advantage using the Deimos?
IQ 就 keep tracking 嘅卡伊嘅電去等到 KB 嘅細 EMP 係可以打中。W7M 呢邊係冇諗住聽電，但係 Shaiko 又拎到 opening pick 啊！
Is that Shaiko's 3rd opening pick as well of the matchup? Or, well, of the map, I suppose, because matchup is too vague.
Yep.
Bit of a broad term.
I mean, it still applies here. Ooh. Shaiko's just doing these on his own, by the way. A tremendously gifted player when enabled by his team, but on his own, he can do so much damage as we've seen.
呢邊 IQ 亦都已經摸到樓梯底啊！暫時都係 stay 喺呢個位置，冇啊，太激進。但係到 KV call 嚟啊！ 邊卡伊嘗試去撇，但係暫時揾唔到任何人。但係呢邊已經上咗嚟2個 swing 嘅同時，依然係 trade 咗嘅。而 Loban 亦都揾到 user 又 trade 啊 Solotov 3打2嘅情況下 ，Mute 就係 close range 嘅位直接哇爆頭 greedy。Shaiko check 緊。 我呢邊嘅門反嘅 cat 數係未開，所以仲係安全嘅 defender。
Actually exceeding the rest of BDS combined. You'll have Solitov for backup. With 30 seconds to go, block management for BDS has been a bit of an issue.
我呢邊要差啲 spot 到呢班啊！呢邊 Shaiko 反而係 Pixel 嘅位置打到佢。佢唔知人喺邊嘅情況，喺佢正前方。shotgun 啊，真係。
These are pronounced struggles on attack for BDS.
Shaiko continuing to be the linchpin for BDS. He's the one that has to be shut down, but it's Volps to stand strong in the final 1v1. These rounds are coming down to the wire, and I really love the way that we were able to move into 2v2. Yeah, maybe the Damos tracker got the early pick onto the gym player. Maybe things started to fall apart at that point in time, but it didn't matter because Volps was so smart about his positioning, making sure he waits for that plant to start, playing it with the shotgun. He knows he's got the better weaponry. As long as you're confident in a battle against Shaiko, yeah, he's great, but he's got a pistol. You will be winning that in
哇！呢個吹啫，好果斷啊！
BDS, we're all pushing it together. That's hugely important, but it's just not enough in round number 3.
And not only in that round did obviously W7M take some time to get comfortable, Volps in that 3v3 to feel confident in his positioning, but it really is starting to feel like, oh, Ashen, I'm sorry, you're not going to buzz my head. I apologize.
Saw SSG in the crowd for a moment there, still sticking around despite their earlier exit in this.
Why you gotta say it like that?
Stage?
Why you gotta bring it up? It's a sore spot for me.
Because why is it a sore spot for you? I don't care what you think of the teams.
Oh, I care what I think about.
You could be an SSG fanboy when you're not casting your grand finals match.
Okay, all right.
SSG know firsthand what it's like to go up against this W7M team, and they should know better than anybody. Being eliminated by this Brazilian squad, it's no easy task, even for BDS. In a matchup that they are heavily favored in, don't have the ability to take this easily. W7M are an extremely strong threat, and they're proving it now on Clubhouse. Maybe sometimes the early rounds getting away from them, but they're so good at this late round decision making. There's never a round that you can count out for W7M.
Certainly not. Solitov looking up towards the rafter for the moment. There's one player playing there, Dota's providing support for Dash to just keep putting this electric claw on and off, waiting for BDS to get sloppy, just to put some hard breach on the plat wall. It's not going to happen. We just don't really care about this side of the map. We'll fire some shots up above, but Solitov might be wasting his time on this side. BDS as a whole not slowed down by this whatsoever. Is that a dirt run out from Dots?
It sure looked like it. Shaiko wondered if he had an opportunity to collect the kill. Shaiko has been doing a mighty fine job of that in the early rounds. All 3 first bloods.
3年被 check 嘅情況下，都係自己翻樓底，即係樓梯底。
Gunfights have been hard to come by for both Solitov and Leakyfac after having 2 outstanding maps. But a slow start.
Dash 呢邊已經摸到底啦，佢見到腳趾，但係傷害唔夠情況下。 用 C4 最尾，依然拎到呢個擊殺。
Was that when W7M go in these fights, look at how much damage they've done to BDS's drone economy. 3 drones remaining. We've been at that number since 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining.
That's why I said these numbers are so pronounced.
即刻追平翻個人數。
BDS are running behind the clock.
近點嘅情況下 miss 咗第一槍，唔係俾 Force 反殺啊！連同啲 Keep 都係俾 Force 擊殺埋，剩翻 Breeday 一個。By the way， 呢個 map 係 BDS 揀。
is very different from the way that he used to play on that old Vitality roster, the old Supremacy roster. Back in the day when Breeday
有中嘅情況下，呢個位置其實對進攻方係好唔友好嘅。By the way，
when you bring in other offensive threats, your reliance on your anchor to win 1v2s and 1v3s over and over and over again, it's going to go down. And because of that, Breeday's numbers have suffered. Now he finds himself staring down 4 players on the side of W7M trapped inside a dirt tunnel. He could just be a gentleman, sit outside, let the rest of your team talk through this. I suspect BDS might call their timeout.
依然成功拎到一個大 pistol 啊，命中唔到。
And Volps is starting to look mad.
BDS 暫成1-3落後。
This Deimos play. Yes, there's information from Shaiko as he's entering in. He's got a track, but what happens? Well, Dots is pushing up and he's able to find that pick anyways. Launches out that C4. Then Volps in the mid round
BDS 都要
makes
iPad
those
mouse。
adaptations, makes the aggressive swings, playing on the Azami. The youngest player in the server, the captain for W7M from Sao Paulo, 6-1 to start off this clubhouse game. He has been all over the map, so hard to pin down. That's no doubt going to be one of the things BDS talk about in this tactical timeout.
That's the phrase that I think of when I look at that defense of W7M. Hard to pin down. So much damage done to the drone economy, and the only thing we have that really shields information is the Vigil, who was running around. We didn't have a Mute, we didn't have a Mozzie, anything like that. This was just BDS physically droning the building and W7M staffing enough players off the site that were constantly finding those drones.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's okay if you're BDS because you know that you're getting value out of these drones. This has been a factor for the last couple of rounds where their drone economy has been kind of bad, but at least they're working picks off it. The very first round when Shaiko goes in, finds that entry without using the tracker at all on Deimos, that's still coming off of good drone information. I think when you do lose those drones, though, the thing about Deimos, he's only tracking one op at a time. Yes, you can find out where one player is at, but if W7M continue to move off that, if they keep making aggressive swings when you're not tracking those other players, you can really bait the Deimos in. We're seeing W7M play really well around this operator that they know Shaiko's going to be bringing every single round.
That feels like one of the first times this series that we've really seen W7M comfortable against BDS. On Consulate, would you see Dash be able to work his way into a position and take a fight against a BDS player with no real follow-through and no information? No, they would have shut that down on attack or defense. Even on Nighthaven, the early half of that game, it felt like W7M were constantly punished for those kinds of plays, or when they went for them, they whiffed half a mag and BDS won the fight anyway. But this go around, as now W7M have won 3 in a row, they're being able to make these plays, and BDS not only aren't able to counter them, half the time they aren't even aware they're about to happen.
The crowd still seems to be on the side of the French, maybe not too unsurprising in Montreal. Round 5, we're back to CCTV cash, and we really do see W7M keeping things tried and true. The same off lineup, but BDS, no more Capitao. No more of this garage focused execute. That went so bad last time that they're going to go conside instead. They're going to work their way on this jacuzzi wall. They're going to use these drones that they have to work themselves picks, and they're going to clear through this side of the map. It's not maybe the most amount of control compared to taking Rafters, but it's going to be a bit easier and can still set themselves up for success.
But overall, the information, not only the drones we have present are obviously finding value in terms of the players they're spotting, and yes, if you do lose 7 of your drones, as long as you get a 5v3 afterwards, you could call that a win. But look at, they're bringing in the Grim. We've not seen that operator so far, this map so far, and that's another way to get that intel. When you spot the player logistics, you put a B down in the middle, and they're either forced to push towards the jacuzzi breach or pull back instead. It forces them to make a decision, and if they decide to get aggressive like W7M have been doing in the mid-round, they might have to walk through those Bs. Also, BDS do take too long to get into the execute, you're really going to appreciate that you're able to be red, put one CCTV, push one cache, and inform the gunfights you're taking far better than what we saw before.
The quietest rounds that we've had between these teams, I do wonder if part of that timeout taken by BDS was to assess that, hey, if we get into early altercations, things don't tend to go our way. They've already been very lethargic.
From 嘗試燒場 W7M 應該係唔諗住 delay， 但係呢個時候已經剩翻1分鐘啦。
A minute left on the clock, 6 drones still up for BDS.
The first is a track as well coming out. Saltop will find a kill on a dash right afterwards, and they're starting to fall though. Still 4v4, they've not actually cleared anybody out of this gym extension.
哇！呢個位呢血嘅成功拎到 Force 呢個位太唔小心啦！哇！呢劫 pick up 埋 Todex。 但係喺剩低25秒嘅情況下 ，Maverick 必須要跑入嚟去個 default pan bomb side 嗰度 pan bomb 㗎。呢劫3殺，但係你唔知 Muse 喺呢個位置嘅情況下 ，C4 冇啊，成降落唔到啊！
Was looking a little worrisome, though. We have to be honest. They do keep a lot of those drones alive, but we're only getting Platwell open with 1:10 left. Solotov getting that opening pick was great, but overall, W7M still had most of their resources actually on the site. Really was W7M disrespecting that breach that was their ultimate undoing. Volps, I think, waiting to either impact it open a run out or just catch somebody off guard. Has that done to him in turn, not expecting maybe a lot of people to be on that side. And then the same thing again with the player in Garage.
And who's sitting on the other side of that breach as it opens up? It's LeakyFac. LeakyFac won a major in his rookie stage, one of a very small class of players who can say that they've accomplished that feat. When he won his last major in Yongshiping, he was not the same player he is today. Now he's leading the charge for BDS. Their IGL, their main caller, he's very vocal on this team. He still has the ability to step up when it matters the most. He can still hit some of the most ridiculous shots you've ever seen. He's an aggressive IGL, he's an aggressive captain, and he's the guy who's going to bring them back into a game when they're down 3-1 and things are starting to slip.
He was that key player for their final in Manchester. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to get it over the line overall, but in no small part, that series was as competitive as it was with the rest of the team in the dumps through the 5 maps because of LeakyFac's performance.
After the quarterfinals, we rode home with the BDS players, and I remember a conversation at the very front of the shuttle, breaking out between a couple of the BDS players. They said, if we beat FaZe, we'll probably win the whole final. And as soon as that was uttered out of a player of BDS's mouth, from the back, you heard LeakyFac go, ha 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 ha, you're not really talking about the final, right? We're gonna lose to FaZe, you're really talking about the final? And it's about that bringing the team in, saying, no guys, we're not gonna overthink this. We're not gonna jump to the finals, let's take it one step at a time, and reining his team in like that.
已經 ready 啊！
The youngest player on the squad,
呢個 C4 講到得，Breeding 係冇測歌嘅情況下，延遲咗1秒依然係帶走咗 Breeding。
Right as I think that Dots makes that a very harsh reality that BDS have to face. They still have the Hibana on side, but without that Maverick, this is all you have. Just those X-Kairos, and the holes you can make with that Hibana a lot smaller than you can with the Maverick trick. It's also an advantage for W7M. They're second so far. Only 2 opening picks they have so far, and yet before this they were 3-1, now 3-2, as BDS look to try to power up Red off the back of this intel.
The player you just spoke
到 KB 嘅 call 亦都嚟咗啦。Demo 一陣 push 喎，爭！哇！呢邊發生咩事啊？都嚟呢班人係仲係 hold 緊呢個 angle， 但係對面係拎緊 shotgun 喎。呢邊 user 係捉到一個 Roma， 唔係 Roma 係點入邊嘅，但係打平人數嚟呀。
He's got Diffuser as well. Shaiko holding the case is an unconventional sight, but when Brede dies early, somebody's got to take up that.
呢邊 Shaiko 繼續喺1樓嘗試去 wallbang Musa。
To hunt down that player in cash, but they're getting so tunnel visioned on this, so concerned about
唔係 wallbang 呢個 ，sorry 係打上。但係 Force 依然係拎到1殺喎，喺呢個情況，雖然即刻追翻。
For Uses' sake, and now he has to retrieve Solotov as the last 2 players from W7M will have 30 seconds to ride out the rest of this round. Death Mark has expired. Dota's in Dash. It's been Dots and Dash who've made some serious noise side by side. Dash is still upright. There goes the timer. Nitro
呢個 C4 打走咗，但係 BDS 已經開始 plan 緊，但係班人冇開住啊，俾到卡伊位入啊！
And again, BDS on the wrong side of the timer.
Dash, ridiculously good play with the TCSG inside the site. That looked very similar to round number 1 when we saw the 2v2 coming out. Shaiko's on the Deimos. The first time, Shaiko was able to bait players out. He's able to call information for his teammates, clutch up in the 2v2, but not this time around. They know that game. They know the tricks that BDS like to play, and W7M were able to counter that and get the 4-2 split. You've also got to give huge credit to the way Volps played inside of Cash. He wasted so much time. Yeah, he was stuck. He was dead to rights. He was never going to get rid of Cash unless he killed every single player on BDS, but it didn't matter because they were still getting the kills. They never lost that man advantage, and they were always wasting time out of BDS.
Yeah, Volp's definitely the MVP right there, but also a small thing on that attacking side. You can see the comms from BDS getting a little muddied. It's a very small moment, doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things. But when you walk up that red stairs, it's a bit of an angle heist for Shaiko, walking in front of LickyFac as they're both looking at and trying to take down the same guy. It's a small example, wouldn't really mean a whole lot in the grand scheme of things, but as you see them struggle to clear out that one guy in cash, death marks can't work. Multiple guys looking at it, still doesn't work. Volp still gets out of there with multiple kills. BDS's problem solving is really taking a hit on map 3.
I wanted to blame comms as well for why Brede didn't hear the Nitro Cell get ripped and then tossed right onto the opening that he was working on. There's really no reason why a Maverick all by his lonesome shouldn't hear that C4 get ripped at very minimum. So again, maybe the comms are starting to get a bit chaotic for BDS. The one saving grace, I suppose, for the French team is that... Wait, did he just...
No, he hasn't seen him yet. There's no way that's a miss drone, right?
Whoa.
Okay, he sees the thing. He knows now, and there will be an escape from LickyFac.
I was going to say, I mean, it's defense on Clubhouse. Historically, one of the most friendly maps for the defenders. We have seen a bit of a puzzling attacker-sided series of maps up to this point, but could just be the BDS were on the wrong side, and the matchup will tighten as it goes on.
I mean, it feels like the attackers on Club, though, always have the opportunity, right? It's on them. You know what the D is going to do, but can you work past their problems? And that's really what we haven't seen from BDS. W7M setting up such good problems for BDS to solve, and then also clutching up in the late round, making the most brilliant moves. That's been the difference maker for W7M.
連卡依係嘗試聽呢個 headshot 彈啊 ，C4 已經 ready 喺手。
It's fine if you lose 7 of those drones, so long as you get something for it. In W7M, a minute 30 in, 8 drones gone, and what do they have for it? Loban worked his way into kitchen, and he couldn't even cut off LickyFac's rotation back down to the bottom floor. Sure, they've cleared the map. Sure, they've got that middle floor control, but over half the round is gone. You've lost most of your information. You've barely got anything off of it, and you still got to open up hatches. You still got to set up for an execute. Sure, they have all of this.
剩翻1分鐘嘅時間，佢哋依然係 handle 緊一樓嘅。佢哋而家係未打開呢個 hatch。
There's so much util in sight. There's going to be C4s, Kiva barriers. You don't have the information.
暫時仲未諗好應該係喺邊邊入邊 Maverick 呢個時候先開始燒 hedge 啊！
There's no Jaeger. The Yings are completely uncontested, but they're gonna have to get something off of them.
剩低35秒嘅時間 ，W7M 要差唔多開始決定要喺邊度 cover 邊度要 plan 㗎。好危險啊！呢個 IQ 嘅位置。Shaiko 想利用呢個，哇！跑走咗 ，keep 住 pick 佢想 Shaiko 對輸咗啊！剩翻8秒嘅時間，3打4嘅情況下贏啊，閃啊全部出晒嚟啊！3打1咩事？喺一瞬間嘅情況下 ，W7M 嘅槍線係不停 cover。
And that shows the coordination, the trade game that came out from W7M. They managed to come in through the blue secret stairs. They managed to drop in through the kitchen hatch. They used those Candelas pretty early. They didn't immediately resort in kills, but they caused enough chaos that W7M were then able to clean up after the fact. They found those bodies of BDS that were just not looking at the right angles, managing to make sure that when they did lose bodies, they were always trading them back. W7M, that's just the difference in coordination, in teamwork, in comms. Areas that BDS usually don't get the disadvantage in, but in this game, it feels like W7M are the better team.
It also feels like an example of W7M getting back into this, because going into this round, the 2 lowest rated players in this map so far were Dodez and Loban. And even though Loban only gets about 1 kill, he still wins the 1v1 against the guy in blue. Look at this right here. Sure, he might be 2 and 5 before that, but the fact that him and Dodez both pinching blue, able to win their respective fights, it makes what should have been, in every single metric, on every planet, a BDS round for what they had. But them hitting shots and Dots hitting a spray transfer like that, taking down one element of the crossfire and then the other once they swing, W7M are just not losing these fights anymore.
ridiculous game from Dot so far. He's been one of the players that comes into games and doesn't
技
expect
術
to be getting
暫停
kills. Only he and Bride entered this matchup with a negative KD through the tournament so far. You expect that from Dots, of course, playing on the hard support, playing on the shields. He went 66 to 74 coming into these finals. It feels like his anchor play, though, today on Clubhouse has been through the roof. And then, yes, of course, in the second half as well, having good impact when they're in these late rounds. But it just feels like Dots has powered up to a level that I've never seen him play at before.
It's funny you say that too, because it's Dots and it's Dash. In the main Brazil league, he was dropping something like an 82 EPS. He was by far and away the worst rated player inside of the Brazil league. What's been happening at this event? He's fragging alongside the best. I mentioned that Loban and Dodez were the 2 lowest rated players this map. Dash is right there alongside Volps and Dots. Both the bottom 2 players on this roster. They were the bottom rated when they were Los. They're typically the bottom rated now, but that floor is so much higher now that Dash is shooting back. Dots is having impact. It is insane.
Well, we might not be in Manchester anymore, but we decided to import a Brit who now lives in Australia, Tom J. Sherlock and his cohorts. Leading the charge on these chants, trying to keep the energy high for those that cheer for BDS. The crowd started off hot with map number 1, but has cooled since W7M have come online. And I mean, if I was a fan of BDS right now sitting in the audience, I don't know if I'd be cheering all that much either. But a huge shout out to our content creator and our cosplay community keeping the energy alive on this side of the arena.
One thing that Loban said coming into this game is that he loves the NA crowd. He's been used to getting that treatment, right? In the grand finals of the Atlanta Major, he was the underdogs on Los. The whole arena was rooting for them, and it felt like they really were able to use some of that momentum, at least to get to that grand finals and put up a good fight up against W7M, their now new org. Here in Montreal, you don't quite get the same treatment. It's the city of French. We see BDS really trying to lean into that, but so far, the home crowd advantage twice now hasn't worked out for BDS.
No, it is not really. W7M up 5-2 on BDS's pick. On Consulate, sure it was a warm-up, sure it was the first map, but let's be honest, with the play BDS were bringing, it was looking dire. On Nighthaven, for half that game, maybe not dire, but it wasn't looking great for W7M. But once they started stringing those rounds together toward the end of their map pick and then build off that momentum on Clubhouse, winning 3 rounds in a row, going up 3-1, briefly interrupted by BDS, then immediately getting back away with the action in round 7 to now move up 5-2. There is no shield being brought by Dots. Instead, it is Volps on the Blitz. Dots might not be comfortable on that operator all the time. Maybe he prefers the Monty, but Volps want to get in on the action quick.
Wasn't it Volps as well on the Monty that we saw back?
Yeah, he played it a little bit on, on cons. I think Nighthaven too perhaps played a little bit of it? Or it was banned on Nighthaven, never mind. We did see Volps picking up shields every now and again, and I think a big part of it too is that Dots is a big Maverick player. He probably plays more Maverick than anybody else in the world at a highest level, so you want him on that op when you can.
Loban
Solitaire between a rock and a hard place.
捉到 Solitaire。
to go, but down. W7M after that brief tech pause have come back in with the same gusto that they had previously.
呢邊哇 ，Loban 想繼續 pick 啊 ，Solus 有傷害 ，Liquify 都即刻撤退。
And the person he's tangling with, Liquify,
呢邊 Maverick 嘗試燒開呢邊牆。
favorite operators, the Solus. Even after the changes that have been dealt to her, he still likes bringing that Specchio scanner, shotgun SMG-11 combo, and likes to go for those lurks. The problem is, when you've lost Solitov early, the Azami especially, by the way, Kiva Barricade's not going to be a factor as big, but now Liquify is going to feel a lot less pressure to be able to go for those lurks and the disadvantage.
And I think it's very kind of you to say changes to Solus when they are just unabashed nerfs. Solus is picked great.
邊 Sophia 都幫手炸開呢邊牆。
And now, seldom played, but often used for pocket strats. I know it might be a comfort op for Leaky Fact, but ultimately the value brought from the gadget isn't what it was. Hold on a second, this is just a jump in?
They're in.
Dots 直接，但反而呢個係咩事啊 ？Users 閃低嘅情況下嘗試都大冇啊 ！Dodex， 哇！即刻反應好快，轉個頭反殺。
And just like that, W7M on BDS's second map. Sit on map point.
Just ridiculous stuff coming in through the breach all at once. It caught us off guard to an extent. Really, we saw that Solus was playing inside of construction. Maybe could have gone for a drop, but it doesn't matter when your whole team dies. You're not going to be able to deny that plant. He decided to get involved in the gunfights instead. Dots, ridiculously good play on that Maverick. Again, his favorite operator, most played at this event, the one that he tends to dominate on. Walking through the breach, found 2 opening picks that caught BDS completely off guard. It's those 2 quick frags that really start things off strong. Obviously, the entry pick on Assault off as well, hugely important, but it's these 2 from Dots. 1 right into 2 that got the momentum rolling. From that point forward, there was no hope for BDS.
That's what makes it for me, aside from that final pick and 1 into chaos from Dots pushing in, all of those gunfights were from W7M holding angles, waiting for BDS to peak, waiting for them to over-rotate, and then punishing them for it. W7M have obviously been shooting back, and I think as this map is very much trending towards a W7M victory, Dots will be a big contender for MVP with the work he's been able to put in on this back line. But W7M are just completely smoking BDS at every turn, and now it's looking like they will need to come back in the next 2.
I mean, it seems like map by map, side by side, everybody on W7M is having pretty good impacts. It's not just one player. Volps was nowhere to be seen map number 1. Went big in map number 2, had a great start here in map number 3. Dash and Dots have had an amazing clubhouse so far. Like, it's back and forth. Time and time again, we always talk about when you get to the very top level, you need every single person on the team fully committed.
呢邊都哋想雙位，暫時 BDS 係未有人鋪嘅，係應該係暫時係唔會 Candy 啦，但係佢哋有 Jabbar 嘅情況下係可以 delay 幾廿秒嘅應該。
Get back, slowing this as much as he can on the tuber out. Knows that there's going to be an explosive entry coming. They felt nothing over by construction. They felt nothing over by rafters. Very little map control being held by W7M. They're all just outside the building, waiting to run in as soon as this breach pops. They're moving the Sens over now. You gotta be careful if you're Dodas.
呢邊 Boost Shield 都放低咗啦，暫時 W7M 嘅進展係好順利。
Set outside on the balcony. Will they be watched by more than one player? Bulbs on
佢
that
應該
side
唔
will get into position.
呢個位置直接 C4 啊，係揾唔到任何嘅人嘅。呢個 smoke 其實 smoke 得唔好啊。另一個 C4 Shaco 直接 swing 出去，但係 Dodex 即刻 trade 翻第 double kill 啊！暫時人數佔優勢嘅情況係3殺，但係 User 最少 stop 咗下 W7M 嘅氣勢，但係佢係處於人數劣勢嘅情況下，同時對面係損失咗 Sense 同 Capital， 變到佢哋要入嚟 plan 嘅情況係變得異常困難。條 KB 已經摸到點嘅門口啦，呢邊 Oscar Grenade 嘗試清開任何嘅障礙物，但係呢個形勢呢個位好近嘅，成功 take down dash relay 關鍵嘅2殺 2v1 嘅情況下，到 KB 踩鼓7秒。2個 flash 2號1嘅情況下 ，relay 收低最後1殺，暫時 BDS 搶翻嘅局面於7比2嘅局勢，暫時係6比3。
Montreal is on its feet with the support play coming out from Bride. He may not always get the most kills on BDS, but when he needs to, the spray transfer, the SMG-11 shotgun combo, it's better than anybody else. There's a reason why he's talked about as one of the best support players in the entire world. Yeah, he focuses on the plan and the attack. Maybe his numbers don't always look the best, but in the anchor situation, when W7M are looking red hot, when the map is on the line, Bride's the guy you want, locking things down in sight. You got to give credit to Dodez. You know, he had that opening couple of picks. He got the man advantage for his team, working around those Sens walls and, of course, the Osa shields as well. But it just doesn't matter when Bride's floating in the sight. Ridiculous stuff coming out from the main support player of BDS.
Talked a lot about how Bride is used by BDS, but that was a situation that reminded me of the old day where you've got utility blocking pathways into the bomb site. You've got the timer working against the attackers, and Bride is on an SAS operator, and my, what a beautiful sight it is to behold. It was a good look for BDS, and it might energize the team, but they've still got quite a climb to get to the level that W7M is on.
And that's what I'm thinking about right now, is that it needed to be a Bride clutch to close that out. He had the great position, he had the opportunities, the timings, everything like that. But W7M, again, had one player in one position when every single angle of a crossfire held by BDS, when they tried to swing, get that trade, he still wins the fight, anticipates the angle. W7M are still just playing a step ahead of BDS.
呢邊 W7M 嘅動作好快，已經清空咗2樓啦。
Basement defense from BDS. Once again, they are not trying to hold off more than they can keep.
Yeah, W7M, they don't want to waste a bunch of time on this roam clear. They're going through very fast on the blitz. They're face-checking things with this operator.
呢傑佛一係守喺呢個脱衣房，即係鋼管房度。
You really can't get back to sight if you're playing here. If he's been droned out at this point, and the drones are all over right now looking for him, he's going to have an impossible task of getting back to the bomb site.
佢應該係暫時即刻中到啦。呢個位置係好難走得甩嘅，就睇佢係可唔可以 hold trade 到啦。但係 Blitz 呢個時候佢哋 W7M 好清楚嘅要做咩，佢即刻派咗 Blitz 過嚟嘗試去清掉，但係呢條幣依然係拎咗一個人頭啊！哇！呢條幣依然係 trade 走一個。 但係 Dash 即刻拎翻個人數優勢，4打3，剩翻1分鐘嘅情況下 ，W7M 嘅進展係唔錯，但係佢係 lost 咗 bug。呢邊 Bride shotgun hold 緊一個好近嘅位置。
The blitz might be on low HP, but if he can misdirect on one side while the attack pushes
Blitz 已經好殘㗎，如果係 shotgun 嘅話，你打腳趾係幾乎一槍就死。但係依邊 Tubarro 依然係 delay 咗 hatch 嘅進展啦。W7M 會唔會即刻選擇另一個策略咧？定係佢哋 keep 住個 hatch？ 佢依然係選擇燒 hatch 先嘅，但係時間就唔多啦，剩翻20秒嘅情況下，佢會選擇點樣進攻 ？IQ 已經就位㗎啦，已經可以 cover 槍線㗎啦。但係呢邊 Blitz 已經同時 take 低 Cycle 嘅情況下，繼續 take 低咗另一個 Bride 啊，剩翻 what？ 剩翻喺嘅情況下 ，W7M 係冇辦法成功落包啊！時間唔夠啊！最後係 BDS 偷走呢一回合。What the fuck？
Face them again right there in round 10. Late time. Not a lot of intel on the positions for where those defenders are holding. And what worked well in that first attack on basement did work well here. They were able to react in the moment, especially with that blitz, to send him in, to get those picks. But they're both still low time executes. If even one thing goes wrong, if even one gunfight doesn't go your way, the defense can still close out that round and win it on time, and that is what happened there. Low time is still low time, and if one gap exists, BDS can win it.
And right there, it's Bride again in the clutch. He's able to push up deep inside of Armory and stop the players that ran down main stairs. That was the brunt of the push. That was the tip of the spear. It was 2 players with the fuse kit coming down main stairs to try to make that happen. There was a lot of distractions. There was a blitz in dirt tunnel. There was a player in blue, but it was the main stairs that was going to be do or die for W7M, and they died. Bride pushed up and got that oh so important pick. Then we saw Dots get isolated, of course, over towards Moto as well. It really just felt like DDS knew exactly what was happening in a tough round to figure it out. There was a lot of distractions with W7M coming in from multiple
BDS 成功將比分追到4-6嘅情況下 ，W7M 呢邊會選擇點樣回應呢？佢哋係冇帶到 half bridge 嘅，但係雖然 Maverick 嘅情況下係暫時唔影響啟嘅情況係唔影響 Maverick 燒場。呢邊 C4 哦冇造成傷害。呢邊 Maverick 嘅動作好快，即刻已經燒開咗半邊嘅牆 ，Edge 亦都補翻一個爆炮彈。
It has been opened up, but again, leaky fact. Ratting inside a garage beneath the window. Will W7M
但係可以見到 W7M 呢邊係冇。呢邊另一個 C4 係成功帶走咗 Dots 啊 ！Really BDS 係擁有人數優勢，但係 Demos 呢邊係好近，但係 Bride 第2殺係 shotgun 啊！ 福亦都已經摸到樓梯頂㗎，但係 Shaiko 一直唔係呢個係 Solotov 一直 pit 嘅情況下係對唔贏啦 ，Fourth round 5打6，5比6追到。BDS 連追3 round 咯。
But he feels right at home in Montreal, keeping them alive in this game. W7M, it looked like this map was a foregone conclusion. It looked like they were stealing it away from BDS. It's their pick, but it doesn't seem to matter. Clutch after clutch, late round performance after late round performance. Bride is top fragging the server since the rehost 6-2. That's ridiculous. This is the guy who's supposed to go plant. He leads
W7M 都要嗌個 time out， 組織下攻勢。
For amount of times they can get the defuse kit on the ground, but on defense in these anchor positions, he has been so clutch for BDS, and now they're just 1 round away from forcing overtime.
This is the kind of fight that BDS didn't seem like they fully had in them in Manchester. They could win the leads they were given to them. They could maybe start a comeback, but overall, they needed to be dominant on a map, or else Beast Coast were able to find a way back into it. And right here, 6-2, it's Bride who's getting BDS back into it. When it's all seemed dark, as you said, Bride is the one holding out. That time, though, he's starting it off. He's getting a C4 pick on the Mav outside the building. He gets a face check from the Demos. He said, get the hell out of the round. I'm not even thinking about you at this point. I'm thinking about map 4. I'm thinking about this 4-round comeback. A flawless that forces W7M to burn that tactical timeout. And now, let's go back down to that bottom floor. Wait.
Not quite, Lynx.
Not again.
哦，轉換喎。
No.
哦，唔係。
No. Thank God SSG
1樓
right now because they're going to start shaking at the side of this one.
佢選擇守1樓出乎意料嘅選擇，會唔會帶來一個意外嘅結果呢？ W7M 應該係會唔會 ready 好呢？
It was a 1v5 Bolts was in.
This is...
Have we learned nothing?
To put it diplomatically, not the friendliest sight for the defenders, but why, oh why do BDS go here with so much on the line?
To be fair, SSG don't have Bride. Bride's been the difference maker all map long for BDS. Did you check the numbers?
Yeah, I crunched the numbers. Bride is not an SSG player.
會 SSG 喺下邊睇緊比賽。
but it does separate BDS. They're playing this typically how we see players on this site. The Echo is extremely common on this map. You can play in a ton of different spots on the Echo to try to hide and win that late round plant denial. There's almost no other way to deny plants on this bomb site. It's very tough to deny from above. It's very hard to hold horizontally. So you've got to be bringing some of this other utility to get the job done instead.
The loadout for the Echo is going to look very similar to what we see out of, say, a Warden or, say, a Smoke. You've got a shotgun, and then you've got the SMG as your secondary. In this case, it's a Bearing 9 as the secondary for Echo, but will function the same way. You can do damage at close range.
Ash 已經摸到上現金房啦，暫時 W7M 都 take control 現金房。
On W7M opening up the CCTV wall, and now with those Kiba barricades and moving further back on the top floor, they are burning out.
但係佢係知唔知個bomb山喺一樓？
Precious moments for W7M to acquire control. When we saw SSG fall here, it was from a lot of exterior angles, losing fights. The BDS have not even gotten one yet, and W7M are fully buying into this roam clear.
1 minute remains in an incredibly pivotal round between these teams. BDS prevail, we go to overtime. W7M win. And next up is Cafe, and BDS's comeback will be all for naught. W7M chased the timer on the previous round.
剩翻45秒嘅情況下 ，Phobos take down Shaiko opening pick。但係呢邊呢條 fat 成功 take down dash 啊！Solotov 隨後緊隨其後，暫時有人數優勢4打3嘅情況下，佢哋俾 Capsule 封住咗。20秒，對面係仲有 Echo 同 Solos 嘅 Solotov 又拎一殺啊！又拎一殺30，哇！
It's not Bride, but Solotov who stands up instead, holding one angle. Knows exactly where the push is coming from the whole time. W7M never had control. They managed to get the top floor eventually, but the man count was always favoring BDS. The Yokais were there late round. Even if they'd started a plant, it just felt like they were in total control of the pace of that round. W7M never had the time to go for their strategy. It felt like once they saw those castle barricades, they were panicking. They didn't even expect to see them. Maybe they droned them out, but it wasn't accounted for in their brain. And then Solotov playing inside of Kitchen. Never did he face pressure. Never did he move from this one spot. He just held one angle, and he knew he was protected because the castle barricade was still holding down the bathroom doorway. They funneled them in like sheep, and they brought him to the slaughter.
W7M basically just pushed linearly that entire time, starting off plat, and even once they got control, like you just said, they then all just funneled through the same door. It was like a group of three always stuck next to each other. They walked into the line of sight. I mean, not only...
Shaiko 嘗試 peak
The energy is there for the French right now. The momentum is on their side. We were up 6-2, and BDS have won 4 rounds in a row. If Bride doesn't clutch it, that round back on CC, we're not even here. It's 7-2, and we're going to map number 4.
And if Shaiko had gotten that spawn peak, this crowd might have just blown the roof off this place, but playing it more passive instead. Knows how important this is. They force it to overtime. That's great. Job's not done. Don't get too comfortable with this situation. Everything can still spiral out of control. Shaiko is inside of garage, the only player not falling back to the
Noban 已經入到巴嘅，但喺呢條 fat 而家暫時匿喺呢個位置。
This could be a big bait.
Shaiko, he's just going to lure those drones in. He's going to shoot them.
佢意唔意識到咧？有冇中咧？有，但係有冇中到呢條 fat 咧？冇啊！有啊 ！Shaiko 剩低一個要面對盾號。
Shaiko had to peel off. I imagine frustration will get sent through the ranks of BDS after that unfolded. If I was Leaky Fac, I'd be mighty mad.
What a player of Loban to be able to step up in this
暫時
situation.
W7M 嘅進條，哇！呢個 C 科爭啲啊！
Loban always makes those plays in the high pressure situation. He's not afraid to lose. You know why? Because he's used to it. Losing in Atlanta, losing in EWC. Now he doesn't want to face it again.
And I mean, when you're worried about losing this map, letting it slip away if you're W7M, this is the best choice.
剩翻1分鐘嘅情況下 ，W7M 嘅進展好順利。哦，呢邊反而係電走咗。雖然呢個係唔係太重要，因為佢哋仲有 Maverick。哦，反而再一次電走咗熱班牛 W7M。
BDS have just gotten rid of a lot of that hard destruction by shuffling around the electric claw on kitchen hatch. To the point now where there's very limited opportunities to open this back up, and it's electrified yet.
因為 hatch 佢暫時仲係未能開啟到。
Whatever remains of that blowtorch for the Maverick, but you're not going to start blowtorching the kitchen floor, right?
睇嚟 W7M 係放棄咗呢邊嘅 hatch， 佢選擇係呢邊建築工地直接進攻嘅情況，選擇處理咗 Relay 先，其後再處理埋 Users 2打1嘅情況下，直接兩個一齊 push。W7M 係加時賽先拔頭籌。
Every single time, W7M take every single solitary second planning that attack on the basement, and every single time I'm sat here thinking, there's no way they pull it out again, right? There's no way they get away with this again, and I might have been vindicated on that second attempt, but on the third with that 5v3, a lot would have to go wrong, and a lot would have to go right for BDS to end up clawing that round back. They have the blitz to then sprint in through dirt. They have all that control, but I mean, Loban right there, checking Lickyfack behind that position, then Shaiko getting punished just for trying to help out his teammate. If we needed a round for W7M to restore confidence after a 4-round choke, that was the exact one we needed.
Freeday's usually great in the clutch, but it's hard to clutch up when you're full blind and there's a blitz sprinting at you through dirt tunnel. That was an awkward situation for BDS.
Clutching your pearls at that point.
You really are. And so for that team of BDS, now you're starting to look at this like, okay, 2 more. We've been in this situation before. We were against match point. We had to win 4 in a row. We did that. Now you just got to do that, but half. 2 more to be able to force this over to map 4 with a lead. But it's not going to be easy. W7M back with the momentum. We saw it from Loban getting aggressive in that early round.
嚟到Fools 同一個位置，同 Shaiko 嘅同一個位置嘗試 spawn pick， 但係見到任何嘢。
makes an aggressive move. If Loban goes for a play with the Boss G, that could be all it takes to throw BDS off guard and steal the round right here.
I understand that you're trying to paint a positive picture for BDS. But
呢邊 W7M 好進取喎，打得有啲。哦 Lickyfack take opening pick by Lickyfack。
In overtime, BDS with the very first pick. Lickyfack with that DMR, and there go the second or the first logic bomb rather. Mute jammers.
哦呢個位置，哇瞄唔到頭，雙方互相點到為止啊！
Almost loses his life, gets away. W7M will reset with 2 minutes still to go.
Reset indeed. Gulp's playing an important position to allow the Legion to get back to site, allow those roamers to make their way back. There is Lickyfack, I believe, holding off the cutoff in Lounge. The bar itself is clear unless Shaiko is fully paying attention to that side. Will hunt 1. Though the Deathmark tracker will expire. W7M, while losing 1, have done a good overall job. Doda's actually still holding this top floor. He's got support inside a lot.
There's another logic bomb.
可唔可以至少 trade 到一個咧？到 KB 分冇啊，上top 哦，但係後邊 Dash 係 trade 翻嚟 ，Fourth 亦都揾到 Lickyfack 嘅情況下，3打3打平。 但係，呢個 Dash 係俾人 check 嘅情況下，吹翻到反而 Users
numbers to W7M. BDS trades it right back.
Ridiculous first 2 minutes. That Rome
剩低1分鐘嘅情況下，2v2
got the job done. You've cleared this down to just 2 players now. You dealt with Shaiko.
BDS 係懸崖邊嘅。
and use this that you've got to worry about in the 2v2. Dots still setting up Vulcan canisters. I guess it's a better time. It's no better time than now as he's starting to set up the site for where the push might come in. The last couple players of BDS now have to take their time and make a decision. We've got 2 bodies. Where do we want to push them? The moto hatch is
35秒嘅情況下，
believe is still closed. You've got a couple of
對面嘅高瑤係應該仲有未清晒嘅。
It's going to be double moto as they start the drop now.
係啦
Not a lot of time with BDS.
，Firm Breeder 選擇燒開呢埲牆，咁佢哋應該會係半矮牆後邊 plan 嘅選擇。但係阿渣咪仍然係一個問題啊，可唔可以解決咗阿渣咪呢個 cover 嘅情況夠唔夠？Breeder 鬆開咗嘅情況下，阿渣咪剔咗最後一殺。 W7M 係加時賽連下2局，拎走咗 Map 3嘅勝利。哇！
Complete and utter cruelty from W7M. They go up 6-2, allow them to get 4 rounds.
即使喺2比6落後嘅情況，追到加時嘅情況下 ，W7M 依然係可以將勝利帶翻去下一張自己嘅圖度。情勢對 BDS 係好嚴峻嘅。
Thank you very much for that one, Parker, and for that game. Again, we are just breaking the mold entirely. We thought that was entirely W7M's map. Very quickly did BDS start to snuff that out when it was on the defense, Jack. I mean, what's the theme for this match?
The full theme for this match in my mind, there is one word: composure. Absolutely. And that is what was encapsulating absolutely everything. As we go through these replays, you know, we saw, I think both teams, I won't say strategically, Gabe, was like amazing. I think they were making mistakes, lots of them. It was getting to the late round very, very often for the attack. They were slower than maybe they usually would be. And it was coming down to these big late round moments. Yeah. We saw clutch after clutch after clutch, 2v2s, very often won out by the defense. And I think that's why we saw W7M. They tore into a lead. BDS brought it back. And then I've got to call it out, that first round in overtime, the decision from Shaiko and Leakypack to make that little double play was a huge gamble, and it didn't pay off.
I mean, I was talking about hope being a big factor here for W7M, and they almost walked away with it, going 6-2, but it just shows the resilience from BDS, being able to bring that back. So that's good now going into this next map. But I mean, for W7M to be able to come back, get the win, and then close it out in this overtime is so massive for their own mental, and especially in that last round. Phillips here, I'm glad we're able to take a look at this.
Composure.
They both ran at each other, and then he ends up getting it. I mean, yes, this has been a game of nothing but composure, but everyone across the board. There's not one single person that you can call out here that isn't putting up a performance, that isn't playing up to snuff.
I also want to end the bar stage debate that is raging on. I think that was a genius move by BDS to go bar stage. Reason being, W7M, round 11, all they'll have been talking about is the site that they expected BDS to go to that was unlocked, and suddenly they hit them, wham, bam, different site that you're not expecting, and they got it over the line. As much as that site's not as good, I do think it was a good move.
Jack, I've got to say, the line between insanity and genius is so fine. It's not funny. We saw it in round 12, genius. In round 13, that double play in blue, we were sitting there going, you are insane for taking that.
I mean, look, if it comes off, we're both sitting here saying they've won the round. But the way that the game had been going for 12 rounds was that the attack was slow. The attack was making mistakes. The attack was not getting into that late round and was not winning in the late round. So when BDS took the aggression in the early round and tried to do that little rat play that we've seen, in the blue side very, very often, that's not that's not an unusual thing. No. It cost them, and that cost BDS their defensive round in overtime, put them on the back foot, and W7M was able to see it out.
I've got to say, Breeder Day, I think it was at round 9 maybe, was at 18% cost, and then won a 1v3, wasn't a 1v3, but it was.
I mean, it
from Cash. It
they were all
basically
trying to pinch him. He absolutely decimated them. But when you saw those stats line, he's actually at the bottom of this BDS roster, which, you know, he is playing that support role. He isn't the main fragger on this team. He isn't the main one that gets talked about. He is the one that's able to hold it down. But we need to see him start coming alive, especially going into Cafe. Now they're on the back end here. They don't have a lifeline at this point. They need to be getting Cafe.
He's a very good player and can stand up even to newer heights. But two players, Jack, that did very well and have done well so far this series, Solotov and Volps. They've been toe and toe, neck and neck. I mean, wow, the stats pretty much tell that exact story.
Yeah, pretty much on top of each other. I think Solotov, I think both me and you agree, Gabe, is that one of the least talked about players
yes,
on BDS.
Absolutely.
I thought particularly map 1, this is series stats so far. Map 1, he had a great map 1 on the Consulate.
He had a 4K and a 3K back to back.
Yeah, and then he hit, especially in the second half of the game on Clubhouse, really came alive again. And then Volps, I think, has been pretty much a big moment player in this game so far. You know, we saw him hopping on the blitz. We saw him being quite versatile for his team as well. And yeah, I think basically two of the most important players so far in this final.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing that you can ask for is that your IGL of Volps is the one that is putting up this performance, the one that's leading the charge as well. And that's a tall ask to be doing. And the fact that Volps is able to do that, lead these guys while they're also performing, is a great way to be going into this Cafe.
Well, it's been notorious for years. It is hard to IGL and be the front man, but it is time for us to go to Leo with the breakdown.
You know, I was thinking of the win conditions that you guys were mentioning on the desk for W7M, and I feel like I hear aggression, I hear Volps, and that's exactly what we're going to be talking about. We're on round 4, and we're on basement on Clubhouse, and they want to be disruptive. W7M wants to be disruptive. The reason for this is Shaiko has won the opening kill in the first 3 rounds. So they want to be disruptive towards the entry to get that opening engagement. It starts with this setup here, a natural crossfire between around stock and blue with kebab areas. They put them on the windows of blue, on the stairs of blue, on the entrance here, so that they create effectively a safe zone with a crossfire onto red stairs, onto stock doorway, onto garage doorway, which will be a mousetrap for Shaiko. And a third layer is that Vigil upstairs roaming around freely with that Boss G to be another layer of disruption. If we look at the gameplay and the footage, you see that safe zone they've created. The Kaid is now aggressive towards Shaiko. He wants to get that pick. Shaiko was not expecting that, and he's going to get killed by the C4. Now look at the reaction from Likefak. He's the great IGL we mentioned. He sees that opportunity, kills the anchor, and calls, guys, rush site now. Rush site now. This is a huge extension. And actually, Volps is the only guy that was blue helping. So he's the only key to the bomb site here. And if you look at this, Likefak has a long angle onto him. Solotov rushed, following the call from Likefak, and they have a perfect 2v1 on this player. It would be okay. It would be a winning condition here. But it's Volps. And you're gonna see one of the craziest 2v1 I've ever seen. He escapes that 2v1, prefires the first one on the left, prefires on the right, it gets away, that 2-pinch, he kills them both. That's Volps for you guys. He's the win condition here. And then last but not least, that Vigil up top will get rid of that Hibana. That's W7M for you. Yes, there is great strategy. Yes, that was a great way to deny the entry. But the talent on that team, Volps, is there to help them go across the line. It's 2 maps for W7M, 1 for BDS. The pick from W7M, Cafe Dostoevsky, is coming after a short break.
Listen, I work for the government, and you're late.
For the summoning ceremony, you have to...
Take a left hairpin, then into the chicane and full throttle.
Down the wing, plays it to the striker. He's into the box. Shoot
that portal, over there, quickly!
Racers, slayers, ballers, side questers. We know your game.
Whew, that was close.
The EE Game Store is open to everyone on any network with curated kit for every type of gamer. Search EE Game Store.
W7M have bet on the right bulls. This roster have turned things around here in this grand final and are now looking to potentially close this out in 4. Clubhouse disappointment from BDS, but Leo, ultimately that is just how this story goes. What do we need to expect from Cafe?
You have to move on, you have to go on that map, and you have to think, what do I do here? I'm going to start on the defense side. That's the strong side for BDS. So we expect them to start strong on this one, especially because that's what they've shown on Labs, that's what they've shown on Clubhouse, and they've been struggling in attack so far. I don't know how you find it, guys, but I feel like they're very static. They're waiting for opportunities. Yeah. They're not creating those opportunities. And that's a problem for me. Compared to Consulate, where they were proactive, they're being reactive all the time.
I mean, I think it's a little bit of a mental warfare at this point, because when you look how BDS has been playing so far, it looks like they've always been in the driver's seat. They always look like they have an understanding. They always have a solution. But this is the first time where I'm seeing where they kind of look lost. They don't know what they want to do. They're waiting for something to happen to them. And W7 is either giving it to them, they aren't taking advantage of, or they just aren't being fed anything at all, and then they have to forefront an entire attack and to lose it as a whole.
Jack, how important is this now moving into a potential final map for W7M? There are so many elements that come together, but sometimes it's up here.
Well, that's the thing. It all gets very real now. So the mentality, the pressure all gets very, very real. W7M chasing their first ever major as a roster. They're finally on the map where they win this map. They are major champions. Does that add a layer of pressure? Does that free-flowing, that aggressive style, do they think twice about doing it because they don't want to lose? And it's a big pressure moment for them. But also, these guys on your screen, BDS, it's huge pressure. It's huge for them right now, because if they lose the Manchester Major Final and the Montreal Major Final, they're going to be heading into Six Invitational with a reputation that they bottle it, and they don't want to be doing that. It is huge for both of these teams. Everything just got real right now.
All I want to add is that W7M as an organization have won everything with their previous roster. Imagine 2023 belonged to these guys. SI 2024 belonged to these guys. They bet on your new roster, and they're on the verge of making history by gaining another major in 2024. That's completely crazy.
I mean, realistically, now going into Cafe, what we were seeing out of W7M on this Clubhouse is exactly what I need to see in this early game of Cafe. They cannot let their foot off the gas where they were towards the end of the game. Realistically, they could have won that 7-3, 7-4, but they started to get in their own heads, and this is why you were saying this is a mental battle for both teams. This is about composure. But again, you got the win here. You're the one that can sit here and relax, play your game methodically, be more concise. I want to see this W7M be the exact same W7M that we were seeing against Virtus Pro.
Come on, users, open that strat book. Come on, it's the moment. I need you to get your strats going, because like you said, the comeback happened on Clubhouse when BDS was in defense, and they will start in defense. It's the moment to take the lead for them.
How important is that defensive side, by the way?
For me, it's super important. For me, that's what determines if they're going to lose it or if they're going to make it. Because if they win that map of Cafe, they come in with a fresh momentum of that victory into Chalet.
And that defense, like you say, is so important. BDS get like a 3, 4, 5 round, because it is the defense and the comfortable on there, they can kick on and they can take us to a map 5. But if W7M get like, say, 3 rounds on the attack, this pressure gets monumental.
Well, guess what? It's time to get underway. This is potentially the final map here in the grand final for the Montreal Major. We go to two of the best dressed people in this arena, and Parker.
I saw it coming from a mile away, just like everybody else sees you coming from a mile away with that awful three-piece suit and beard. So I appreciate it immensely. Thank you so much to the desk and also Rob for being a part of this show. This might be the end of the road for both of these teams. If you're BDS or the crowd here in Montreal, you don't want that to be the case, but let's get one thing out of the way before we get in. Crowd, are you ready for what could be the final map? It seems like they're ready for it. Cafe is on the board. Could this be the end? We'll find out. Map 4 on the board. Now, before we get into the operator ban phase, something a little bit odd. BDS has opted to start on attack. I feel that's something we're talking about.
It was their choice. This is the map pick of W7M. So BDS got to choose attack or defense first. This is going to be a tough task, starting on the least favorable side on Cafe.
Bravo.
With the Brava ban, another one of Shaiko's favorites we talked about throughout the day so far. BDS have typically been banning Ying on this map. We see a lot of Monty coming out from them as well. The Brava ban is new for W7M. We haven't seen that coming out. Monty once again. This is the second time we've seen BDS ban the French Shield.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're looking at this, the Brava being gone, one thing BDS love to do is take down any electronics on white stairs, red stairs, and then lurk up them.
Maestro.
That's going to be a whole
因為 ban 咗 Brava。
ban, BDS banning Maestro? One of the least picked operators in Siege. Maestro can be very good. Top floor, bottom floor, he's got his uses. This should be an Aruni, maybe a Kaid. It will be Kaid. W7M ban a lot of different ops on this map, so Kaid makes a lot of sense coming out from them. The Maestro ban is the one that's the most interesting for me. I suppose with Brava taken off the board, you kind of do have to respect the Maestro.
And especially when you're thinking about holding that bakery site, what is one of the best operators to counter a freezer side execute? It's going to be those Evil Eyes. You can put one looking at the single door. You can even put one looking at the window, and they're still so very difficult to deal with, especially if you soak up a lot of utility clearing out bottom white or VIP. I think it's a smart ban from BDS. It's something we've seen W7M run.
Well, it's incredibly rare to see a response ban. Usually teams go into games with their bans pretty much predetermined. They know what they want to take out on attack. They know what they want to take out on defense. I don't know if BDS would have banned that Maestro if W7M didn't ban the Brava. Brava is by far the best counter to Maestro in the game. She is so effective at stealing those Evil Eyes, can turn Maestro from a powerful operator into a liability by giving that utility over towards the attackers. I really think BDS saw that ban. They said, we've got to respect it. Let's remove the Maestro and take any shenanigans out of this first half.
It's a hard line to draw for BDS right now. How much do you give that respect to W7M? How much do you disrespect your opponents? Try to get the confidence back in. But all that is pressing on our minds right now, BDS seem to have it made for them in Manchester, and now they are needing to win 2 maps in a row to redeem themselves from an event that was lined up for them. All they had to do was hit that ball and knock it out of the park. And yet for 2 maps in a row, 12 rounds and 14 rounds apiece, W7M have been able to claw a 2-1 scoreline, and redemption is starting to seem farther and farther away from BDS.
Cafe is not going to be easy for BDS. W7M were on a 5-game win streak on Cafe until they lost it yesterday, losing to Virtus Pro 7-4 in the semifinals. BDS hoping to repeat that one. They've got that history.
Even Loven catch 到 Solotov 太嘅失誤啊
the opening pick onto Solotov.
Just immediately looking outside of that window, catching somebody rotating.
已經冇咗 Twitch 嘅情況下，高肉係好難處理嘅。即使有炸彈車，你係唔容易嘅。
You can take out of that. But Lowen's peeking a window and catching Solotov rotating. They just will need to look for the next minute 50 to try to find that momentum, try to regain their footing.
One of the win cons for this BDS team will be Shaiko actually showing up. Round 5 onwards of Clubhouse, he was invisible. So if you've got supposedly one of the best players in the world and somebody who is in constant conversation to be the GOAT, not doing what needs to be done, you can't rely on Solotov. You can't rely on Leaky Fact to get all the kills. You need a concerted effort.
It looks like with losing the opening pick, BDS have really stalled out. They want to go for a bakery push, but they haven't been able to find the Yokai drone just yet.
好似 check echo 嘅情況下，但係呢個位置都好危險嘅，因為冇人係 hold window 呢邊，即刻有隊友過嚟啊！呢個位置好緊要嘅， Castle 係冇辦法被擊殺嘅情況，即刻去支援 Echo。Flash 但 Blaze 已經入埋嚟啦，連續2槍爆頭 ，Echo 同 Castle out 咗。
Might just have a spearhead into the site. Shaiko still got 2 deathmark trackers to power these remaining players, and 40 seconds to do it. They might just have it.
Warden 嘅直接對峙 Shaiko 係直接 kick down 咗 Warden 啊！與此同時 ，Smoke 嘅 Smoke 係遲咗一步。BDS 係剩得25秒，但係人數上係有優勢嘅。但係 Smoke 係依然仲有一個 Smoke Pocket。但係已經死咗，剩低要單挑嘅係 Blaze 啊，係冇辦法，第一局由 BDS 勝出。
Users saw the shields getting a little bit of a beating in the next update, and he said, I gotta get as much play on this as I possibly can. Brings out the Blitz, not a player you associate with Blitz. Coming into this final, Users only played the Operator twice here in the Montreal Major, but it didn't stop him from having the perfect timing, entering in through small bake, recognizing that Lopen had fallen off, gets that 2K entry, and secures the final kill as well. That's what you need from the best player on BDS. Yes, Shaiko's been amazing. Yes, Lickifak is one of the best players in the entire world, but at this event, it's been Uzis who's been the most consistent. Ever since getting picked up from that old M&M core, he has been one of the main players to talk about, and throughout both Stage 1 and Stage 2 regionally, he's been their shining player. For Uzis to step up, have that impact on the shields, that's going to be what brings BDS back into it if they make this run.
And it's funny that you say that, because I wholeheartedly agree. He is that shining star on BDS. And it's funny that often the conversation is Shaiko one of the GOATs? When I feel like every single stage, every single event, and damn near every single map, it is Yuzus that has been one of, if not the most impressive players in the world on a wide variety of operators. We saw him briefly flex the Dokkaebi in that prep phase, one of his best operators in the game, and he's going gridlock instead. No calls on the board for BDS, despite the Dokkaebi being available. But Yuzus not only has that skill, he's got that flexibility. 應該係聽到吊繩嘅聲音嘅，有一個好近嘅情況係跑過咗，哇 ！out 落 timing 啊！
They need to rely on him again, but he falls off. He goes down the red stairs and will retreat from the window that's now being blown open by Lickifak. Bomb site's top floor, don't forget. So Volps down on the bottom floor may go undroned, especially playing on that Vigil. It can be very hard to hunt him down and punish that aggressive play that often you see from Vigil players. BDS will start on the roof, as every good attacking team does on Cafe. They'll start to work their way in towards Cigar, but watch out, because Volps, he's not going to have an impact early, but late round could make a massive flank.
Especially if Dash playing around this Shaiko, well, ironic I'm calling out Shaiko and BDS is in the lobby, that's gonna get confusing. But him playing in this position by the Humidor, by the new balcony, if he calls anybody pushing in through red, even after this castle barricade gets destroyed, could try to summon up Volts from the depths and help provide support to that player up top. Both Ash charges getting burnt on destroying that castle barricade, I will say. That's very important. We've got a mirror on the board. You would have liked to have that second one to crack one of them by the execute.
Yeah, they were hunting down the player in Humidor, cannot find the kills, so instead all their utility will net them some map control. Not much more beyond that.
1分半鐘嘅情況暫時。
Along with the Cali Lances can destroy
those WCLM 同 BDS 仲係5人齊全。
Every time there's a brief pause in our casting, somebody screams about BDS.
I mean,
I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot.
They'll need that support to get back into this. A minute remaining now, as you brought up. Ash charges being useful for cracking those mirror windows, and W7M thankful they can play behind them at the moment. Can hold behind these black mirrors as BDS spend more time clearing out this utility. The setup overall is still solid for W7M, and Lickifak might try to be the one.
Ash 係已經摸到把梯，但係佢應該係知道隔離有人嘅，就係一個身位嘅情況下，瞄住哇！ 避開咗，阿 Lickifak 會唔會繼續追擊？冇，佢係落咗1樓另一邊喎。C4 帶走蘇勒頭。呢邊 Shaiko 係聽到人上緊嚟，但係 cover 互相 cover 槍線下冇辦法啊！哇！呢個 end W7M
piece
還
of
返一
the
個。
body onside of BDS. And one around from W7M to tie things up.
And that's been the mentality from W7M all throughout this series. They started a little bit slow, way back on map number 1, but since then, they've started to get more aggressive in the early round. And yes, they're going to let BDS waste their own time, okay? They're not going for spawn peaks, not going for jump out. You even saw that from Volps at the start of that round. He's being cautious. He's making sure that he doesn't take the first opportunity. He's waiting for the best opportunity. They bide their time. They don't get in early fights. But as soon as BDS enter the building, as soon as BDS are ready to go for their execute, that's when W7M swing. And they don't stop. Yeah, they're in the 5v3. That doesn't mean Loban's not going to push forward in through Cigar and take some massive aggressive risks and still make sure that they pay off. It felt like every time BDS stepped in the map, every time they had some kind of map control, it was being punished. And at the end there, with everybody flying out the window, sending everybody at BDS, that's just a continuation of the same strategy they've been going for through the entirety of round 2.
And it's a continuation of the problems that maybe there was the briefest interruption in round 1 for BDS, but similar to what we saw on Clubhouse overall, which is on the attacking side, BDS giving W7M a lot of freedom to make plays or not providing enough problems where that W7M need to rotate and leave. The only reason Dash actually had to leave Humidor was so he could C4 the Lion on Cocktail Repel, not punish for it despite Licky Fact around the corner. Another example, Loban was in bathroom playing behind that mirror window the entire round. The only reason he feels the need to move beyond it is because W7M have the advantage. There's somebody in Cigar. He can rotate out and make a play. BDS are not pressuring, just like on Clubhouse, not pressuring these W7M defenders and yet giving them all of the freedom nonetheless to make plays against them.
Cafe was the map that started the comeback from Beast Coast in the grand finals of Manchester. It could complete the comeback for W7M here in Montreal. Still 1-1. We're very early, but W7M showing that they're not going to give up easily. BDS need to win this one if they want to force a map 5. W7M one away. Here's the entry point from Shed, playing his favorite operator, again attacking onto Cigar.
Could be the comeback completed for W7M or could be the beginning of the comeback for BDS.
睇落有啲想 pick cycle， 但係呢 keep 開槍帶走咗多數。
It's been 2 in a row for W7M, and this is, most importantly, W7M's map. They don't exactly have the best start now in round number 3. That was Leaky Fact striking first and giving an advantage to BDS much quicker than in previous rounds. BDS have tussled with the clock. They have struggled to keep on top of the clock. This round, it looks like they might be a bit better positioned.
A bit better positioned, certainly. A bit better, but not completely well positioned yet. There's still somebody playing below Newbound.
呢邊 users 捉到 Dash 嘅失誤啊！
Round 2, Dash gets away with that, gets a C4. There, BDS are punishing him, and they immediately sprinted off the back of it. Now, Licky Fact will look to deny the verticality.
呢度嘗試 C4， 但係冇即刻引爆嘅。
and convert the 5v3 that's been gifted to them by Yuzus.
Looked like Brede was going to be fodder for that Nitro cell on the castle barricade, but
呢邊係
still an option.
繼續打 castle。
Don't know if the Nitro cell.
I believe it was shot. I think it was shot from above because it's not active anymore in the top right.
Should have blown up by now.
Yeah, I believe it got cleared out. They had the ping on it. They had to clear, so that wasn't going to be a problem.
呢邊 Shine 繼續 check 2樓嘅 Irony 啊，但係佢仲 hold 緊 Mira 嘅位嘅。呢邊 Mira， 呢邊嘗試 jump up， 即刻俾呢 Kefet 吹翻，反而剩翻 Irony 喺2樓，冇啊。
There's still this hesitance, though, from BDS that is very puzzling for me. Good round win. Ultimately, if not a flawless round by the end. They get all the kills, and I think that 5v3 is quite good. But they spend so long setting up, they get Licky Fact down below immediately once they get that advantage, and yet there is still so much worry about players all the way on the top floor. They've got Solitov watching for the retake, and yet they're still nervous. They're giving a lot of respect to W7M, but they take a long time getting set up, and ultimately it is that coverage right there, holding off in that window, then Licky Fact pushing deep, that makes it the best. But through all of that journey we just saw, through those flawless rounds, there's still a lot of very slow decision-making from BDS, even if they are making the right ones.
Yeah, I mean, this is also a site where you don't need that much map control, right? What do they have there? They had red stairs, They had red stairs. That's the map control that they took, and that's the map control that they needed to win the round. They were able to spend a lot of time on the mining window. They were able to spend a lot of time clearing out red stairs. They got the pick on the player inside a cigar. So they clearly were using their time effectively still. They knew what the game plan was.
True.
If they had to clear through all of top and then all of basement, yeah, I mean, that's terrible pacing, but they know what they're doing on the side of BDS. They're still using that clock effectively, so I'm not so concerned. On a bomb site like Cafe Basement, last time they went for a complete bakery. They didn't want to push the top 2 floors at all. If they go for the top-down take now, that's where I'm looking at the clock. This is one of the slowest sites to push if you're going to clear all the way from the top down vertically. At the same time, though, I'm seeing a blitz. I'm seeing a Capital. This is a great operator lineup if you do just want to go in bake.
Yeah, if you want to just go in bake, that'd be the exact thing you'd want to do. Hard recharge opening up outside of the small bake window. This is the exact same play we saw last time. They punished the guy playing small bake and bakery as well. Yuzus that time on the blitz, but that blitz getting that double as they lined up for him. They're clearing the utility now. That castle barricade destroyed.
今次 W7M 係有派到流星係樓梯受緊單，係 Logan 係捉到啲劫匪。
Again, they're getting set up for this play, but W7M are still feeling that confidence, feeling that ability to make these plays.
哇！
That was the play right there by Loban to catch Leaky Fack up top.
呢邊亦都 Blitz 係 push 緊，但係佢有好多位要顧忌，但係 Shaiko 又剔單一個啦，呢邊係好近嘅位置 ，Mills 會唔會主動 swing？ Shaiko 睇中，暫時係未 spot 到 Mills 嘅位置。Mills 仲喺1樓去進行呢個 control 嘅 ，Blitz 係好難直接攻入去。Mills 係選擇繼續 hold 呢個樓梯位嘅 ，Cam 亦都打埋，暫時係冇資訊嘅情況下 ，Mills 係 Shaiko 聽到，但係 Mills 係冇辦法繼續。哦，你講緊啲咩 ？Oh my god！
One player inside of the site, he gets most of the work done. Volps bats clean up, and again the game is tied.
BDS, a very similar push. Once again, it's bakery focus. You've got a blitz, different operators being brought across the board, and different players on those operators. We saw Bride this time rocking the blitz, but it didn't seem to matter. W7M were still very aware of what was coming through. As soon as they saw there was nobody up top, they said, that's fine. We're going to play these positions down below. We know there's going to be a push heavy inside a bakery, and that helped them get those first couple of kills, as the information was always there. Great shot coming in to start things off. And then, of course, Volps hiding inside of the bottom red stairs, making the play that was needed. A beautiful shot onto Shaiko, and then they never gave up the top floor control either. Those smokes from the Capital, it's a very common strategy. Smoke off the kill holes above. Capital, the only operator in the game that can vertically smoke the ceiling above you, but still, the angles were there, and W7M were able to come down and stop that plant from happening. Really good stuff late in that round, and you really got to give credit to Volps for just where he was able to position himself.
Absolutely. I mean, Volps just holding out by that small bake, undeniably instrumental for W7M's success in that round. Now as we go back up to that top floor, just like we saw from BDS, that time might be the exact same attack, or defense, excuse me, from W7M. We've got the castle barricade on the cigar double door, where we saw a mute with a C4 playing last time, who then rotated later in the round to then get a kill on a player playing on the cocktail window. What I want to see here is BDS paid attention to that utility, but actually clearing out and fully pressuring that cigar player. Felt like he was able to just leave at his own pace, then have impact later in the round. I want to see utility expended there and somebody ready to cut him off. You got to punish somebody for playing that aggressively.
Psycho back on the op that made the start of Clubhouse so successful. It's going to be difficult, though, with Loban having such a fortress inside of Piano. If he plays this cautiously, which he likely is, then he can waste a ton of time. Not a great batch of util to clear this out. You've got the Habana, that's probably your main op to clear these Kivas, and also the Ash. Is he going for a jump? Certainly not. He knows how aggressive. He can waste so much time.
但係依然係選擇撤退，因為佢已經冇暫時冇用得嘅阿爭。
You can use the Kiva barricades not only to play close, but allow you to rotate around relatively safely. He falls back within a minute, sees there's no real opportunity to go for a pick or go for a jump out,
as BDS are playing very close together on these repels. So he falls back behind that shield.
哇！呢個脱中仲存在㗎，哦，蘇魯托捉到佢。但係 Ford 同都即刻有回應啊！呢邊Force 係捉到頂嘅 Cycle 啊，但係 Dos 打得太有啲上火啊！ jump out 嘅同時俾 K 魔帶走。
Not a lot here for BDS to do.
Probably just going to go for a pick here. I mean, you could take this as another technical timeout. We've seen that a few times from BDS this series. I don't think that's the game plan. He knows this is winnable. 1v3. You just got to find 3 heads. Information's not great. He's going to be full blind. He's dropped Cigar, but he's still going for the mission.
Could not find that dread mine, and you talked about passive defenses from W7M all
佢冇任何資訊嘅情況下，佢唔知喺左邊，喂，但係哇！ W7M 又係食。
Inching his way up, finding the final kill, and the Bulls take the lead.
Good work from Solotov, able to, of course, punish Lobin for creeping out from behind that shield, but everything after that, it is just hard to even believe this is the same team that was playing on Consulate. Hard to believe that it was W7M who seemed so scared, so nervous to step toe-to-toe against BDS. On paper, one of the best teams in the world, and yet since then, they start to find their confidence on Nighthaven. They started to let it slip on Clubhouse. They haven't missed a beat. Of the 2 rounds they have won in a row, challenging every single angle. Dots right there. Then of course, Volps up taking that fight, but peeking the skylight. How often will we see Shaiko on this very map for years now, taking fights and hitting that little sliver of a head, peeking out from above that skylight. And yet it's Volps doing that to him here as he holds that same angle. W7M, it's 3-2, it's a close game, but the momentum still remains firmly in the Bulls' camp.
One thing W7M do better than anybody else is staying in rounds where they start to lose the advantage, right? Yes, you're going to lose Lobin playing a zombie inside of Piano, but there's immediately 2 swing outs that regain that man advantage for W7M. That's something they've done consistently throughout this tournament. They have the highest round recovery when they lose the opening pick of any team at this event. They win 44% of rounds without the entry. Usually that goes down to about 1/3, 33. So for W7M to be so proficient in regaining that man advantage, it's a big reason why they're in these finals, and if they win, it'll be a big reason why they're champions.
And it must be extremely frustrating for BDS to never really gain much of a lead. The only time we tend to see BDS get a huge numbers advantage, it leads to a 4-player or even a flawless round.
3秒是勇勇弱笑，因為 House 係 spot 到佢嘅情況下，哦，兩個同時 jump out 係。 都成功吹走一個嘅呢啲嘅。
Every round will be a dogfight, as it has been so far. A nice vault out, by the way. It cost Lobin his life, but Leaky Fack dies too. Leaky Fack has been having some struggles to get on the board early as we've gotten deeper into this best of 5.
And losing your Grim, with how close and how hard it's been for BDS, as you said, Jesse, to claw back those advantages or convert what they have. If you had those Bs to get intel, Laundry, or anybody maybe swinging deep from inside a library, you would have loved that. But now that it's gone, not only do you die, but it's really great from W7M. On that hop out, Lobin of course dies, but when the other 2 players go for that peak,
Ash 已經行到近點啦 ，C 科冇捉到任何人，但係 Dash 係喺後邊支援嘅同時，亦都俾人吹走咗。依然係3打3，哇 ！Force， 哇！呢一槍 ，Cycle 繼續 check 入 Mira 嘅同時，但係隊友 W7， 哇！呢個 wallbang 差少少大咗 Cycle，Grenade， 哇！兩個都係8滴血。 Shaiko 喺對緊嘅時候，亦都吹走咗另一位 W7M 嘅成員，剩低 Greedy 嘅同時 Flash 1v1嘅情況下，哇，差少少。25 秒嘅情況下，都係冇留任何嘅身位俾，冇任何嘅資訊俾 Breeder。選擇係 bomb side 後邊 plan， 但係呢個位唔係一個 safe 嘅 cancel 嘅。
Volps is a player who has bounced around between organizations, has struggled to stay on a team for a long period of time, but always pushed the squad that he's on to the very top. Youngest guy in the server, but still able to play out of his mind in clutch, high-pressure situations. Sitting inside of Train there, just finding the picks as they come to him. The enemy team, BDS, they never cleared the top floor, but always we saw Volps ready for the swings, ready to shut them down. The way he played alongside Dash, inside of Train, around Mining was just fantastic. He started his career back on that W7M team that lost to G2 in the 6th Invitational. Then he left that squad, went over to Team Liquid, had another disappointing SI, then moved back over to the new roster of W7M at the start of the year. He's their captain now. He's kind of taken over the team and has done so much good work for the Bulls. He's going to have so much credit on his shoulders if they make this happen. But wow, what a defense now. 4-2.
What a defense, what a performance from Volps, and that last round, I think, really seals it for me, not necessarily the matchup, but for Volps specifically and his impact right there, because that entire time, W7M have never left him on an island, even though he's got a death mark tracker on him, even though he's got 2 different guns being trained on him.
呢邊收頭真係大 BD， 大咗 Captain。
Trap BDS inside of mining. The coordination.
唔係 Valkyrie 嘅同時 ，W7M 係冇 IQ 嘅，但係佢有到 KB。
Unsupported has been fantastic.
Takes a lot of trust as well. You have to trust entirely and completely in your teammates to be able to hold that position while you just wait. Because a lot of these less experienced players want to get active in the gunfight. We'll circle back to the word that we use to describe the defenses from W7M. We talk about how they're patient. They're a very patient team on defense. They play very conservatively. Now for the remainder of this map, they're going to be on attack. And what can they muster? Adrenal surge goes on alongside Logic.
W7M 將個 pace 推到好快。
Traded out immediately by Dotas yet again. W7M refusing to allow BDS to have an
Dash 係
now been picked off by Dash.
擊殺咗 Breeder 嘅同時，又捉到 Solitaire， 但係呢個位路嘅身位太大，俾 Shaiko 捉到。Shaiko 嘗試 P， 繼續 P 到 Dash 又 P， 但係佢離太遠啦，傷害遞減太勁啦！呢個位置，不已經係 plans 緊咧，佢會唔會即係就 plan 咧？冇，佢鬆開咗，選擇擊殺咗 Shaiko 嘅同時，呢條 fact trade 咗一 V1 嘅情況下，係已經知道對方喺邊㗎啦。 呢邊 Loban 選擇慢翻落嚟，選擇中一中先。Loban 選呢個 plan 位唔係一個好嘅 plan 位嚟喎，但係，鬆開咗嘅同時，呢條 back 嘅 SMG 傷害唔夠啊！ 哇！呢一 round
They seem to make miracles right when they need to. W7M are coming to form and great calling in that final round. They recognize the BDS. They're active on their own game.
BDS 冇得唔係 time out 咋，2-5嘅落後，意味着你呢一彎再輸多2彎你就將個冠軍拱手相讓。 但係 BDS 仍然係有希望連追幾彎，佢已經示範咗喺 Map 3嘅時候，係佢哋係有能力，亦都有嗰個抗壓嘅心態，去將個比數追翻嚟。
Than it shows on the screen. BDS will have very, very limited opportunities to get back into this game. W7M at every single turn just seemingly outfoxing their opponents. BDS will find a great opening, they'll drone in, they'll use utility work, they'll get a pick, and then suddenly somebody from W7M is right there to punish them for it. This W7M team has only improved as time has gone on. They were one of the first teams to qualify for the main stage in the playoffs. And I feel like there's not disrespect, but the old W7M roster casts such a long shadow that these new 5 players don't get the respect that they deserve solely based on the team that came before them.
It's not just old W7M New Furia that is looming over Montreal at the moment. It is Manchester. That final that seemed set up for BDS when they let a dark horse from North America get too comfortable and work their way into a final that they had no business winning going into the event, but absolutely earned by the end. They're on the brink of letting it happen twice. A team that didn't even make Manchester in the first place, that was shaking in their first playoff match, that had to bounce back and take down Furia just to get here. They have looked so good, and yet BDS, they need to win 5 rounds in a row on the defense to stop themselves from losing again to a team that nobody, least of all them, saw coming.
呢個位置呢其實打得好 aggressive 咯，但亦都同時將 Blitz 已經入埋點去 plan 喎。W7M 會唔會打得太快啊？呢邊係 BDS 完全冇令到 Solus 嘅優勢，但係佢亦都 retake 咗，亦都有個人數優勢3打2嘅情況下，佢哋係唔知對面嘅位置，佢可能要用人數去堆優勢，佢必須係要開始 stick 嘅 plan。Solus 係 take down 咗 top 嘅情況下 ，Nilsson 係繼續 stay the plan，stay the defuse。
It didn't result in a map win, but they were down 6-2 on club. They were down 6-2 on defense. They were able to march back and tie the game. That doesn't mean it'll happen again.
佢見到都嗰啲係咪辣？嗰啲係咪汗嚟嘅？應該唔係，應該純粹反光啩。我如果係 W7M 教練，我係 Year One 嗌暫停。雖然呢個進攻係可以算係前半部分係好成功嘅，但係無奈其實呢個出其不意嘅戰術係好難延續到最後。特別係你係對 BDS 呢種世界頂級嘅強隊，雖然佢而家落後緊啦，但係呢種戰術都係好難奏效。永遠就話呢其實呢邊係想 spawn pick 嘅，但係對面係走咗另一邊。
This is something that Pengu has said many times. When you're in high-pressure situations, attacking is so tough because you're the one who's got to move. BDS, we kind of clowned on them for maybe picking attack to start, but was it the genius play to just start this comeback?
You don't get to the places that BDS has consistently gotten to without throwing off the pressure that is on your shoulders. The one thing that really defines these top teams is your ability to stay in the game mentally. Shorthand that we use is mental fortitude.
阿詹咪都係即刻撤退翻，雖然冇 shield 喺度啊，冇用到 shield， 轉而係用阿詹咪嘅 barricade。拉人係剩低2滴。
Went for the throat on that previous round. It was a really nice attempt, but ultimately ended up being a Hail Mary.
呢邊係 Shyko 係直接轉一針喎，爭啲捉到第2個啊！ 哇！4打4 ，Loban 已經摸到點隔離啊，但係暫時係未見到任何人。
If W7M go for an execute, whether it's reading or fireplace, he's got the security to know that nobody's up close that's going to swing.
It's a huge cross that'll be held by W7M in a very pivotal spot to be seated in. Now going to drones because of that quick burst of action.
呢邊 Foot 係選擇直接衝入冬季啊，而 BDS 呢邊都開始撤退啊。由得佢哋，但係 Loban 佢冇留意到 Loban 已經摸到點隔離，直接拍後頭個蘇頭勾咗啊！呢邊情況，2打3，1打3，剩低 Castle， W7M 拎到賽點啊！全個賽季嘅努力。W7M 可唔可以復仇 BDS？ BDS 雖然一路以嚟都好似打得好輕鬆，一路嘅晉級之類都係好似證明咗真係佢哋係世界頂級嘅強隊，但係嚟到總決賽佢哋好似打得好掙扎啊！
But they immediately traded that one back, and then Loban had the impact late. Everybody came together on W7M to collapse around the bomb site at the end there.
Two really great plays. Number one, they took control of White Stairs. Shego jumped down in that position. There was nobody there to retake the spot, and then Loban found his way over towards pillars. That means you've got the two quickest pathways to the bomb sites cut off by the attackers. All they did was push in. The last three players of BDS were all trapped inside of reading together. You usually only want one player in reading, let alone three. At that point, you're fishing a barrel, and W7M blew up the barrel.
You could just see reality setting in on BDS's face, specifically Brede. Just a bit of stunned silence, shrug your head and try to move on to the next. But W7M are not letting up. They are not leaving any gaps. They are not just giving away for BDS to move back into this series. The crowd
呢邊 Foot 嘗試去挑戰 Ella， 但係 Ella 係冇撇嘅，保持穩健。
Brede's been one of the most important players in this tournament so far, and of course holding down VIP is a critical job. His play just behind the VIP shield, it's actually going to be enough to deter W7M to go the long way around. They're going to clear the top couple of floors. They saw how much pressure was being committed by BDS on the main floor. They saw how many players were down there, recognizing that means there's probably no roamers on the top two floors, and they'd be correct in that. So they're going to take these floors for free instead. They've still got the Buck. They've still got the Ram. Just because they didn't find that opening pick over by VIP doesn't mean that they're not going to
W7M take control 3樓。 Game 選擇係 check Ella 嘅，佢可能要會 grenade 呢個盾清走呢個盾先。但係冬季後邊係有人望緊嘅，哇！爭少少 damage 可能就會俾後邊帶走。
Half of the round now burned through. BDS have already used their timeout. This is do or die from this point onwards. This particular round you lose, it's not do, it's die. That's it.
面北係選擇清開凍櫃，可以等 Demos 去進攻 Ella 個點，又或者佢哋可以選擇呢個 drop edge， 而 Demos 係 hold 住白梯嗰邊。
They've already got the VIP shield. They're already clearing out the Vulcan packs. W7 are basically accomplishing everything they want well ahead of schedule.
You've allowed W7M to settle in at this point. You have to hope and pray if you're a fan of BDS that the anchor players and those holding down the avenues to the bomb site are well positioned.
剩低40秒嘅情況下，仲係5-5。
This will be a freezer drop. With the Osa holding on to those shields to try and
暫時 Demos 仲係 hold 緊 Ella，Warden 係 Osa 係直接 drop 咗嘅情況下，唔理估埋立咗盾先嘅。 Force 係 take 咗個 first opening pick， 然後 Breedy 都 drop 埋，剩低 Users， 剩低 Solotov 1v4， 生死存亡一線係 Force 拎咗最後一 pick，W7M 7-3嘅比分，贏出咗呢次 Montreal Major， 以3-1嘅總比分，拎低咗呢次嘅 Montreal Major 冠軍。你可以見到佢哋係好興奮啊，已經攬埋一嚿啦。對比喺上次 World Cup 嗰種處境，佢哋輸咗係圍埋一齊嗰種鼓勵嗰種畫面，呢種畫面我相信係佢絕對係，如果係佢哋嘅粉絲，絕對係好感動。BDS 係佢哋，唉。
They have let a team no one expected take a major away from them. If they won this, they'd be the favorites going into Boston. They'd be the team to beat. Now, they've not earned that title. That legacy we were basically creating for them before it even happened has failed to be grasped 2 times now.
同樣係 Major， 今次嘅 Montreal Major 同上次嘅 Manchester Major。BDS 都係未能走到最後，都係由 Underdog 勝出嘅。上次係靠 Nibisco， 今次係 W7M。哇！
W7M was the best team here in Montreal. 3 events, 3 different winners. I am excited to see what SI brings for us.
We're in for a good time in Boston, I'll tell you that right now, Parker. BDS, they've been to every finals, but it doesn't mean that they're going to be an easy run in Boston.
They've been looking at this trophy all weekend, and now it's rightfully theirs. Folks, W7M are your champions. Ian, let's hear from you and the winners.
My wedge. It was dubbed the last dance, but the beat goes on. Are you ready to raise your trophy? Ladies and gentlemen, your Blast R6 Montreal Major champions is W7M!
恭喜佢哋 W7M 由一路係唔俾人睇好嘅情況下，即係相比 BDS 咧，唔俾人睇好嘅情況下，可以總決賽打敗 BDS 呢個曾經佢哋打敗佢哋嘅對手奪冠，可以拍晒手掌咁滯嘅，拍盡拍爛你個手掌。
From the beginning of this process, Lobin. And I think some of the key attributes that brought you this glory here from your roster was just tenacity and that determination to never give up. Are you at all surprised by this win, considering many saw you as the underdogs against BDS?
Yes, I don't really know what to say. I think it's the best feeling ever. Like I said yesterday, it means the world for us because we've been to 3 finals already and we lost all of those. So we are so happy right now, and yeah, we just want to feel the moment.
You've got some incredible support down here from W7M fans. And of course, watching at home, what do you want to say to them?
First of all, to the English people, thank you, I love you guys. E pros brasileiros, aqui é Brasil, porra, deu nós, carai!
I need to speak to Volks. Where's Volks? Come on over here. Come on. Give it up for this man right here. I can tell that this means everything to you. You, of course, went through a pivotal roster change. You've come close to a major before in the past. You've finally done it.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, but I want to say thank you all, you guys. We deserve it, and that's it. I don't know what to say.
There was a lot of, pressure and expectation on you as a roster coming in after all that was achieved by the players that came before you. It makes it even more magnificent that you've managed to do it so quickly when maybe nobody expected you to.
Não entendi, Lobão.
Ele falou que os jogadores que vieram antes era uma pressão muito grande e a gente conseguiu fazer isso. Ainda depois do que eles fizeram, deixa mais absurdo a coisa.
Yeah, it's absurdo.
Jump in, Lobin.
So I think the feeling is the same. But like I said with Eldinho, he's always said that we're here to make our history with our roster. I know they have the pressure because we have 3 titles here and it's gonna be a 4th, like you said, yeah. And yeah, I know it's an amazing achievement from us, and it shows how big we are and how big this org are.
And do you think this is just the start of another run of trophies? And how much are you looking forward to the 6th Invitational in Boston?
Of course. We feel, I said that a lot of times, that we feel like the best team in the world. We show it here, but we have to show it again and again.
Do you know what I want to see again and again? You lifting this trophy. So I want you to do it again. One more time, Montreal. Give it up for your Blast Ass 6 Montreal Major Champions, W7M! What a story! What a journey! It had all the drama, the twists and turns this major did. It had everything you come to expect from a Rainbow Six Siege major. I know the fans here love every second of it. I know that you watching at home were glued to your screens this entire process. From us here, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much for watching. The talent of our players just seems to get higher and higher, and we will be back. We cannot wait for the 6th Invitational in Boston. But from here in Montreal, thank you very much. And once again, give it up for W7